G'day everyone and welcome to the Natural Selection 2 World Championship. Today we are going to see the best players from the best teams in the best Aliens vs Marine shooter the world has ever seen. The 4 teams we have here today, Titus Gaming, Godar, Legendary Snails and the Sornman, are the best of the best. The brackets you see on screen right now show how far they have fought to get here today. We're now going to view an introduction to Natural Selection 2, created by a community member. It's super effective.
Natural Selection 2 pits 2 teams against one another, the Marines versus Aliens. The gameplay is like Counter-Strike meets StarCraft. Both teams have a single commander who has a top-down view of the battlefield. They are responsible for expanding their base, researching upgrades, supporting their team, and providing strategy overwatch. The rest of the team play from a first-person perspective and serve as the soldiers who conquer the map and carry out the team's strategy. Scattered across the map are locations called resource nodes. It is very important for each team to secure as many of these as possible by constructing a resource collector on top of it, and by destroying the enemies. The resources collected by that team can be spent on upgrades, base construction, support from the commander, and more. Individual players also receive resources they can use to spend on themselves. There are also a few locations around the map called tech points. These tech points serve as ideal locations for Marines' command station and the aliens' hives. Teams must destroy all of these in order to win the game. The Marines can use a variety of ranged weapons and equipment to help them deal with different threats, while the aliens can evolve into different life forms that each play a unique role to give them the edge. Playing Natural Selection 2 can feel complicated to a new player, but if you're interested in learning quickly and conquering that rookie phase, search for It's Super Effective NS2 on YouTube.
Hello folks, I'm Dylan Wasabi1, and I'm here to talk about what we're watching. This is the Natural Selection 2 World Championship, and it's being brought to you by the generous contributions of over 339 community contributors, as well as the help and support of Unknown Worlds Entertainment, the developer of Natural Selection 2, and our friends at Intel and NVIDIA. I'm happy to be here in the audience right now with some of those 339 contributors. And this is a community event for our community, by our community, and we're super excited to be here, right guys? Sounds like these guys are ready to go. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw it back on over to Hugh and Melly over at the social media desk.
During this evening's festivities, we're going to be joined by Melly. How are you doing, Melly?
I'm feeling great.
Melly, there's a whole bunch of stuff on your screen that I can't begin to understand. Twitter, Facebook, what's going on here?
Pretty much, actually, and we love hearing from you people at home, so I want you to get involved. That's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm here to take care of you, and I'm not empty-handed here. So I have great prizes for you guys. Getting involved in our challenges and being part of our social media appearances does surely has its benefits. And yeah, head over to Facebook and check out the Facebook Natural Selection 2 page. It's really easy. It's facebook.com/Natural Selection 2, where we will put up a challenge for you guys at home, where you can get involved and win an awesome prize, which I actually want to keep, to be honest.
Melly wants to keep it because it's an NVIDIA GTX 750 Ti, which has just been released, so that's pretty cool. Speaking of Twitch chat, I imagine there's going to be some commentary in there about the games as they happen tonight. And who better to commentate games than our first casters, REDDOG and Blind NS.
All right, guys, welcome to the Natural Selection 2 World Championship. My name is REDDOG here, and I am so excited. I am joined here by none other than Blind. How you doing, man?
Perfect. I love to sit here with you. It's great. It's freaking epic, this whole event. It's really nice to be here, sit here. And also really nice to actually sit right next to you after casting so often together online, doing this right here now.
Yeah,
this is really great.
You know, we've casted online together a lot, and I am so stoked to watch these two teams, Titus Gaming and Sornman, play. For the Titus lineup, we got Versal, Golden, Joshi, Rantology, Sicknick, Locklear, Gorgeous, and Zephram there. playing today on their lineup, though, for this match. Versal, Locklear, Sicknick, Joshi, Rantology, and Golden will be their first 6 lineup. Pretty strong lineup for you, Blind.
Absolutely, and especially if you look on Golden and Signet, which will play, I think, a really important role for them, especially as they start on Alien side right now. If their lurks die, they're in deep trouble, but they're really built around dead roles, I guess. So I think those are the key players right now, and looking the early mid-game, where to look at in the game until their fates pop with Georges and Joshi. But let's go on the Finnish lineup right now. So, Sornman.
Yeah, for Sornman, their lineup today, Hapsu, Llama, Nate, Lipa, Tane, and Unseen, and Nitz is there as well on standby. Again, very strong Finnish team right now against these two. You guys can see how fun they are in, in their picture there.
Yes.
But take me through Sornman and their players. They're playing Marines this time.
Yes, absolutely. I think they're really feared as the Marine play. Every team really saying, if Sornman playing Marines, we really have to watch out. They play heavy aggressively, and we also will see a short clip about that. So those are the players we're currently looking at. No, there's actually Titus you see right there. That's the North American team we see in the Sornman Outer Finnish team in Pulu on the other side of the stage. And yeah, from there we had Tane. You already know that from former events here in Cologne. He's one of the strong key players for sure. Unseen, he has a new nickname. If you're confused about that, he was formerly known as Valde. And for that, yeah, we have Hopenoli being the big man in a chair, carrying on the strategy.
All right, so guys, the coin toss actually was done earlier. As you see, Sornman is on the Marine side. We have a commander strategy video for Marines for Sornman that we'd like to show you right now.
Hopenoli took over Sornman's chair from Peacham in NSL Season 3 and has redefined the Finns' gameplay since then. He enforces a very aggressive game style, focusing on upgrades and cat pack tech as his main arsenal. His key to victory is having Marines almost everywhere on the map, putting pressure constantly and moving extremely fast. As opposed to other teams, one notices often lonely Marines on attack mode, which gives more map control and better zoning with the rest of his troops. Since there are fewer Marines attacking harvesters, which are also easier to take out, speed is Hopsu's key to deal damage to the alien economy while forcing them to react. Besides his immense abilities to move 5 Marines simultaneously on the map with his micromanagement, he also has a precise medpack accuracy and reaction time, which can be extremely exhausting during long matches.
All right, so that's what you see what Sornman is doing here, or what they did at least in the qualifier. So that's what they're really scared about. What is Hopenoli doing with his team, being really fast on the map, that you could see, having Marines everywhere, hitting stuff everywhere on the map. That's generally his playstyle. But of course, this doesn't show or tell us what they will do tonight. Everyone was analyzing the opponent, so Titus definitely know what Sornman is doing usually. So they might have switched the gameplay a little bit, just showing a little bit what they have done to bring themselves into the qualifiers here. And you could see still here on Titus getting ready up. And yeah, we see the first map, which is gonna be Tram. REDDOG, so what do you like about Tram?
Tram, I love Tram. It's one of the staple maps here with Natural Selection 2. It's got a great layout. Obviously, warehouse, shipping, elevator transfer, server room, and repair room are the tech points on here. Battle in the middle always for the Marines, trying to plop a center location on this map, which the aliens obviously never want to happen.
Yes.
So you can expect Versal to have some drifters around this map, making sure some forward scouts, and we're gonna get this game started.
All right, guys. So first game here actually starting. Sornman versus Titus Gaming. Game number 1 here. Sornman starting down and shipping, and in the aliens up north. Titus Gaming inside warehouse.
All right, guys, and we're already seeing Joshi and Sicknick streaming down through into observation. One going down to elevator transfer right into there where Lipa is going to be. On the other side of the map in the middle, we got Tane, Nate, Unseen, Llama going into repair room. Tane and Nate taking the center road. Golden in there backing off just a bit through that door.
So basically a standard 2-2 split, playing really slow with 2 Marines in repair, 2 Marines in hub side, and the Skull is basically just going in for parasites, not committing to any push, trying to hide and pick some Marines around the corner, like here at the moment. Not really working out here for Signet, is it?
Tane and Nate pushing through into the hub. Rantology, Golden, and Locklear coming in for the kill. Tane taking down Locklear, Nate taking down Golden, and Rantology at the same time. We see Joshy coming in from nowhere and getting pistoled down. Oh my god, Sonneman with those first engagements. Tane and Nate now moving through into server room. Gonna deny that expansion for Titus Gaming.
That was exactly what they're waiting for. Waiting for a good opportunity, a good engagement, taking down 4 aliens dead, all spawning in North Tunnel so they can push. But oh, some Marines are going down here, getting a little bit open. Oh my god, he's taking down 3 skulks in total, 1 lonely Marine.
Nate on fire there in server room. Tane went down just a little bit ago, but he took a couple out that were coming to server room, but the damage is done. Those sys chains have been cut towards platform. That's got to be reestablished by Titus. We see Titus flying around everywhere in their base right now. Golden, Rantology moving to the south, followed by Joshy. Locklear on the northwest side up against Unseen, who's taking some pot shots into the hive. Down in the center of the map, we got Tane and Lipa taking down Golden. Rantology not knowing what to do up there. Looks like she's going to be split there as she comes up to help out in ore processing.
Ore processing got cleaned out, a lonely Marine down here, but they still have 2 Marines pushing, keep the pressure up on North Tunnel. So basically keep the aliens constantly on defense. That's been generally goal. The whole time there was no respiting whatsoever. Just right now the first RT getting hit inside repair. Where is Nate trying to clear that out at the moment? Have a little look here, out of ammunition, just throwing you the pistol, but Joshy, nice kill, making that kill happen.
Over in platform, we're seeing a cleanup here from Sonneman. Sonneman doing so well with the extractors right now. They were up to 5, they're down to 4. Titus Gaming at 2 right now, with 1 being grown, so they are definitely behind in the resource game. Just 2, almost 3 minutes into this matchup.
That's really amazing. Look at the resources right now. You can see aliens already lost the RT pretty down, completely delayed while the aliens got the average 4 RTs, I mean the Marines, which is really solid income for Sornman here. And it will keep up the pressure constantly all over the time.
And there goes the Harvester there for Titus Gaming in platform. Titus down to 1 Harvester, 1 growing. Lipa and Llama locking down platform as Titus really can't do anything right now against it. You see Joshy and Elevator Transfer trying to do a little bit of res biting.
Yes, and 2 Marines still sitting here, almost built the power node in platform, so they're able to actually build it RT if they want to. Not many aliens get out. 2 aliens here on the way in South Tunnels trying to go for the base. Really nice zoning here by that Marine and Nate. That's really great. So preventing a base rush to come. There's also drifters, so it's really obvious they wanted to base rush. There's actually 1 Skulk on the IP right now, and those 2 Marines saved the base from certain doom with the drifter and Syme on the base.
Nice mine kill there by Nate, putting that placement down. We see up in the north at their base, we got Joshy and Locklear there. Llama is in there. We got Lurk on the field in the form of Golden. As he moves out to the west side of the map, 3 Skulks now moving out of Warehouse. For Titus to come back to this, they're really going to need to get some map control and win some of these engagements to push Sana back.
Yeah, it's really important. And looking on upgrades, Hope Benul is actually just going straight for weapon upgrades. Nothing else, no ops, just mines for safety on the base and rushing weapon 2 before any armor upgrades. And he will deal a lot of damage just with that. Just being present on the map, keeping the pressure up, and those Lurks have to watch out. Weapon 2 that early in the game can be really surprising.
Sonneman is really betting on, his basically Hapsu's betting on his Marines living on the map here, not needing a lot of movement in terms of what those phase gates give. So he's giving those upgrades, like you said, helping them in the fight. You see a good fight there in ore processing, Sicknick and Golden, as the double Lurk taking down those 2 Marines. Over in observation, we're seeing Lipa come up, take down Rantology. Joshy takes him out from behind, 22% on that RT, and that is going to go down. Nice little win for Titus, who seems to be getting a little bit more momentum on this map.
Yeah, with the Lurks out, they have much easier fights now on those engagements. Those Lurks are really key for them. And it's really important to take them down. So we see shotguns are almost finished, which is a really good weapon to take down some of those, especially if you're around the corner playing really sneaky and try to attack them from behind. That's really the key to take down those Lurks. Because otherwise, if they know where you're coming from, they usually don't get killed.
Yeah, shotgun research now done. Weapons 2 completed. Weapons 2 shotguns, 5 minutes, 38 seconds into this game. Most of Titus in the hub, trying to make an attack here up against these Marines, takes him out, loses a Skulk. Lipa on the north side trying to shoot down. Oh, Golden might go down.
That was
Oh,
close.
13% through that vent. What great flying there from Golden.
Was a really nice reaction time by those two Marines in repair, instantly running to hub, trying to catch the lurk being in here, just locking down the lane and one in mezzanine. So he, well, unfortunately that failed here, but nice try by Sornman.
Golden coming around the corner. This might actually be bad here in North Tunnels. He does take down Llama. Unseen now gets taken out from behind by Joshi.
Yeah, a lot of action all around the map. You see a whole lot of Marines being lonely, just packs of 2 max, no big real pressure. We have 4 RTs being killed for the Marines and 2 Harvesters down, and you can see on the graph, or you could see on the graph, that the aliens finally are securing more of their precious Harvesters. Oh my god, and the lurk goes down!
Oh, and there goes a lurk kill. Great job, pistol shot by Sornman here in the hub, giving Sornman a leg up in this match.
Oh, this could be really the downfall here. This could be really, really bad. It's just 1 lurk left. They can still do a lot with that, but they need to defend those RTs with 1 lurk less now and just try to catch them into the late game. They need to get those fades out.
You know, Titus looked like they were having some really good momentum there for a bit, but look at this. Double pressure. We got Lipa and Nate in North Tunnels. Meanwhile, in ore processing, Llama and Unseen. Unseen leaves Llama and moves towards North Tunnels to apply pressure there. He does see that this alien pack coming through the vents
Base
down
rush.
into ET.
It's a base rush, I think. They're trying to find a way to the base using the vents, but...
Look at the zone coverage that Sonic's got. It's amazing.
Look at the Marines all over the map. In half
Sicknick got through.
That's it. Just 1 lurk made away, and that's it. Yeah, that's really amazing zoning by those Marines, just preventing any kind of base rush.
Amazing job. Over in platform, we're seeing Lipa and Nate taking down that precious Harvester for Titus Gaming and put down their own extractor to block it. And that'll take some time. We also got in logistics, Golden doing a little bit of RT harassing there. Unseen and Tane coming in. That's not a duo you want to go up against as a Skulk. Nate and Lipa here in server room. Rantology on the roof, not really knowing what to do. Probably waiting for some backup through the vents by Joshi.
Looking at the backup, how he's trying to approach those 2 Marines from the vent. Trying to get some parries out. The whole group is coming in. Let's see how an alien ambush is being done here. Being really patient to get a little bit closer. And there we go, around the corner. But those Marines, they shoot so well. Wow.
We're seeing now Titus Gaming in terms of personal res, 38, 13, 10, 38, 38. So these fades, triple fade, or unless there's going to be an Ono saver, but we're also seeing back in Warehouse a huge base rush happen that gets pushed away by Titus. So we're about, with 1 extractor, we're a little bit away from those fades coming out on the field.
Look at the graph here right now, REDDOG. You could really see the lurks pop, and that was the moment they could get the RTs up at the moment. They really lost those engagements, and 1 lurk, it went hell backwards for them.
Titus now going back on pack play right now just to try to break these Marines, and it's just not working out well. They cannot seem to get out of Warehouse. Every time they try, every time they get to platform, server, or even ore, there's a Sornman Marine there just ruining their day.
Absolutely, trying to be everywhere. And Weapon 3 is already on the way before the 10-minute mark. This is just... And there we go, cat packs. That is Hopenoli completely. That is upgrades on cat packs, and looks like he's still going for the same game style, which is really cool to see. And yeah, Titus just didn't get the real response to it seems, and really they needed that lurk. So how long until the fates? Just 1 P-Res.
Yeah, well, 1 P-Res to go. If you guys don't know what Catalyst packs are, those are researched by the Marine Commander and drop. They increase the speed and reload speed of the Marines. They're really, really deadly in the hands of some really good Marines.
Absolutely. You move faster, you shoot faster, reload faster. But it's really expensive, so you have to be sure you drop into Marines to know what to do.
They got it in the bank. They got 7 extractors right now for Sornman. 6 now, 1 just got blown up, but it doesn't matter.
No.
You got so much money right now. Daddy Warbucks over here. 2 extractors. 2 extractors for Titus. There go, forcing a beacon back to shipping.
They're trying to go for more base rushes. I think they really want to buy time. They need to buy time. They know what desperate situation they're in right now. I mean, not desperate. They can still kill a whole bunch of Marines as soon as they got the fades out. But Sornman definitely has an advantage here, a big one.
This is such aggressive play from Sornman, and they are all over the place. I love the two that they constantly send, up the west side of the map. The pressure that they keep applying to the mid to the east, almost at the same time. What we've seen, which is just forcing Titus to react so much all the time against this offense.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They can't do anything else. They're just defending.
But
every time they try, they get killed. Fades out on the field.
That's important. Those fades are now all they got. And that's pretty much. But
Locklear almost flash fade.
Oh, Lord health, yeah. I mean, you're supposed
almost.
to be efficient with the fade means you always get pretty low out. But yeah. Look at that fading, really nice. Really nice Burntology, really carrying that fade. And it's really important to take down all the shotguns, which is 20 P-res for each. So if they lose a bunch of RTs, the Marines, and the shotguns, Titus can come back into this.
These fades now coming down the center of the map. Locklear, Joshi, and Rantology. So triple fade play here. Obviously, with their low extractor count, they can't have somebody save for Onos. Game will be over by then.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. But this is the game style. I mean, having those two lurks and the fades. Okay, so pack play really needed here by Titus, grouping up in server room, expecting those two Marines, but I love that. By Llama and Valde, I mean, Unseen. Just really playing patient, not committing, just forcing them back and trying to go for pinch move here. With Laper inside North Tunnels, just waited for the engagement server so he could pinch a fade on the back way with low health. Just trying to abuse any kind of move, and oh my god, look at this group of aliens.
You can see now, if you pull up the team graph, a little bit of an increase now as these fades came out on the field, helping Titus win some of these engagements, force Sornman to lose these precious shotguns, and hopefully, if they can get rid of most of them, they can start being on the offensive. Armor 2 is about halfway researched right now, so with these three fades, better capitalizing on right now. Joshi almost blackbarred in that fight over in server room.
Weapon 3 hurts, man, completely. But Armor 2 also helps a whole lot because you survive one additional swipe, which will buy you a whole lot of time to put more damage into the fade. And Phase Gate's also halfway done. I think Hopsu will go for a little bit more safe route here. He will take control over Hub here, like put a Phase Gate in the center around, and from there he can push faster and also have the ops and be more safe against base rushes, which you still might try to do.
Only one shotgun out on the field right now, and Lipa is actually holding that. Tane and Unseen coming into ET. We're seeing Sicknix almost got blackbarred. Or got blackbarred, sorry. Golden goes down.
Oh god, what did that happen? Inside elevator, there we go. No, Golden, he wasn't a lurk, he was a Skulk, he already died.
I was just saying Golden went down.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant the lurk.
Lipa and Tane moving in through North Tunnels. We're seeing the Drifter moving back into Warehouse. Most of the aliens are here around the Hive, trying to get healed. Scan going down, power's about halfway there in platform.
Marines positioning themselves better inside platform, not standing in the front. That's where the lurks are really important. They need to take down the armor, so the Fates can kill them really fast. So that's the main role for the lurk now in the support, chewing down the armor, and then the Fates and the Skulks go in and just basically kill all the Marines in there.
And they are really working on choking Titus here in terms of res. They want to keep Titus low in terms of the extractor count. They're doing a really good job at that. Here comes another beacon back into shipping, and Titus fans out, starts getting away, getting some extractors out of the way, and over in platform, the phase gate is up. They tried to get it down, but they phased right back through.
Yeah, that beacon and power build in the phase gate was way faster than one lonely fade shipping on the gate and platform. Well, they need at least a second fade there and maybe the lurk just chewing it out so you can get a full grind and kill every Marine that pops out. Couldn't do it in the time, so Sornman really lucky there on that situation.
Oh my goodness. Did you see how long it took to take down Llama there? that was some great juking there by that Marine. Nate Unseen moving in the North Tunnels. Nice scan drop there by their commander Hopsu to see that everything is all clear in there. Scan fades right as these fades come in. Unseen and Nate up against a Lurk, 2 Fades, and a Skulk. Rantology taking down Unseen. Nate taking down Rantology. And still in this fight.
Oh man, so many good map packs. Map packs really increase the longevity of any of those Marines, especially if you hit all of them. And Hobbs is pretty scary good at this.
So we're seeing now that phase gate here in platform is still up. We're seeing Golden down here in observation.
Yeah, he's biting on RT, and we also see some VIPs being used here inside repair. So Versal really trying to do his best here, using a little bit PvE environments to help repair. Look at that, he's teleporting in those structures with a shift echo ability, but already 2 shotgunners in here. Those whips will buy a whole lot of time for the Fates to come in, and by then the Marines should have low armor. But look at that, oh my god, Llama holding 2 Fates by his own with that shotgun.
That's amazing. 4 shotguns out on the field for Sornman. Tane is the only one with an LMG right now. He's got 13 res, not enough to actually buy one. We're seeing Nate and Unseen here in repair room. And over in platform, we got the phase gate down.
Wow, that was a nice call by Titus. I really love that. They saw 3 Marines out of position, only 2 able to defend. So go on the phase gate and take it down. It worked perfectly. There's a whole lot of res gone now for the Marines. The Robo, I think it was even upgraded, plus the phase gate, plus the RT they're losing, plus the map control that phase gate gave them.
You know what I'm loving about this? If you bring up the graph, 17 lost for Sornman versus 8 extractors for Titus, and we just passed the 17-minute mark. They are, that is amazing res biting pace, 1 res tower a minute. Amazing job, Titus Gaming.
Absolutely. That's pretty much excellent res biting, 1 a minute on Tram. But still, it doesn't seem enough. There's still so many upgrades here for Sornman. I think especially the early game was really, really good for that. And you can see how they're coming back, looking on the team kills. It gets closer and closer right now with those fates here on the graph. So as long as they stay alive, Locklear and Joshi, I think Titus still has every opportunity to take down Sornman. They're doing really great with that pack play.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Rantology getting tagged earlier, dropping Titus down to just 2 fades here. We got Sicknick as the Lurk. We got Golden at 30 P-res right now. So it looks like he has enough to re-Lurk if he wants to, or wait it out and try to get another fade on the field.
I think he will wait. Maybe if it goes really late game, he can still honors or fade. But a second Lurk is not really needed at the moment. It just need 1 to tear down the armor, but 2 Lurks, I think that's 1 less respiter. So I think it will stay Skulk for the moment.
Unseen and Nate now moving north through into Warehouse. Got Golden in there as an egg, Sicknick as that Lurk.
And those upgrades, but really nice whip in the hive. That's really cool. Versal. Actually taking it down. Wow.
Nice job. Nice job. So now here in ore processing, we got Sicknick checking things out, Llama running through, and over in server room, we got Lipa and Tane taking down this harvester, bringing Titus Gaming again down to 1. These poor guys can't get a break in terms of the extractors.
Oh, coming in as a pack, cleaning it out, but still Tane alive, and he got a shotgun, doesn't he? Oh, yes, he does.
Oh, no!
Wow!
Sicknick goes down, and Locklear and Joshi were on the red. Fantastic shot by Tane in the doorway.
Wow. Very great. And that's what he's known for, just blasting those life forms.
These guys got to be careful up against Tane and Nate, Locklear and Joshi. Locklear might go down. No, he might get caught. 8% life as he gets out of there. That was so close.
Oh, there was Unseen and Labor just waiting for them. Again, really nice move. And they're trying to pinch those life forms. I didn't see that even.
Sornman pulling out every single move they have in their pockets right now up against Titus. They know they want to shut this down now. We got Tane, Nate, and Unseen building up the phase gate here in platform right next door. Look at that lovely triangle of pressure on the map. You can see that there's a phase gate in platform, phase gate in repair as well in their main base. Great job. Gets them out on the map really quickly. Rentology here in elevator transfer, fighting the RT, but we're seeing a lot of pressure happening in warehouse. Scan going down. Nate and Tane outside. Here comes Titus.
Oh, there they come, yeah. They're trying to kill everything. You could even see them trying to kill even every cyst. Oh my god, he got the fade!
Oh, what a shot on the north end of Warehouse!
Oh.
Fantastic shot and shooting here by Sornman Marines. These guys are on fire.
And they're playing it slow. Look at that, they're playing it safe. They're even building a robo. I wouldn't be even worried if they put turrets up there in the area. Why not? But
they got tons of money.
They got enough money. Even if Titus did buy so freaking many rest-nodes, but still, they have all this economy left. And here they're trying to go for repair right now. Good timing in the face, and even using a whip with the echo. Oh my god, this is a big commitment, but all the aliens are dying.
Oh no, and nice cleanup there from Sornman in repair. Titus hanging on to Locklear, who's their golden fade. That's their golden life form. Oh,
that's
man.
Right. Oh boy. So look at the map. They're completely pinched in this area. That's what Sornman did here. And every attempt for base rush got denied by the zoning. Every attempt for breaking on the face gates, except for one really good instance, pretty much also denied. And Sornman is just playing it slow from here, getting those arcs here ready, which can siege the hive from north tunnels, basically in this location, this corner. You put them up and they can reach the hive and take it down. All you have to do is defend the location and try to work on those life forms.
Oh, Locklear gets out of there. We got two arcs already going to be pressed up against the wall there in North Tunnels. One kind of taking a break. Oh, there he moves. Moving up to join the other two arcs, and the arcs are now deployed. Here comes the scans to get those guys shooting. Nate, Unseen, Lipa just defending basically these arcs. That's all they need to do at this point. They don't need to push in. Just defend these arcs, let the arcs do what they do, which is blow up hives, and you'll be fine.
Just wait for the aliens to come in, because they will have to come in. They're grouping up, as you can see.
There we go! Titus coming in, Nate taking down Golden, Rant taking down Unseen, Nate pistoling down Versal. Oh, wow, what a nice cleanup. Lipa and Llama coming up, and Titus could not push them out. Oh, Dane! Beautiful shot. He just went in there and took out Locklear. And this hive is 5, 4, 3, 2, and it's done! Sornman wins round 1. Wow. What a matchup. Sornman winning round 1 there, guys. You guys just saw a great job. Congratulations to Sornman in their Marine game on Tram. Blind, what do you think about that game? What do you think about Sornman's play?
If all the players on teams before yesterday said they're scared of their Marine play, and I think now I understand really why. I mean, it was, even if they know how to play, pulling that off, killing everything, that was just amazing to watch. Sornman, sometimes when they play in big tournaments and big games, it's like a coin flip. Sometimes they have a good day, sometimes they have the bad day. Today, I think they have a good day.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
Sornman, Sornman came out guns blazing. I mean, they were all over the place. Poor Titus, locked up in warehouse, meeting right away. Marines in mezzanine server room, getting cut off early game there, getting your sys chain cut off there, getting platform cut off so early as well. Basically set the tone of the match for the entire match, because basically you saw Titus every time they expanded out. Always Sornman Marines there. As you were saying earlier, the zoning was amazing. We remember that rush that happened that they tried to do a base rush.
Yeah, just smelled it miles away.
Yeah.
They smelled that miles away.
And the only one that got through was poor Sicknick.
Yeah, one lurk, low health. What can he do there?
All his skulks
He can't commit. The commander can log out and kill the lurk, so couldn't do anything.
What amazing game. Sicknick there, obviously not being able to do anything. And then you see Sornman coming up. Titus did take server room, platform, and ore, but only for a little bit. Sornman came back, started taking that out. You saw that there were some beacons that happened where it allowed Titus to get a little bit of a foothold by blowing up a little bit more RTs, taking down a phase gate, things like that. But again, just wasn't enough to take Sornman out. All right, guys. So we want to know what everyone else is thinking out there. So Hugh, tell us what the audience members are thinking.
Before I do that, Red Dog, I just want to say you are looking mighty fine this evening. I'm sitting here with Explosive. How are you doing, Explosive?
I'm fine, thank you.
Explosive, is there anything you could have done? Is there anything Titus could have done to get back into that game against Sornman?
Honestly, I don't know. Sornman played really well. The aggressive play really played out here.
They are aggressive, and we've got to remember Titus Gaming has gotten off the plane from the United States and Canada in the last 24 hours, so it's an intense scenario for them. Let's go back to Red Dog and Blind and hear more about what they think about that game.
All right, guys. So that was an amazing game, as we were just saying, and I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Poor Titus couldn't get locked out of that warehouse start.
Yeah. I think it was two crucial moments in that. The start, the first 4 aliens dead really early on. That engagement, really Sornman pulled it really nicely and could bring themselves in a good position. And after that, losing a lurk that early, I think it really was the moment where Sornman took the advantage. And a good team like Sornman, if they got an advantage like this, they don't give it away.
Yeah, and you know what happens when you're commanding, and obviously as an alien strat, you got your starting life forms that you're going into. When that gets when you lose that, you have to have a backup plan, and you're thinking right there that kind of Titus stumbled at that point.
I don't know. He tried to expand everywhere and repair, which was a good move, into server, which was the obvious one. But I don't know. The base rushes were too obvious, I think. So you could see that the Marines knew exactly what they were moving there, actually trying his best. But right now, Titus will play on the Marine side. So also Versal, like all the other commanders, has a different gameplay style, which brought them to the qualifiers with really good results. So let's have a little look here on what Titus Gaming is doing on strategy-wise.
Versal, commander of Titus Gaming, is leading the strongest team from the North American continent at this moment. He utilizes a very varying set of strategies, trying to be unpredictable and always reacting to his opponents during. But as a pattern, Versal loves to poke the bee's nest, to force reactions out of his enemy, which he's already setting up to abuse. A good example would be to draw the aliens' attention to one end of the map, just to move with the real Precious squad uncontested into vital areas to maximize the damage. He constantly stresses the importance of zoning, but won't fear breaking it if an opportunity arises, always being a step ahead and prepared for any counter-move. Versal is always developing new strategies, working with the element of surprise, and improving Titus's gameplay by reducing any weakness he can find in his team's play.
All right, so much for Titus Gaming. You can see a little bit difference here, not having so many Marines lonely walking around the map. There's a whole big set of strategies Versal used on Tram. I think we will see a Facegate and Hub or something variation of that, but he can surprise anyone. I think did prepare any match, so...
Well, I'm telling you, I am so stoked, Blind, to see this next matchup. We have swapped sides here on the same map here on Tram. Titus Gaming versus Sornman. We're going to get this thing started right now.
As soon as we see the counter. All right, so they're still preparing up. And yeah, what do you think? Gonna be... Facegate Hub, early Facegates, early arcs,
I think,
weapon rush.
Knowing Versal, I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and he did actually let me know a couple strategies here. I don't think I'm allowed to say them.
We'll see that. Okay.
So we will,
that's easy, because whatever he does after that, you say, I knew it.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, there we go. It looks like we are getting this thing started just 10 seconds away from round 2 here. Titus Gaming versus Sornman in this NS2 World Championship matchup. This is the first semifinal, guys, and here we go. Sornman starting up in warehouse. Shipping start for Titus Gaming. Power building another IP and running out.
Yeah, going as it looks like a 3-1-1 split, a 3-man pressure. It's an older build basically, but a still solid and strong one. So you can see what the Marines are trying to do, play really slowly to hub, see what the aliens are doing, and then really poke the bee's nest. And the camera. So the aliens are currently gathering up in logistics right now. You see 3 Skulks here versus 1 Marine Golden getting taken out. And really nice pick. And the Drifter is actually not going into the base. Not quite sure. No. They wanted the base rush and kind of abandoned it with that Marine. Which is actually Versal. He was the commander. Commander logged out in here.
Great job.
Oh
for
my
Versal.
God,
Nate
look at
Llama
that.
in there. Good job. That was a save. Golden and Joshy now pushing out this early rush. As Llama gets out of there, licks his wounds, continues to work on the logistics RT. So we see Tane, Unseen, Nate, and Lipa in Warehouse moving out into the entrance. They're going to meet Rentology, Sicknick, and Locklear. There goes this huge fight. Sicknick taking down Unseen, Tane, and Nate taking down Rentology and Locklear. Poor Sicknick is the only one left getting pounced on.
Wow. Really great pack play
job.
here by Sornman with the Gorge Liper. That's something Titus didn't utilize, the Gorge early on. Maybe they're giving them upper hand here, but really nice pack play in total. And they're completely freed off the east side of the map. Look at that. Inside Mezzanine, it will build up a Gorge tunnel. That will help them to get the control. And ore processing Mezzanine Gorge tunnel, basically to block down the whole north side of the map. Only they have to do is to hold that. And it's going to be really tricky with two Marines that close.
We see Rentology and Locklear now moving into elevator transfer. Gorge tunnel up there. They're going to try to take that out. That Gorge tunnel exits over in ore processing where Golden is taking that out as well. Tane and Nate coming in to stop this from happening. The Gorge tunnel's at 59%. Definitely going to be able to stop that. But the one in Mezzanine has been destroyed by Locklear and Rentology. Great job to them as they move and put pressure now into server room. We got Lipa as the Gorge with Drifter support here in platform. Look at this, moving in. Llama and Tane coming in to try to take this Marine offensive out of there.
Oh, it was a really cool double pressure move here, and ore processing and the Mezzanine was a guaranteed Gorge tunnel go down, which is really hurting them. And here we go inside server room. The Marines falling back as far back as it goes. But oh my God!
Look at that pack play by Sornman.
Wow.
And down in a flurry of teeth and claws goes down those two Marines. Unseen and Tane now moving out into the hub. We're seeing that there is a Marine Sicknick here in Warehouse, taking a couple pot shots at the RT as he backs off, which is going to move Llama, Nate, and Unseen back into the base off of the map.
Yeah, that's basically a poke move, trying to force all the aliens to respond here. So the east side of the map is clear again. So we should have those two Marines move up to server room again, which is locked here in Rentology. This is basically the whole gameplay here by Titus. Forcing 3 Sky with just 1 Marine on left side, and then he can push up to the east side, and sending even 3. Wow. Now 1 should stay in hub.
Yep.
Yeah, 1 to stay. Golden will stay.
Golden,
Yeah.
Golden decided to stay in love. We're seeing Golden move into there. Those two Marines, Locklear, Rentology, and server room, putting pressure again on that newly built RT. 50% life on there. Lipa now coming through to try to do some sort of make some sort of difference against those two Marines. Llama biting in logistics.
Oh, he's even tanking for Harvester by standing in front of it, tanking some bullets.
Oh, and he loses himself. Gorge down.
Oh, there was too much tanking, I guess. You don't have that much health as a Gorge.
10% on that RT. Rentology and Locklear just need to flick it. There we go. It goes down. And we're seeing in ore processing Golden now taking out those Sys around that RT. And this is what Sornman did.
Yes, exactly. Trying to be everywhere on the map where the aliens currently aren't, and really outplaying their movement by forcing them going on the one side of the map, then hitting the left side, and as soon as the aliens are on the other side again, you can hit the other side. So basically just switching over, and look at the rest.
Look at this pack play.
Yes.
By Sornman. It's all of them responding to everything.
And I think they're really banked on their Gorge tunnels to move really fast between east and west. And since it was a really good timing here by Rentology and the other Marine, taking it down to Mezzanine, they completely broke it. I mean, the whole game plan by Sornman was to have the Gorge tunnel, to use the pack play to move really fast between both sides of the map. And it was a really nice denial there.
2 spurs now have been completed for Sornman, which gives trait upgrades for the alien team. That's going to be Celerity and Adrenaline.
Even using some mines here in front. Or
I love
really
the
sticky.
offensive mines.
Yeah,
I
that's really
love
nice.
offensive mines because sometimes the other team just doesn't expect it.
Yeah.
Rentology and Locklear fighting for their lives here in elevator transfer, doing a good job killing Lipa. Unseen, getting picked off right around the corner. And we're seeing Joshy and Golden in ore processing now, doing a great job holding this up, taking a couple shots at the lurks, but getting spiked down. Golden the only one left. Looks like he's going to get cleaned up.
Yeah.
Oh, nice
that
kill.
is nice.
I love it. Love offensive minds. That was a good kill by Golden. And he's like, you're not taking me down. I'm taking this RT. Can he do it before he dies? 2%?
And
Come on,
fall,
Golden.
there
No.
we go.
Yes, he does it.
Wow. He stayed alive really long with that mine. Wow. Impressive.
Great job.
And
Enough to
yeah.
actually take down the RT before he goes down in his death throes. That was a great job. Rantology and Locklear in server room just taking down that RT over here in repair room. We're seeing Joshy
saving that. Yeah, we have Facegate on the way, and I feel with those two Marines inside server, they even might try to put up a Facegate here, but there's already 2 lurks in the Skulk. Let's see if they can do it. No, 2 Skulks and 1 lurk. They need more. They need more. They're in a really good position. Look at how back they're positioned are. They're forcing the aliens back. They've won a whole lot of time with just that move. Really nice.
Golden looks like he was trying to back them up, but got tagged and platformed by that pack. Locklear Rantology still there. Can they hold enough for that phase tech to happen? They're putting up the power now. They're going to put up the RT as well to bring them up to 5. Here comes Sornman.
Out of position, those Marines way too close to the entrance, but still taking both Skulks. Wow.
Great job there. Good win by Titus Gaming in that engagement. Repair room RT now being attacked by Tane. Joshy coming around the corner, trying to take that out. Meanwhile, back over at platform, this is still something Sonneman wants to get these guys out of here. We see phase gates are done.
Yes, and the question is where will they put them? Maybe not even Hub, maybe somewhere else, because the server room Marines are just about to go down here, getting cleared up as they are way too offensive this time in the front, pushing too early to plat. Yeah. I mean, they already had everything in server, so I think they just felt it's okay to die at the moment.
Joshy here in warehouse. Looks like he's trying to just be as annoying as possible and just trying to shoot a lot of those structures in there to alert the team. Sicknick, there we go. Phase gate in the hub. What do you know? I think you said that, sir.
Yeah. But before it was really great. You could see the Marines always, when they were here, the aliens were about to ambush, someone was walking into the hive. Just pulling all the aliens back, basically. The whole time over, it was really nice control of alien movement. So basically, the Marines dictate what the aliens are doing. They did really great up to that point. They lost all 3 Marines in the north. And now they have a phase gate inside hub with some good upgrades, 1-1 shotguns, and it's a really good start. Looking at the rest craft, they have a really constant flow of income. Look at that, 4 average RTs whole of the time, only 2 lost after 8 minutes. That's really nice.
All right, so we also got Nate seeing Rantology and Locklear move through the hub. Golden coming around the corner from ET, and Nate is gonna definitely be forced back. Llama taking out some mines here in north tunnels. We got 3 Marines still here in hub. Looks like they're gonna move forward and grab that resource tower. And Nate definitely saw that happen, so he's gonna relay that information back to his team. Llama engaging Joshy here in ore processing. I hear mines going down again.
Yes, mines everywhere on the map. Why not? They're hell effective, as it seems. Some respawning skulks got hit some mines, and we got weapon 2 on the way. And I mean, especially with Warehouse Hive, Robo is really powerful. And I would expect Versal to do this, actually. He plays defensively, as you can see, trying to hold all the RTs he has for the moment. And yeah, just he can push later on. Oh, double gate, look at that. Look at that, in server room. So it's a triangle gate set up here in server room, completely denying the whole northeast of the map.
Yeah, this is great. It's going to really hold that side of the map for them, and slowly they can start pushing Sonneman back. They can also continue to apply pressure to the platform RT, forcing Sana to do a huge move into the hub, knowing that they got to take out this gate. Looks like nothing's there. Golden pops through, and it looks like he's going to get taken out. This may turn into a meat grinder. Locklear and Josh are on the other sides. Locklear taking down Lipa, and they do push it away.
Wow.
What a great defense from Titus Gaming on that hub gate. Amazing.
That was a hell of a big push here by Sorn, man. Committing a whole lot to that. And yeah, really great defense.
So we're seeing these 2 fades, Tane and Unseen, moving through repair room, down into logistics. We got Rentology moving into repair.
They're trying to play sneaky, so... Oh no, they're giving it away. They're falling back. I really thought they were trying to go for the base here. Or maybe they're just trying to make the Marines think they go for the base. Now, in mind, we have still enough Marines close to phase gates or whatever they want to push. They need to get them off the gates. Basically, kill some RTs, so we have a whole lot of recappers around the map. And as soon as there's only 2 Marines close to a gate, then is the moment where you can break up hub.
Well, we see that the platform RT just went down to Locklear and Golden. That's 6 Harvesters down for Sornman, only 5 RTs down for Titus Gaming, and we're 11 minutes into this match. So in terms of resource biting, Sornman falling a little bit behind the optimal resource biting pace.
I would even say that's really bad resource biting. that's yeah. I mean, you can see how much. It's really tough to bite RTs if the pressure is that high and you're really defending the whole time. You could see them travel the whole time. They wasted so much time to travel from the east to the west, from the east to the west with the whole pack. So they don't have any skulls left to respite, and that's basically throwing them back. And you don't really usually see more Harvesters killed than Marine Extractors. So
yeah,
basically telling the story there.
Good shots landed there in that, what you saw, that little battle before in North Tunnels where both lurks got blackbarred and they had to retreat back to the hive. Tane now. Oh, wow. Wow. Llama get taken down here in server room.
By Locklear, who was the longest standing Fate, I think, last game. He took some revenge there.
Wow, and we're seeing Tane moving into the hub, getting backed off there with shots from Locklear and Sicknick. Robo Factory down in the hub. It looks like it's being upgraded to an Arc Factory. Heavy push on the west side of the map by Sornman. Coming into repair room, running over Joshi like it wasn't even there. And in repair room, taking down the extractor 60%.
Oh, there's nothing Locklear can do. He has to wait. That RT is
Locklear,
gone.
don't run in there.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Let him come for you.
Let him use that skinny hallway. Get some shots. Backed up now by Joshi.
You see what they're doing? They're trying to pinch the Fate. They're trying to pinch the retreat patterns. So if some Marines would be in repair right now and some in the base, that Fate can die. Because you can lock down the whole way where you can retreat. Oh, how many mines did that Fate
just blew
my
up.
God.
Maybe 3 or 4 mines in the base. Rentology taking down Lipa as a skulk. Arcs being pushed out. Now in the hub, they're just going to move flat up against that wall in North Tunnels.
Yeah, I think they missed the opportunity. That Fate and Repair would have died for sure if just 1 Marine would wait there. Never mind, they chose to go with the Arcs to North Tunnels, or at least to prepare to do that. 5 RT still, this is a solid income. Not much respiting here, we can see just 1 here. Llama working observation right now, trying to get control over the platform, which is really tough to do so. And yeah, I think it's still in a great spot. That Fate and Lurk, they can't do too much if there's heavily upgraded Marines here in North Towns, as you could see last game.
Yeah, 2-2 on the upgrades for Titus Gaming. 5 extractors, and these arcs are rolling. We got 2 arcs now moving through North Tunnels, and it looks like they're just going to try to defend this. Look at this. Locklear, Golden, Joshi, and Sicknick doing their best to just stay around these arcs, let them do their job. Sornman does not have enough to drop another hive around this map, and Titus knows it. 6 extractors up now. You see Tane, you see Unseen, and Nate trying to do something here with that Drifter support. I don't know if Son is going to be able to push this out. There's a 3rd arc coming, and these guys are going to start firing 92% on that hive.
Oh, and there's no Gorge with Biobomb, so I really don't see Sornman to actually save that unless they really go in and kill all 5 Marines. There's no time for a base rush, no time for a counter rush. They really have to win an engagement here. They have to go really soon. Really, really soon.
Oh, 59, 54% on this hive. Here's Sornman all on the east side. Look at this. They're trying to get these guys out of here, and all these shotgun blasts going down. The Tane is so low. He gets out of there. He's pushed back. Unseen is half health. Nate is just throwing spikes into the hallway randomly. Just get out.
Oh, that hive is almost down.
8%. This might be it. We may go to a 1-1 here soon in 1 more volley.
And there we go.
It's over. Titus wins their Marine round.
Tying it up, the scores 1-1 in this best of 5 semifinals.
What an amazing game by both teams. 1-1. Well, I guess that 3-0 shutout's out the window, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This might be a long evening, Red Dog.
All right, so that game, pretty amazing. I mean, I think what we saw there, technically, same starting points as
Yes.
round one. In round two, Titus did the same thing. I mean, they applied pressure all over the place. They put a lot of pressure into server, cut it off there, cut off platform. But their only difference is they grabbed hub, grabbed server, and locked off that east, kind of southeast side of the map. How important was that for them?
That was important, but even early on, I think the really important thing that happened was Sornman tried to pack play, not split up, and we didn't have many lonely Marines like Sornman had, that many lonely Marines, and we had 2 or 3 man pressure groups always. Like in ore or in server room, there was always 2 Marines, and it means it was really important to work against the pack play to take down those gorge tunnels. You could see they really were banking up from traveling to ore to Mesa in like no time. They killed it. And they wasted so much time, they couldn't buy dress after that. So Titus had too much of economy and take the game from there with the face gate and hub and its server room, locking them in like Sornman did without the gates early on. And from there, the same story happened.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the res biting difference between both.
Right.
I mean, I know Titus had a hard time in round one, but still, with that being said, matching minute for minute with that res biting versus what we just saw here with Sana.
Yeah.
A lot of that too, when you're looking at teams use their entire team. You saw the pack play.
This pack play.
They were using their entire team to try to get Titus off their front door. I mean, they were in platform, most went. They were in ore, most went over there.
Yes,
I mean,
that's right.
Does that, in your opinion, does that kind of harm teams in a way if they do that too much?
It costs time. Think of that. There's resources in the game, but the most valuable resource you have is time. How efficiently you use your time. Like if you stand somewhere, look at the team, not doing anything, not biting res, not building RTs, not doing anything, you basically lose a bit of the game. So spending the time most usefully is the most important. And if you lose the whole team just traveling from one side to the other without doing any really accomplishing anything, that's really bad. That harms the team. They just did it to make sure they will win those engagements and take them down, because the worst case scenario would you die and the Marines are still alive.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, that was an incredible first matchup between Titus Gaming and Sornman. We are going to check in with Hugh and see how he's doing.
Thanks, Red Dog. And with that, we are at 1-1. Now, these teams have travelled a long way to get there, especially Titus Gaming. And we've prepared a couple of videos to introduce how these teams got here. They're interviews with the team captains taken here in Cologne. Earlier today, Red Dog spoke with Versal, and we're going to hear from him now. He is the captain of Titus Gaming.
Everyone in Titus Gaming is from the North American continent. Everyone save for Sitnik is from the United States, and Sitnik actually comes from Canada. So the qualifiers weren't that bad, actually. We went through most of our rounds. We only lost a single round to the team retiring, which was formerly known as Damage Networks at the time. We've practiced innumerable hours for this. I don't even know how much we've practiced, but it's been a lot. We've put in a ton of hours over the past few weeks and months just to get prepared for this event specifically. We already know who's going to play at what times. We have people who are really good at specific roles and on particular maps, so we've got it all worked out. Who's gonna win? Titus, come on.
Versal was incredibly confident, and at first it looked like that confidence might have been misplaced, as Sornman took it to Titus in a big way in Game 1. Now, before we hear about the Sornman in a similar way, you're probably wondering, what about the prize pool? We haven't said anything. The reason for that is it's still growing. Every Natural Selection 2 DLC item sold on the Steam store right now goes into the prize pool. So, we don't know what the prize pool will be, and we'll check in on the Steam store later in the show to find out. But for now, let's hear from the Sornman commander, who Red Dog also spoke to earlier in the day. This is Hopsu.
We traveled from Finland and our team is rested and well, and we are ready for the games. The qualifiers were very hard. Imagine gave us so much trouble. We practiced a lot. For the past month, we played every single evening. We managed to find a practice opponent. We fear Snail the most because they have been strong in officials. Sornman will win.
Hopsu said he most feared the legendary Snails in that interview, but before he gets there, his team is going to have to overcome Titus, and I think they're going to have something to say about that. Now we're going to hear from Melly, who's got some news at the social media desk.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Well, for all people that just tuned in, my name is Melly, and I'm standing here in our lovely social media corner where all the social media coverage for tonight happens. And if you surf over to facebook.com/naturalselection2, you will see updates that are written by me. And I will also put up a challenge for you guys at home where you can win an awesome prize. It is a graphics board from NVIDIA, and I actually wanted to keep it myself, but I fear that Hugh will rip it out of my hands as soon as I get somehow close to it. So it's definitely reserved for you guys. Get involved. The post will be online in a few minutes. Just check it out. And also make sure following the page. It is really important for the guys to support your game, to let the community grow, and to get every update as soon as they're live. And another way of getting involved with me or with the guys here in the audience and some of the devs is, of course, tweeting. Just use the hashtag Anis2 to make sure that I can actually read your tweets. And, well, you can write whatever is on your heart. So give me your opinions about the matchups. Give me your opinions about the tournament, if you want to see more of these or not. And yeah, that's pretty much all for now. Also, I'd like to also invite you to Twitch chat to join the conversation, to talk to people that love the game as much as you do, and of course get involved into the votings we have in Twitch chat. Currently is, what is your favorite team? I think Titus is leading with a 30%, but let's see if this changes over the next 10 minutes, and I think Hugh is ready to talk to an awesome person. So over to you, Hugh.
I'm sitting here with MGS3, who is one of the most prominent members of the Natural Selection 2 community. He does so much work behind the scenes for so many different Natural Selection 2 things. MGS, who do you think is going to win of Titus and Sornman?
Titus.
Titus is the call. And are you rooting for Titus or are you supporting someone else in this tournament?
Snails.
Is supporting the Snails. So it might be a Titus versus Snails grand final for MGS3. We're now going to hand over to Dylan, Wasabi One, and Red Dog in the casting room to take away game number 3.
All right, guys. Well, welcome back to the casting booth for this next map. I am joined now by Wasabi. How you doing, man?
Dude, I'm fantastic.
How was that first map?
It was, in a word, magnificent. I mean, how great is it not only to watch these guys play on an incredible level, but to be sitting out in an audience of 100 of our community contributors just basking in the awesomeness of that Marine play.
And that was awesome from both teams. I mean, super aggressive play that we saw from Sornman. Right out of the gate in that round, they basically just came out, guns blazing, left, middle side. Their zoning was perfect. They knew exactly where Titus was going and creeping them off at different little corridors and stuff like that. Amazing play there. And you saw with Titus in that second round, they were bringing it right back to Sana. And you know that's what they were thinking. They were just like, okay, that's it. We got to give it back to them.
The big positive to this, of course, is that these teams are good enough to be able to do that. You expect them to turn it around and be able to come with just as much aggression towards the Sornman as they brought onto them. The one thing that I saw that was a bit different is there was a lack of res biting, and I don't expect to see that again from Sornman. I think they know that was where it came back to hurt them, and that this next time around when they play Alien here on Vale, especially on Vale, they know that they need to cut the Marine economy into nothing.
Yeah, and one of the things that we saw in that game from Sornman, you mentioned the lack of biting there, but also on the other end with Titus, they were doing really well keeping together and covering each other in there. There was very, very few points where there was kind of a lone Marine out there, and I think that really helped him. It helped him get those catches, on those lurks, which was some beautiful play. So amazing job from both teams in this matchup. And I think what we're going to see going forward, again, if you guys are just joining us, this is a best of 5. So it's really the first to 3 that wins this. So I know a lot of it, we were talking earlier, and we were like, okay, I wonder if this is if any of these are going to be a 3-0. Maybe our first match will be a 3-0. Well, that's shot out of the water.
Well, I think one of the best part is like I'm out in the audience and I'm trying to cheer them on for both teams, and I'm like, you guys need to give Titus a little more oomph, and they're like, oh, we want Sornman, we're European, and I'm like, I get that, but come on, let's win. And then they all finally give praise, and I'm like, guys, realize this is the first time that we have had a 3-0, 4-0 in a live final in a studio. So we're moving into whole new territory here in NS2.
Yeah. Exactly. Again, these two teams really want in it. We know that whoever wins this matchup will go ahead to the finals, and they will play the winner of the Snails and Godar match.
Absolutely.
Which is going to come up here. So we are going to move on to the next map here, which is, as you can see on your screens, is going to be Vale. I really love this map. I mean, the rush to Nano is always exciting. Nano Grid obviously being the center of the map with the 2 resource nodes, and obviously not only are the 2 resource nodes there that help your economy, but it also gives you a nice little central position in the map so you can launch your attacks all over the place. Another great position here is system waypointing, where a lot of Marines like to put their phase gate there. That enables subsector and cargo. But we are going to get this match started right away here. Sornman versus Titus Gaming, and they are 1-1 right now. We got Sornman as Marines starting up here in control, building that armory, and we got down in pipeline, we got Titus Gaming as aliens.
Looks like Titus has opted to go for an early gorge here on Vale, so it looks like tunnel play probably to Nano Grid. You got the 2-2 split with the skulls going through system waypointing and over here by topographical. And it looks like they're just going to probably play like they did the last time, trying to get those early parasites on as many of the Marines as they can.
Nate, Tane, and Unseen coming in through topographical. We got Sicknick getting pushed back just a bit. Golden now down in East Junction. Right away, we got Gorgeous putting down a gorge tunnel here in Nano. I almost said a gorgeous gorge tunnel. It is, actually. Nate, Unseen, and Tane coming through East Junction up against these guys. Golden being pushed back, and it looks like he's going to try to be a little bit of backup here against Gorgeous. We do see that there is a skulk around the corner, which these guys definitely have heard, but definitely goes back into East Junction.
I like this whip play. Versal putting the whip here in the doorway, so as they're coming through, they're getting armor chipped off by the whip, and then the whole team converging down on the Sornman here, able to clean them up, and you can see that they took almost no damage.
Fantastic job there. Now Golden, Sicknick, and Locklear, Rentology trailing behind just a little bit, moving into topographical. And they're going to work on that RT. Golden gonna check something out here in control. Meanwhile, over in Overlook, we got Llama and Lipa just building up that RT and moving into subsector.
Yeah, 2 men going around capping the res is good for the Sornman. While this has all been happening, of course, Versal dropping a harvester down in cargo, trying to grab as much res as he can for aliens. You can even see that he's spread to C12. So he's trying to go for 5 res nodes as soon as possible.
Rentology and Golden moving down. We got Sicknick coming down through Wide Junction into cargo. Those 2 Marines, Lipa and Llama in subsector, just built up that RT, and they're moving into system waypointing where a scan goes down. Titus Gaming on the north side, knowing that that's happening. These Marines look like they're going to head into cargo. We got Tane and Nate in C12. Golden around the corner, trying to get some parasites in on Tane. That harvester is down, though.
Looks like, the Marines are starting to amp up their pressure on res income in general. You got Lipa and Llama making their way down to cargo as well. So with C12 down, it takes him down to 4 harvesters. And if they can get cargo down, locking him down to 3 with the double. But look back at Marine's start.
Yeah, look at here. Locklear in there, taking out the observatory, running around unseen, coming around the corner, taking a couple shots from his pistol. Golden coming back from behind, taking him out and tossing him into the corner. We see the observatory is almost down. We got Hopsu that just jumped out of the command chair.
Wow, and that's a little bit unfortunate. I think Golden could have finished off the observatory since all the focus was on the gorge, but you know what? Missed opportunity this time, maybe not next time, because it is pretty low. Pressure from Lipa and Llama, though, as they make their way towards the dome, and they're really just trying to retreat this infestation as much as they can, and again, cut off that res supply like they did back on Tram.
Yeah, definitely. Gorgeous and Rantology now here in C12, moving off. We got those 2 Marines that are still here in the dome. Nope, they just got killed here by Sicknick. So those 2 Marines are out. I was thinking earlier with those 2 Marines in C12 and the 2 in cargo that they were going to do a 2-prong attack into the hive that early, but they got cleaned out. Nate and Tane now moving into C12 via the vent.
Yeah, this is definitely a Resno that they kind of want to save at this point. With cargo going down, they need to be able to hold up this extra res, because everything over 3 is a real big win for the alien income. Marines on the other side, though, they had 4 extractors, and the aliens have just succeeded in taking down their first extractor down there in subsector.
Oh no, we might see here Llama. Just gets out of there in subsector. That Golden was down to nothing, almost blackbarred here in subsector against Unseen and Llama. You see the sys chain has been cut and restored by Titus Gaming. Still on 2 harvesters, 4 extractors, 4 Sonneman.
Power just going back up over in Topo. They're going to drop that RT. But, we've got Lurk harassment, chipping away that armor. We saw this a lot in the Tram game. The Lurks are very powerful. But what I love about Sonneman is when they start feeling the pressure, they send more people. And, they're not overcommitting to just one side, but these 3 guys here bringing mines with them, mining up the vents, and they're just trying to buy enough time for themselves to start getting upgrades. As you can see, Weapons 1 is now being researched.
Nice cleanup there in system waypointing by these guys. Titus now moving into Skylights, 50% there on that RT by Rantology. We got Nate taking down a Drifter in the top left corner of your screen. Tane and Lipa here up against this Harvester. Here comes Sicknick. Oh, couldn't do anything there. Gets out of there just in time, and this 3 Marine powerhouse moving through the neck and down into pipeline, going to put pressure on the main hive.
I like that they're putting pressure. Sicknick's still going to be able to defend this pretty well. The other catch is they don't have shotguns. So this is a really risky move, I think. I think if anybody could pull it off, it's Sonneman. They're very strong Marine play. But, you got to be really careful. I love this play against the Harvester, though. Desist, try to do some damage. If you take out that base Harvester, it's just one more they've got to worry about, especially at home.
Here they come. Tane, Lipa, and Nate all moving in, trying to get Sonneman out of there. Lipa, Nate taking down Rantology and Gorgeous. Nate and Lipa still alive. Great job there. We got Sicknick and Golden as the 2 Lurks trying to get these guys out of there. Sicknick spiking down Nate. Finally, Lipa goes down. That was a great move there by Sonneman, holding that up quite a bit. Unseen down here in cargo, taking down this Harvester. Gonna drop Titus down to 2.
Pressure over on the left side, though, by the aliens. They did get overlooked down. Skylights is being repaired, and that's taking Tane quite a bit of time when he could be out there pressuring. So that's a big win, too. Blind mentioned it a lot. Timing is almost everything, especially when you've got income coming in.
Seen Unseen got taken out there in cargo. We got 2 Marines, Lipa and Nate, coming in through East Junction now, moving towards C12. They may take a detour and go towards the center of the map. Looks like they're going to end up taking C12, though. On the other side, we got a Marine going down to Golden.
I like that these Marines are pressuring back at the neck again and coming straight back. They know that Harvester's being grown. They know this is a good time to go and pull off the infestation again. But there's one little problem with that. All of the aliens that have it are now at 39 P-res, which means the fades are about to pop here at about the 7.5 minute mark. And with only Weapons 2 and 0 armor and both Lurks still up, that's going to be a really tricky situation for Sonneman to stay alive in.
Catalyst packs now are researching. Catalyst packs are really good, really expensive, but they do pay off in the hands of really good Marines. Lipa, Nate, and Unseen. Again, 3 Marine pressure coming in through the neck. We got Golden almost getting taken out as he was perching around the corner there. Oh no! Here comes the fades.
Signic overcommitting and goes right into the battle.
2 lurks down!
Wow!
All of Titus Gaming is dead except Rentology right now.
That is a big loss right at this time.
Huge play!
Both those lurks are so vital to this fade play. And now the real question is going to be, with only the 1 fade, the second one getting ready to evolve. I mean, man, what are the... Oh, I think this is the part where they say, thank God there is no armor being researched, or that there isn't. There's no armor 1 or 2 at this point to add more swipes to the fade kills. So that's the one thing they've got going for them at the moment.
Yeah. Well, these 2 fades are now out. It looks like they're meeting here in the neck, taking down Lipa and Unseen. They're moving through into C12. Locklear, Rantology as the fades on the field. Titus losing their 2 lurks. It's pretty bad, this early in the game before the 10-minute mark. Shotguns now are researching. Phase gates are almost done. Llama and Tane down here in cargo.
Yeah, Sornman absolutely capitalized on the pressure they were putting on the Hive. They had Tane and Llama going around recapping. They got themselves up to 6 res nodes at the time, then coming in here to cargo, taking the aliens down to 3. Versal keeps building C12, but it keeps getting chipped off before it can really produce anything for him. The fades really need to do some damage control right now.
Nice job clean up there in cargo with his 2 fades with the help from Golden as they move out north. Still got Unseen and Nate here in the neck again. Pressure coming through the neck again. And here we go. They're going to meet Locklear.
Wow.
Whoa! He blinks into a wall of bullets and just 180s.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, if there's any Marines to be scared of without shotguns, it is Sornman. These guys can hone in on you and just hold a crosshair that is the size of a basketball, and just take you down. These fades doing what they can, but having to retreat with low energy. And this is a tricky situation, and Locklear's the only one here to defend.
Locklear is definitely trying to defend. He's doing good on health up against these guys, but health packs are being rained down by Hopsu right now. Nate going down. There's Rantology, his backup, now going up against Unseen, and they take that out. Good play there by Titus Gaming.
Now, one thing we've talked about over and over again, and we will continue to say it, is res biting,
yes,
res killing. And right now, it's 8-8 at 10.5 minutes, and the aliens have really got to step up their res killing. They cannot allow this tech explosion that's been taking place for the last 3 minutes to continue if they have any hopes of bringing this on. The other benefit for the aliens is that both Golden and Signic are going to be able to re-lurk in 2p res. So they're not in a horrible spot, but again, they've got to be able to capitalize on the fact that these fades are out and doing damage. But now shotguns in the hand of Lipa and Tane here in Y Junction.
So the thing is they may think about this now if they want to either 1 lurk just for chip damage, or have another one become a fade and get that extra mobility out of the extra damage and mobility out on the field. Considering that we're getting into mid game now, so kind of I guess what Blind mentioned in the last game, having that 1 lurk is great. 3 fades out on the field now might help them out, turn some of these battles. We got Unseen and Nate moving into Pipeline, where Titus loses their main harvester, and these guys are in here shooting up the joint.
Yeah, not just that, there's pressure in cargo, but Unseen and Nate taking out the Crag to heal at the Hive. They are doing everything they can to eliminate any infrastructure for Titus Gaming.
Here comes Locklear around the corner up against these 2 guys, taking a couple swipes, landing them. Great job kill on Nate.
Phase gate goes down in system waypointing. Golden now taking out the power, and infestation now being spread down to subsector as well. Versal's starting to decide to be very aggressive here, which I like. And I think you're right. 1 lurk is what they need to do. You've got Signic who's re-lurked, Golden holding out. Do you think he's potentially holding out so that he can double Onos with Gorgeous? It'll take a while.
Maybe. Yeah, it would take a while. I mean, Gorgeous definitely is going to be their Onos saver right now. If they can hold on to their res right now. That's the biggest thing. They're down on 2 extractors, 1 being grown. The entire game they've kind of been low and haven't been able to kind of break break that extractor point where they're going to be able to get these life forms out more quickly. 12 minutes, 40 seconds into this match, and Gorgeous is only at 38 res.
Sornman all moving in a 4-man pressure team into waypointing
they really want
to
this
rebuild
phase
the
gate.
power. The problem is if that's seen, that really opens them up back home. They can, beacon back, but they don't have the phase gate up yet. They're now building it. You've got Titus converging on them. But with three LNGs and that shotgun, it's a pretty difficult room to
You don't want to
engage.
blink into that. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, hit the res on the back end of this, which is what they're going to do. They're going to move over to Topo. There was some pressure in Skylights as well, and that's the right call.
So we're seeing now with that phase gate position here in system waypointing, robotics factory going up, going to be turned into an arc factory, I'm sure. This is great positioning here when you have it in system waypointing. You can hit so many places. You can hit nano, you can hold cargo, reinforced subsector. System waypointing is a great position for a gate.
I agree that it is a great position, but at the same time, I kind of feel like teams will overcommit to this area. And look at the pressure that Sornman had been putting on the right side of the map to all the natural expansions for the RTs, for the aliens. And now you're not seeing that pressure, and now they're looking at 5 harvesters up against 3 extractors. Yeah, the arcs are coming out. They're going to do great damage to nano and possibly take that for them. But I think that they need to keep the pressure going. Sornman has the weapons. I mean, these guys, as we've said over and over again, great marine gunfire. They need to get out and pressure. They can't hold back here.
We'll see Gorgeous and Sicknick working on the Overlook RT. Tane coming around the corner, trying to get a couple kills with his shotgun, and they just all get away from there.
Golden going into main base up in control, sitting on the arms lab. Nate coming back through the phase gate. He took 25% damage off the arms lab. I'm sure that will get healed up. But again, you're pulling people back, giving more time for those resource nodes to get attacked.
So at this point, Sornman's play right now, I mean, it looks like he's, you can see arcs already being pumped out in system waypointing. Nice job there by Titus. If you guys are seeing, Sornman is down to 3 extractors. So, when you're going to do an arc play, you're going to want the economy to back it up. So right now, with what Titus is doing, taking down their RTs, they're now on 6 extractors. They could turn this around pretty quickly. You see Locklear and Rentology still as your fades. Gorgeous at 49, Golden at 39, so it looks like Golden can refade there, or what you said, double Onos.
I'm seeing something here that I kind of like. You can see that Versal's placed a shade inside Nanogrid, and he's got a hive building down in cargo. The hive's going to take another couple minutes to build without the assistance of the Gorge. Do you think he'd be tricky enough to go for a shade hive?
Maybe. We may actually see that come out. That would be quite interesting to actually see, other than Crag show up next.
I mean, the ink does not stop the arcs from being able to do the damage, but definitely slows it down and saves you potentially 2 harvesters, right?
Yep, exactly. Tane, Lipa, Unseen, and Nate here. They got 1 arcing already into Nano. We see that these guys are just going to be holding on to the defense of these arcs.
And we're going to note here as well, Gorgeous at the 55 P-res mark, and with 6 harvesters, that's 1 P-res per tick, is it not?
I think so, yeah. Whip trying to move in and go up against here with this PvE, and look at this. Look at all these Titus aliens dying.
Oh man, it is so crazy to see fades going in and having like no energy and black barring, but getting out of there. And these guys are definitely trying to defend the Robo as well as the gate. The Arcs doing their job, taking down the first harvester, as well as cleaning up the Crag, the Gorge tunnel, and the shade in that room. And now they're going to be able to move into the room and secure it for themselves.
Yeah.
The catch, of course, Gorgeous at 58, Golden at 48, both fades still alive. Weapons 3. Armor 1.
Oh, look up top in control. We got Locklear, Rentology, Golden, and a Drifter. Tane comes through. They take him down. Then they're moving back on the phase gate.
Here comes the beacon.
Goes the beacon.
They're committing for the arms lab.
They're going to try to get the arms lab down.
Oh my God! 5%.
Oh, look at that save. Look at that save by Sornman.
Wow.
1 bite.
What a win for Sornman in that engagement. Titus pulling them back. And, you know, great call for them to do what they needed to do in that situation, you know, try to phase through and then force the beacon. And those guys just cleaned it up at the right time. Now they're going to come here into Nanogrid and build. And I love that they're using a Mac now, too.
Yeah.
Let the Mac focus on building your stuff for you. Let that amazing Sornman Marine pressure get out and do some damage. And Titus has got to be careful here because the momentum is starting to swing.
Yeah, we got Locklear up here, gonna take a couple swipes. He's at half health, swipes once and gets out of there. Sornman has secured the center of the map, Nanogrid. So really good help from those arcs from system waypointing. We're seeing a lot of cleanup happening here. Armor being repaired by that Mac. And these guys are definitely gonna keep moving along the map. We see here that hive down in Cargo has just been scanned down by Sornman. They do know it's there, and they do know there's not a lot of buildings around it.
Yeah, but what we also see is that Versal's starting to research biomass and spores. But over in the dome, we've got the Onos. Sornman now moving into Y Junction with those arcs, and they're going to try to take out Cargo, it looks like, as they're putting a phase gate down here in Y Junction.
Yep. And there they go. They know that hive just got built a little bit ago. That Onos is out on the field. Scanned down by Gorgeous, by the commander there, and they're moving into Nano. They're going to try to take that back while these arcs are moving into Cargo.
A lot of oh my God, and they take down!
They take him down! They actually take him down!
Wow, and we apologize. We were just clicking as that was happening.
Clicking there.
And
wow.
I can almost assume that with cat packs and some shotguns, that Onos was in big trouble. But here's the benefit for Titus, at least, is that Golden is at 58 res. But I'm sure they were banking on having two Onos.
Yes. Yes, exactly. They were banking on two Oni to come out. Golden at 59. We do see now that the attack on Cargo Hive has started. Those arcs are firing.
Back in main start, you've got 3 whips now sitting down here
up against the
doing damage to the arm slab, as well as hitting these Marines, pulling everybody back, which means the Y gate is open and exposed, and
there they
the
go.
arcs are.
They take down that gate. The arcs are right here still.
Locklear got to get out of there. They save the gate.
Oh, they do.
What a great play, though, with the whips.
That was a good distraction play by Titus. It didn't look like they were able to capitalize on that as quickly as they should have. Golden in the egg. He has popped out. He is an Onos. Here we go. We got a fade, 2 fades, and a lurk. And Golden is actually moving around, so it looks like they're going to try to attack from another way. That hive was taken out here in Cargo.
I think they realize they've got to get the res down. All the arcs are making their way out of Cargo, heading back over towards C12. And in comes the Onos. 1 Skulk, a Lurk, every kind of life form around, trying to do as much damage as they can. They just got to make sure that this Onos doesn't get pinched. And Sornman is really good at making sure that they get the flanks on their life forms.
Golden now coming in. Half health as he moves towards system waypointing.
Oh, and here we go. There's the pinch. Tane trying to get some damage. He's doing great damage on Golden. Golden!
Oh, no!
Golden! Oh my God! Locklear saves
died
himself.
back there, and Golden is on like no health. He's blackbarred.
Wow.
And in that fight, we were following the Onos, who almost died, but they lose Locklear as well. Oh, wow. What a blow to Titus. Losing an Onos and a fade.
But Locklear, because of so much res on the alien side for, a good chunk of minutes there, they have enough to re-fade. The problem is, like we said, it's shifting in Sornman's favor. They're grabbing more RTs on the map. They've got more armor now, so it's really, really difficult for these fades to put enough damage on the Marines before they have to retreat. They're heavily relying on that lurk. But Golden, man, getting blackbarred on that engagement, that's a difficult one. Like we said, you've got to watch for that pinch.
And the thing is, it's an uphill battle for Titus. I mean, look, like you were saying, look how much res that Sornman has. Look at the P-res that Sornman has. It's amazing. 51, 31, 65, 20, 62. I mean, they can rebuy weapons all day.
Absolutely. Power goes out in Nano. Llama and Lipa doing their job here, unseen. Every Sornman seems like he's got shotguns and probably a couple hiding in secret holsters under the jacket as well. They've got so much money, and they're going to get the power right back on Nano.
Nate, Looks like he's hiding here in C12, trying to get Nate being sneaky.
You know what I love here too, Red Dog, is that Sornman has taken the opportunity to put themselves in a redundant situation. They've got the commander's chair down in cargo, even in obs and max all over this map.
Catbacks were dropped to chase Golden that time, but they got held up by a couple of Titus aliens there in the dome. Nate, Lipa, Llama, Tane, and Unseen, all of them here. Power, phase gate down in the dome. Let's bring up the big map right here. This is where they're setting it up. This is the main hive.
They're trying to do everything they can to cut Titus off from everything, and they're doing a fantastic job. What do you think Titus can do in this situation, being on 2 RTs? You've got a couple fades and everything. I mean, what is your play?
I think their only play right now is unconventional play. They can't play this like a normal game right now. They gotta work on pack play against the base, take down some structures like they were going against that arms lab. They're able to take down that arms lab, and then these Marines lose all. Oh no!
Oh, man.
Oh, Locklear goes down to Unseen shotgun there in the neck. Amazing shot.
Yeah, and now you can just see they're cut off. They're at 1 RT. The infestation is barely past the dome. The phase gates are putting them in a great position to be able to pinch and route block very effectively. And now here comes Unseen and Llama. You know they're going to be using cat packs.
Oh no.
They've got to finish the gate.
Oh no! Golden goes down as well. There they go. They take it.
Signet goes down, Golden goes down, Rantology the only fade, and it's like we're watching Trev all over again.
Amazing play. Here comes Sornman in the main hive. Rantology is running for her life right now against all these Marines.
Great use of a bone wall. Med packs coming down though to save those guys. And again, armor 2 and weapons 3. You just feel like you're fighting and swiping forever and just not enough damage.
Nice bone wall catch there by Versal, and these guys are respawning, trying. Unseen just dies there. And finally a cleanup.
Gorgeous up north. They have a tunnel and skylights.
This is this is what I'm saying. Life is gonna run right into it.
That is absolutely unconventional play.
Yeah, you gotta go unconventional play. When the map's like this, there's nothing really you can do at this point. I mean, you can try to push, but you're out-teched like crazy right now, so you gotta rely on pack play and base rushes really to try to win this as aliens.
Well, and I think it comes back to the fact that he's got these mechs on Sornman, right? You know, Hapsu is very smart, using those mechs and allowing his Marines to do what they do best, kill life forms, and it has paid off tenfold for these guys as they're sitting on 7 extractors, now 8, and the aliens are pretty much helpless to do anything at this point.
Yeah, they got defense all over the place. You see Llama shotgunning down Locklear here in topographical. You see that they've taken cargo. We do have Gorgeous here in subsector. Looks like he's waiting to do something with his team. We also got Signet flying away here from Nate and Unseen. Things aren't looking good for Titus Gaming right now.
No, indeed.
And here comes the rush. Let's see if we can hear a little bit from Sornman. And that was a little bit from Sornman as they're trying to go for this rush. Unseen and Nate. Locklear now taking both of them down outside in utility. We got a gorge tunnel here in subsector where there's a hive 30% grown in subsector.
I mean, they definitely don't want to give this up, and I don't see a Marine anywhere nearby. They're still trying to bite res. They don't have the robo anymore.
1 arc coming.
1 arc rolling over with
John
3
shotgunners.
Here. John of Arc is making a reappearance. He subs for another team this time.
He's coming through here in utility, up against his wall. There goes the scan, whips against the doorway. And they're going to try to get this down. I don't know if they've actually scanned down the other hive that's in subsector right now. 80% grown on that.
I mean, this is great and all, but they're on 9 extractors. They've got the entire map, but the aliens natural starting res, and they're just holding their position here. I mean, really, honestly, they could just push in. Now subsector's finished. It's
going to give another egg spawn spot.
That indeed, and maybe that's what they do is they go for the rush through that and not the tunnel. These guys should see the tunnels open, so they know that there's an exit somewhere. They choose to kill the tunnel instead of using it to go through and find out where they are. And it looks like
So
we're
this
gonna head
hive,
up north.
Yeah, this hive's gonna go down. Great job there. And here we go back in the base. Rantology trying to do a little bit of moves here. There's the beacon. Phase gates are out. That phase gate going straight to Y Junction to get them back out on the map. They're gonna rearm, reload, and head back out there. Armor 3. Look, 2 cat packs down there for Nate as he runs through with Llama. And here they go, Lipa, Tane, Unseen, everybody in here. It's a party here in Subsector.
Party indeed as Tane and Unseen and Lipa do the damage with the shotgun dance all around this hive. Those skulks are going down like candy to a child, and these guys can't do anything to stop it. I mean, Sornman, talk about marine pressure.
Yeah, hives at 60%. You guys have seen from Lipa's point of view. They're trying to get Rantology out of there. Rantology doing her best in terms of blinking all over the place, hiding on the rooftop there.
Yeah, there's just not a lot they can do to stop these Sornman guys. They're pretty low on health.
There we go.
But down goes the hive.
Good
GG
game
from the players. And holy crap, Red Dog.
What a great matchup. What a great game. Sornman, we saw there, guys. Good game to both teams, but Sornman taking that here on Vale on game 3. So we're moving now into game 4. 2-1 now. So far, we've had Marine wins.
We have had Marine wins. And you know, I kind of expect that with Sornman being in the mix. I thought that for a while there, it looked like all the momentum was really starting to sway into Titus's favor. And it's kind of unfortunate because they had that Onos out. They were trying to make the big play. But Sornman, like they said during their Commander videos, we love our cat packs. Did they pay off big time for these guys? Able to put on the aggression, force out the life forms, go after that Onos, taking him down, taking out those lurks when they did. And this is just aggression to the 10th degree, and it paid off.
Yeah, definitely. We got, Sornman locking in those phase gate locations. I like how they systematically kind of did this. They locked in the left side of the map, putting that system waypointing gate there. After they got that, pumped out the arcs, moved the arc straight to Nano, kind of swept that aside, took out Nano, moved him down to Cargo. A little bit of attack there by Titus, on the base while that was happening, but not enough to actually make a difference. And we see that Cargo gets taken out at that point. It was a slow move, kind of like we see a sweeping action for Sornman until Titus was just right there in their pipeline, and nowhere to go.
Well, and also the fact that they were up and in control. They were on that arms lab, 4%. Fade extra swiping at one point before they retreated. Something that arms lab, if it had gone down, it might have been a different game. One of the things too that we saw is the systematic res killing that was happening. Titus was able to keep them really low, but as soon as those Max came out and started supporting the Marine play, there wasn't much that they could do to keep their own res up. And that's really, something that needs to be put into place here. They got themselves up to 9 extractors at some point, and eventually there's just nothing you're going to be able to do against that much tech with the alien team. Trying for the sneaky gorge tunnel out of skylights, like you said, unconventional play. We like that they're trying to figure something out, but it's spotted. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, we were talking about that. What do you do at that point, right? Like, you got your bases all everywhere, all destroyed, and you got pushed back. You got your life forms that you have. They have all the res. They have the tech. What do you do at this point? Do you really do the slow sludge push and try to take the map back slowly, or do you just kind of, get together, throw it in, and just run, run into the base?
Right. I mean, at some point, you have to start figuring out those options. I kind of like that they didn't just run into base, especially since they knew Cargo had been built. And with Cargo being built, that's really where it comes into play. They knew they couldn't just sack on the base.
All right, guys, so it looks like we are moving back to the game here. This is round 4, Titus Gaming versus Sornman. Sornman 2-1 in this NS2 World Championship semifinal 1. Titus Gaming now on the Marine side, starting up in control. We also see down here in subsector, Sornman starting and spilling out, moving straight into Nano to secure that. Moving on to the east side of the map, actually, almost all of them.
Looks like they're going to go Gorge as well. Sornman using Llama to Gorge, spreading infestation down to Cargo early. And again, getting a 3-man pressure team over here to the Topo side, where just Gorgeous is building.
Yeah, we're seeing Gorgeous trying to look around the corner. Golden backing him up. Hasn't built the power yet there,
Double
so a little
Gorge.
bit of delay. 2 Gorges. Yep, Llama there. And Lipa.
And double tunnels. Oh my God. Whoa,
Look at these tunnels that are being pushed right now. 1 tunnel in Nano and a tunnel here in Pipe that's going to be scouted out by Sicknick.
Yeah, Sicknick absolutely making his way down, pulling all those skulks back from Topo to save this down here in Pipeline. They're going to eliminate Sicknick, but I like that play. Now, the second Gorge, what's that going to do in the long run of this game?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's going to take out one of the higher life forms that they can utilize later in mid-game. So that's a gamble that Sornman's taking right now. We see Locklear and Rantology in here taking down Nate and Unseen. They have just powerhoused their way into Nanogrid right now. And you see right around the corner, Llama and Tane setting up for an attack. Gorge Tunnel being attacked right now.
Yeah, they didn't finish the Gorge Tunnel, and I think they're kicking themselves for that because there was no way to just barge in and let that group from outside make their way in to do some damage. They can still save these Harvesters as they move in with 3 Skulks and the Gorge, plus the Mucus from the Commander just blasting all over the place. But again, the removal of that Gorge Tunnel, that's going to cost some P-Res to this Gorge Lipa. He's going to be able to save the Harvesters, though, which is really important.
Nice kill there by Sicknick on Tane there in East Junction. Good save there by Sornman, Llama, and Lipa now. You see the Gorge Tunnel has been put back up. Down here in Pipeline, you see Golden up against these 2 Skulks as he's trying to juke his way out of the way of their teeth. Doesn't do a good job there. Unseen and Nate plowing by him and moving into C12 where they're going to meet Sicknick.
Yeah, and there was also pressure by Gorgeous over in Subsector for a while at the main hive. I like that they were able to get down and desist Pipeline. It's going to go away. The Gorge Tunnel's gone, pushing the Gorge out. They're only sitting on 3 extractors right now, but they're bringing the pressure to the res for the aliens. And that is a big play for them. Nanogrid, if you don't win the early engagement, you know you have that option for arcs. So you don't necessarily have to worry about that so much early game. Cargo, on the other hand, they need to be able to get Cargo down.
Absolutely. Golden and Gorgeous now moving from Topo into East Junction. We got the first lurk out on the field, and that's going to be Nate. So he's there in Nanogrid, going to come around the corner. No, he's actually not going to try to engage those Marines. Golden now running after him.
And these double Gorges now with the support of a lurk and the Skulk and double Drifters. All that Mucus. You've got Golden making his way into Nanogrid, but he's about to get completely overwhelmed with a lot more life forms than he thought.
Great cleanup there by Sornman as they clean all that up in Nanogrid. We're seeing down here in Subsector, we got Locklear doing a little bit of damage to the hive here, making Sornman react to him, but he gets taken out.
He gets the Harvester down to 46%. And, that's forcing a Gorge to come back as well. Not that they need both Gorges out on the field. And it looks like Lipa is the only Gorge now as well. So it looks like Llama has either died or he decided to go back to Skulk.
Unseen up against Sicknick here, backed up by other alien life forms. Sicknick going down to Unseen there in West Junction. Locklear coming around the corner a little bit too late. This is great play that we're seeing from Sornman. Good alien play so far. They're winning most of their engagements on the map, but continued pressure from Titus, who's edging out a little bit of a win in the extractor game.
Yeah, 5 extractors in their favor right now, and only taking down, having one of their extractors killed so far. That is probably making Versal very happy because he's got his arms lab down, armor 1, shotguns being researched as well as weapons 1. But now they're having trouble getting into cargo and doing damage down there. And again, we talked about this. They've got to be able to take out those expansion res nodes that aren't nano, because nano again is going to be probably taken out by arcs. I don't see a team rushing in to take it.
Well, we see Locklear again here in subsector trying to axe down this Harvester. Llama coming in, taking him out. Shotguns now have been completed for Titus Gaming. Remember, guys, this is a best of 5, so it's the first to 3 that wins it. And right now, Sornman, if they win this game, they take it.
Absolutely, and you can bet that they are excited about that possibility. The question is, though, what can they do? And so far, they've started to turn that around. They've grabbed 2 res nodes by killing Pipeline and C12. You've got the Marines building a forward armory to go shotgunning up, and it looks like they're going to try to use Marines to push into nanogrid instead of going for the arcs. I don't believe that this is their best use, because if you lose these shotguns right now, they do not have a lot of P-res to keep buying them.
Well, 4 Marines coming into nanogrid. This is a huge commitment from Titus. Hopefully they won't get cleaned up here. Sornman looks like they're reacting in kind. They're in the vents right now. We see Crags going down, all these structures being attacked by Titus. Don't see really what Sornman doing. I know they're timing it. Here it goes. Lipa is in there, Tain's in there. Oh!
Man, and you know, they win this because they took the Gorge down first. They focused on that Gorge. Without the heal spray and the addition of Mucus, those Skulks were really vulnerable to the shotguns. The timing also worked out for them in the fact that Tain and Unseen were just getting to the 40 res mark and had not yet evolved into Fades. And that allows them to get in here and do the damage if they're able to clear it.
Well, these guys now, what they used in that was something Blind and I talked about last. Offensive minds. Love seeing that, especially when you're, attacking a heavily fortified alien base. Dropping those mines can be a lifesaver. Harvester down here in nanogrid. We got Sornman outside watching all this happen. Whips are now moving in. Here comes the push with the fade. Sornman bringing that in. Golden taking down Llama. Oh, no.
Unseen is very low. Well, he was. No, it's Tain. It was very low, and Tain's going to have to retreat. The Infestation retreating from the room. That Whip's not going to be able to do anything without the Infestation. And Unseen just spinning around this room trying to get some damage. And it looks like Locklear was trying to get the pick there, but was unable to get there in time.
That was a great engagement there by Titus, not losing that. I really thought they were actually going to lose when I saw those 2 fades come in, but it looks like they held it, and that Harvester is down. Great job, Titus Gaming, getting another foothold on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Having 4 extractors throughout the rest of the map, grabbing the 2 additional ones here. But look at Marine start. You've got Tain and Unseen moving.
Unseen is down!
And Tain! Tain's down!
Nice job, Titus Gaming! 2 fades down!
They said we could get loud in the studio, and I think we just did. Holy crap, both fades down in a base assault, and that was the only P-res life forms they had beyond that lurk because they went double Gorge.
That was what they were trying to wait. They almost got Nate as well. 3% Sicknick is there trying to get him out. No! And he gets him! Oh my god, he gets him from the pistol shot! Oh my goodness!
Wow.
In 2 seconds, all of Sornman's strategy has just crumbled.
I don't know if you guys can hear the excitement here, but Red Dog cannot contain himself. He is bouncing all over this chair.
I am standing up.
Rantology and Gorgeous down in cargo, working on this whip. Now just trying to eliminate res. As you can see the red blinking dots all over this map. And just like we saw from Sornman last time, Titus is pulling this ahead as much as they can, as fast as they can. And this is everything they got to do. Take down the res and just bring the pressure to Sornman.
That was what you needed. You got to bring the pressure. You got to get lucky, take out these higher life forms. Here comes 3 Skulks up against Rantology and Gorgeous. Gorgeous taking down Tain and Lampa, and they save it. Woo!
Oh, man.
What a great hold here in cargo, and they're going to continue to take that out. Phase Gate and RTs down in Nano. Titus at 4. Sornman at 4 RTs as well.
Pipeline, you can see the Gorge Tunnel still up at 12%, and he's building a crag, and there goes the Drifter, but it looks like we're going to see Locklear crank his way down there to finish that off. But here comes Nate to defend. And if they can hold this up, that's still a really big win for them.
Got Locklear coming around the corner. We're going to get the view from Nate, who actually just got picked a little bit. Here he comes in. He does!
Oh, man. With the Crag saving that Gorge tunnel still, so that's going to leave them at 2 res nodes as they just took down Overlook. And I'm looking, you know, we have the phase gate in Nano, it looks like, covered with some mines, and they're really trying to push back the infestation here in system waypointing. Do you think that they're going to try to aggressively push the hive, or do you feel like arcs are the appropriate situation here to just take it out safely?
I think right now they have the momentum. They could try to keep it going. Gorgeous and Golden are in system waypointing, whether a phase gate or a robo goes down here. I can't tell what Versal is going to do at this point. We have these 2, as I said, Golden and Gorgeous here in system. We also got 2 in pipeline. They take out that Gorge tunnel. Locklear and Rantology now working on this Harvester, which is going to drop Sornman down to 1. And we're seeing now a push here to take these Marines out here in Nano. Oh my God, Gorgeous taking down 2 aliens by himself.
A bloodbath between Marines and aliens in there outside of system waypointing as Signet comes in to fend them off and win the engagement. But they lose their last Harvester, their last expansion Harvester over in Pipeline. So now the pressure is absolutely on Subsector and Overlook. And I think that's what it is they need to put the arc down here. They need to be able to get that
quickly. You know, these
don't
teams,
give them any time.
You don't give them time to breathe. You just kicked them. They're down. Keep going.
But you know what? I'm looking at the tech tree now and just watching as many games as I have over the last couple weeks between Titus and other teams. They're going for grenades, and I can tell you, I think I know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to get themselves into a position on both sides of the hive. They're going to chuck in smoke grenades, and they're going to walk in and just end it.
Well, let's hopefully they do that. I mean, we got Sicknick here on the east side, Golden on the north side of Subsector. It looks like they're trying to get that pinch down right away. Grenades now have been completed. Golden is backing off down this hallway away from 3 skulks that are after him. Nice controlled shooting there by with his pistol, but couldn't do enough to take out those skulks, and they're going to move up in the skylights. We got a phase gate up in Y Junction now. And it looks like they're just going to go from here and straight for the hive.
I love that Sornman is not giving up on the res game. They have started biting RTs, taking down, let's see, 1, 2, 3 RTs in the last minute alone. And that's a great move for them.
Sicknick, Locklear, Rantology still here in Y Junction, waiting for Weapons 2 to be completed. And as you can see, once that sign came up, they start moving in, and they're going to start pressuring the Subsector hive. Here comes Nate, who's that lurk.
And the grenades.
And the grenades are coming out. There we go.
Pop, pop, pop. Here comes the smoke. And there it is, the smoke now taking down armor. This nerve gas is going to eliminate armor for anything that's moving through it. And that means the skulks, that means the lurk, that means the hive. Down to 77% with only 3 of them in here, but look at that spiking.
Beautiful spiking and bone wall. Sornman doing a great defense on their hive. Golden now getting caught here in system waypointing.
Wow, and what a great play. And you know, I like that Gorgeous didn't go straight for that. Now they know, just move in. Every life form is in Nano. You don't necessarily need the res, just put as much damage as you can. They're trying to go after eggs, and I think it's just unload on the hive.
That's it, they're just gonna go straight for the hive.
On the hive, Lipa jumping around, getting shot, unseen from the backside, not able to do much as he just watches his hive milk before his eyes. 30%, 20%, and Titus is really coming back. They want to force the tiebreak round, and here we go.
22% lock. Sicknick, Rentology still in there. Got Nate half health, unseen below. He gets killed. No, Rentology goes down. 17% on this. Locklear and Sicknick are the only ones left in there. Golden coming around the corner. Nice job on Llama. 11%, 8, 6, 2, 1. Titus wins.
Wow. Now, that was incredible.
What a round. 2-2.
This is unheard of in live NS2. I mean, we have never seen it forced to a tiebreak round. I mean, at least in the main finals, but this is the semifinals. This is what the NS2WC was all about, folks. You paid for it and you got it. Semifinals and live matches brought to you here at the ESL studios, and we are so excited to be watching this.
What a game that was, folks. I mean, you saw it right there. It was looking iffy
looking a little
for
scary
Titus,
there.
a little scary for Titus there right in the beginning. But as you can see, they really brought it. I mean, what did it? Well, the clincher, I think we can all agree on that, was when
they took out
they
Nano.
lost. But when those two fades went down on the left and
Big
right
time.
of control, and they lost a lurk in the vent in Y junction, that was crazy.
This is when they thought that they could force a beacon, get back nanogrid. They had just lost it, and absolutely they did the right thing. They moved in to put on the pressure, and they didn't expect those shotguns to come out and just pow, down, dead. How incredible was that? And then to lose the lurk like a second later in the other room.
What was amazing about that lurk play is that you saw the lurk in the vents in Y junction. The scan actually went down. Signa comes right from the top, points it towards the scan, and just fires and takes him out. He was only at 5% life, so he was basically one bullet that just came and just wrecked him. I mean, that was a great play by Titus, and as we can see, the momentum keeps going in this. You got to keep it going with these teams. I mean, you've casted a lot of games.
Yeah.
I've casted a lot of games, and I've seen it where you get a team will get the momentum, and then they'll be like, okay, let's kind of methodically
you start
do it, right?
overthinking sometimes.
Exactly.
We've seen it a lot in semifinal matches that we've casted, that you get to this point where you're like, yeah, we're winning. This is great. This is awesome. And then they're like, what do we do?
Yeah.
How do we do this without totally screwing up? And they end up not doing it what we've seen today.
Exactly. They either come back, they start pushing them back slowly, start getting rid of the economy of the other team, and then the team that was winning starts looking back and, how did we get here?
Yeah.
We had it. So I'm glad Titus in this. I mean, Versal, obviously, smart guy. He knows, we got to end this right now. And you called it perfectly. The nerve grenades coming through on the hive, and they just knew that they had it. More Marines streaming in. That was a great ending to a great match, and we are moving to a 2-2.
I mean, this is crazy. But the thing I am scared of, right, if I was in Titus's shoes, is the fact that we're about to play Sornman as Marine Sornman, which we have seen just owning. I mean, we did see Titus play much better than their tram round on that, on Vale. I think it really depends on what map they're going to play on. I have no idea what they're going to pick.
Alrighty, well, guys, what a great matchup for the first Natural Selection 2 World Championship match. We are going to throw it to Hugh, who I'm sure has some interesting things to say.
Cheers, Red Dog. I'm sitting here in the audience with Gisp. How you doing, Gisp?
Hi, you. I'm doing great.
Gisp is a prolific contributor to the Natural Selection 2 scene. He runs playtests. I believe there is a video that will be played during this event that Gisp made happen at the last minute. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's correct. He also brings me food during the event. Every time I walk past, I get food. It's awesome. Gisp, we're now locked at 2-2. Who is going to win this match?
I don't know. The gorges, whoever, if they go more than one gorge, they will win.
The more gorges, the more the chance of winning.
Yeah.
And that later, I think that Wasabi and Red Dog could learn a bit about casting from Gisp. And with that, we're going to throw over to Melly.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to give you a quick update of our current fan art challenge. And at first, I wanted to show you how you can actually find it. So if we could have a quick look on my monitor, I could guide you. So just open Facebook and head over to facebook.com/NatureSelection2, and you will pretty much see this. And it's easy, since it's the very first post, which is pinned on top of the page. And here are like the rules. It's pretty easy. Just make something nice. It has to be from you, and it has to be a drawing or, I don't know, surprises. Your creativity, there are no borders. So we already have some submissions, as you see. And as I know you people at home, you can do a lot better. These are great. Don't get me wrong, but I know that you can do better. But I want to point out something. If it opens, it doesn't, then let's try the different way. Here you go. I like this one. So I'm waiting for your submissions. You can, of course, reach me via Twitter as well by directly tweeting to me at Melly, or Melly with a 3, of course, or using the hashtag #NS2 to make sure that I can actually see it. And yeah, oh, we have a voting going in Twitch chat, and I just want to show you quickly the results. And yeah, it seems that Sornman and Titus are really running for the first place, and Titus is slightly in advantage, but this can change. This can still change. You're invited to join Twitch chat and to vote for your team, and of course take part in our fan art challenge by submitting a nice fan art made by you. If we find that very piece of fan art in the internet, it will be DQ'd instantly. So sorry for that in advance, but yeah, it's not a small prize. It's an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 750 Ti. So taking part definitely is worth it. That's what I was trying to say. So I don't want to keep it any longer. Back to the casters.
Well, folks, I am joined by the incredible Blind NS. This man is a veteran of many years.
Let's go.
Okay. Welcome back, Blind.
No problem.
You watched the games from the other room? What do you think?
Yes, I did. It was epic. Those games were epic. And we could see both sides on Aliens really had great chances to win until that moment. They unluckily lost the life bombs. Like the first Honors on Titus, I felt a little bit needlessly there. And the same on the Fates, dying on all this mine city in the base. That was great. Holy, what happened there? That was just, they were set up really perfectly, and that this happens, and the other team, the Marines, just took it away. They took it from there.
And way for
gift.
both teams to take the advantage that they garnered from that and bring it back and win it. You know, I mean, and that's what's important. We're moving into a new map, though. I mean,
yes,
this is
one specific map.
By far, Sonneman's favorite map. We know this for a fact.
Yeah.
And that is NS2 Zombie. And
it's also my favorite map.
I don't know. You know, I'm a little interested to see what's going to happen here.
Yes.
We have seen how absolutely dominant the Sonneman have been as Marine. I was just telling Blind, you know, the aliens for Titus, they were really doing well. The 6 RTs got that Onos out.
That was great. That was great gameplay in total.
But you lose the Onos and all that momentum just shifted immediately. And then to lose the Fade, and then it's just like, oh my God, what do you do? And the answer is shiver and a quarter, I guess. I mean, there's not much you can do at that point. But what do you think? Can Titus bring it back against the Sonneman on their favorite map, playing their favorite side? I mean, that's a pretty daunting task. And you know, if we know this, they know this.
At least. It sounds at least. But I'm pretty sure they're prepared absolutely well for that. They knew they will face Sornman the first today. And I'm absolutely sure they prepared something for Jambi. Because if there's map picks, they know Sornman will pick Jambi. So they will have some strategy prepared for this. And I'm thinking about something like Fortress in X or something. If you go over the map, we can show you that later. But it will be something prepared. And if they pull up really good gameplay like they did on Whale before, then it's going to be really tough for Sornman to break that. Here you see Jambi, some tech points here paving. If you look on the lower light, the left, there we go. That's the center, the map layout. And a little bit in the middle to the north, there's a really important room called X, and above that is oxygenation. That's basically really controlling the map so far, because the 2 spawning locations for the aliens are in the northeast and in the northwest. So kind of breaking that chain is really important for Marine play.
This is also a 5 tech point map, so it gives you that center tech point like you talked about, like we're used to seeing on Summit, but also a lot of res on this map. So it'll be really interesting to see how this goes as we move into game number 5, the tie-breaking round. Who moves on to the final?
All right, we see, of course, Sornman spawning up the south in Docking Bay, which is a fixed Marine spawn, sending 3-1-1 as it seems on this map, and the aliens up in the northwest. Pipeworks sending some Skulks X, no Gorge. So no lame up in here in X. So definitely surprising me at least here.
Some great route blocking early by Sonneman with Tane over here in the pub. Just kind of trying to pay attention to where the Skulks are coming from. Hopsu out of the chair, building the armory, probably for early mines. And you can see that the aliens are starting to engage over here in trash ejection.
No, that's unfortunately where exactly 3 Marines are, so you don't want to engage that big group of Marines. And now they're splitting up, so they have 2 in Gravity, 2 going up to Bathing, and they will take a slow start, as it seems, try to get up 4 Ts, and from there they will really start rolling. And oh my god, look at the kills.
Yeah, that's a big win for Sornman early on. Killing those aliens means no pressure on your res, but it also means it opens you to be able to go and pressure their own res. As you can see, he's built out to oxygenation just now with infestation, and he's got quite the fortress of stuff opening over an organ donation.
That was a really nice pick here by Joshi. Unfortunately, not enough to take against Llama as well. And it's pretty much the same pattern as you could see on Tram at the start. So we're really playing patient, waiting for the first big engagement, taking out 4 Skuks, and then move up really offensively.
Nice big 4-pack moving into Gravity here. They're going to eliminate the res node here. They've got to get up and clear these 2 guys in oxygenation, though, because like on Veil, they've got to get the res flowing early. Get as much of that P-res coming in as you can.
Like, they actually didn't even cap it. So that's actually a really good move. If you expect Marines to go really push hard to Oxy, just ignore it. Expand to the west side of the map, Organ Donation, into Electrical Core, and they even set up a really nice setup of Vips and Cracks in here to help defend that. I really like the opening for Titus. So far, it plays really good for them.
Great win for the 3 Skulks down there in repairs as they take that down, as well as the Marine coming back to defend. The Marines are now down to 1 active extractor. Aliens on 2 harvesters spreading down to Electrical Core, and it looks like the 3-pack pressure, even 4 moving up to oxygenation, but Sicknick says I can do it by myself and takes down the Marines up there before they even get there.
Oh my god, look at this. Only 1, no 2 harvesters now active for the Marines. This is really bad for them as a start. Like, you really need those 3-4 extractors ticking in pretty early and give constant income. You need a whole lot of TRS to constantly drop map packs, afford upgrades. What is Hoppenoli really likes in there. Do we actually have an arm step already built? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
No, that's an IP.
So they've gone double IP. They went for mines in the armory, which means no arms lab yet. They've built repairs again. They're putting pressure on Electrical Core with 2 Marines here, desysting before it was even done. But we are now at the 25 P-res mark here in the next few seconds, and that means what, Mr. Blind?
2 Lurks, Golden and
Lurks.
Sicknick. They will come out and will pretty much define how the mid-game will determine here. That's the moment where we'll start shining, winning all those engagements. But the cool thing for Titus is they already won some really crucial engagements early on and giving him a much better start this game.
And I think, an important fact here is, Rantology down in Marine Start actually working on the second IP, down to 30% is forcing Hopsu out of the chair as Unseen was not going to be back down. Commander goes down. That means no med packing. Unseen. Good win so far for Titus. They are putting the Marines back on their back foot a little bit, but they've got 5 extractors up right now down to 4. And that's, that's not a bad position to be in, but still, no arms lab.
Yeah, that's right. That's because they're lacking the rest. They lost too many RTs early on in the game. That's really hurting Sornman's play here. Absolutely playing in favor for Titus at the moment, but Rantology was pretty good. Pulling back 3 Marines, now buying the time. We have the Lurks on the field. This is the moment where Titus starts really shining. Look at that. They really took so long on the rest graph to actually get their rest up. And on the team kills, now with the Lurks, the aliens will start.
Yeah,
really
Electrical Core being attacked by Rantology, Baywing being attacked by Golden, even getting recycled. He knows he needs that arms lab. There it is. It's been dropped. They're going to immediately start researching weapons or armor. And I would say that, they need to, because right now the aliens are looking to be on 5 harvesters in the next 30 seconds. And that just means that the P-res is going to start exploding aliens.
Absolutely. And with 5 RTs, I mean, they have to play a whole lot defensively here, so that there's really much room for offensive moves. Like here, 2 Marines in Bathing, but it's not like the kind of double pressure or a whole lot of Marines all over the map like before. You really see a switch in the gameplay for Sornman, a forced switch by Titus. So Bathing is going down at the moment. I think it's the first RT and the second harvester going down. Here we go, all the Lurks coming in.
Yeah, all right. And the Skulks working on RTs around the map as well. It looks like the Lurks are going to be able to come in and clean up here in Baywing as we watch that first person spiking, and it is quite a fun thing to watch. And it looks like they're going to recycle Baywing, and there goes the 5th harvester yet again, starting to get grown here in the next second. And the Marines sitting on 3 extractors trying to build Gravity.
Yes, absolutely. I'm really thinking what Hopsu's bigger game plan is. I'm not quite sure if he can afford cat packs early on in the game. He's going for weapon upgrades, which is good, but I think he might need an earlier phase gate here.
Sicknick in a really tough position there, is able to get through. Lipa does not see him in time. He was hurting pretty bad there. And where is Golden? Well, Redtology's finishing off the second IP back in Marine Start. And doesn't look like many mines down. She's going to be able to try to get on the bite on the left side of this IP from the wall.
She finds her way around those mines to cheer on that IP, forcing out Hopsu again.
That's a great win for them to take out 20 team res for that IP as they grab their 5th and active harvester. That is not good for Sornman.
Yes.
Going to force spawn times, and how are they going to react without being able to spawn quicker?
I have to rebuild it as soon as they can. As soon as they can afford it right now. They just spend the timing. The fates are pretty close, and Hopsy knows that. 30 AP rest, that means he needs at least the shotguns. He doesn't have the cat packs, no weapon 3 on the way due to the early game, and he needs at least shotguns to be able to fight those.
Whoa, and Tane, with the help of a lot of med packs there, takes out Gorgeous, but not after Gorgeous removed that extractor, knocking the Marines back to 3 extractors again. Weapons 2 researching, about a minute away. I think the focus needs to be holding these extractors a little bit. But
Yes.
what can they do to pressure any of these RTs at the moment?
I think there's look at all the spam of all the cracks and whips. Just sending 2 Marines won't be enough, especially with the fates out. They will have so much time to come back and react and defend it. I really think that they need to switch over to a more defensive gameplay. Get a phase gate up, hold at least 40s for a long of time.
Look what's coming back to Marine Start. The second IP is done, but everybody's out of way. There's no ops!
No ops, no beacon. Oh my god, can Titus beat Sornman's Marine play on their favorite map?
And here they come, they're all rushing back. 2 from the left, 1 from the right. Hopsu out of the chair, Hopsu down, unseen in here. And right now they've got to commit. And they clear the right side. They are trying desperately, but don't want to lose these fades.
God, 1 Marine left over.
And I think that they need to get out. Especially, no, Golden! Golden was so low and he didn't get out. How to get out of there. They can't afford to lose the other life forms.
They survived it. Oh my, it's just 1 Marine alive, 1 took down. I think.
So, and did they do it before Weapons 2? They did. They stopped Weapons 2. So that's a huge disadvantage, Sorn.
Yes.
They gotta be able to bring this back. And I'm just starting to be a little rough for them. Like you said, drags and whips and infestation, higher life forms and no armor. What can they do? Well, shotguns. That's what they can do.
Yes.
And the shotguns are already on their way.
Yeah, they need to take down those fates. That's really important for them. They already killed 1 lurk, but as long as there's 1 lurk backing up the fates, it's enough. That's all Titus needs. Chip down the
Lurk lost in gravity, and that's a big win again for Sornman. And now they don't have to worry about that pesky little spiker taking away all that armor, and these 3 Sornman are going to start putting out the pressure. Could we be seeing things turn in Sornman's favor?
Maybe we could. We do have an ops already on the way. I'm 1 on the way. I mean, if there's one team really known for miracles, never underestimate the Finns, really. They can always come back. As soon as they have guns in their hands, they can take down any life form they wish to. If the aliens are a little bit overcommitting or not careful enough, and that's exactly what happened to both lurks here. And the Fates really, they don't have the support they really wish, but they have a Gorge now instead, which can heal, and both LMGs here going down inside repairs.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to bring it back to Marine Start after clearing repair, or they might just go straight to Marine Start now, which has an OBS now, but forcing a beacon right now could cost them an upgrade. It also could take away all the pressure they're putting up in organ donation.
Yeah, killing all the whips, all the cracks in here, just the harvesters left.
Gorge Tunnel in repairs. Oh, just keep growing it, keep growing it. It's golden. Oh, even the bone wall coming out to try to save the Gorge Tunnel does not get finished. Now it's 100% opens up, but it's exposed to 2
the second Gorge Tunnel
Marines.
is missing, unfortunately, and that will die. Nice idea, though, to keep the constant pressure up to the base, maybe going for a base rush. I mean, it worked 1 time with heavy casualties here for the Marines, so why not a second? Look at that Skulk upgrade. Going for Biomass Sphere with Skulks to have Leap. That's also pretty cute.
I like the Leap, though. It's good against, getting around the map a little bit quicker. But, Gorgeous is at 60 res. That's an 11.5-minute Onos. They've taken out Electrical Core, which knocks the Marines down to 2 active extractors. And I think we're going to see a base rush. Here it comes.
Just circling. Oh, there we go. Already on the arm slip here. Again, it might lose it again.
This is a really bad situation to be in. As soon as Hopsu comes out of that chair, which he won't, and now they open up a path by forcing the beacon. They are able to get out of the room, and no one's going to die in this match. But that's 20 res yet again on the arms lab. And now they'll take down repairs and pub.
Can work on everything. Wow, this is really blow. I think they really need it. I mean, with the face gate, you could have denied both of them, but he really lost those upgrades right now. It's really a tough call. I thought, did he beacon a little bit late? I mean, he did have the rest.
It did seem like he kind of did a little bit late, but
didn't see it happening there.
You know, he also didn't see the crazy amount of damage because there wasn't the other 2 life forms sitting on that upgrade. But look at this, Gorgeous out as Onos over here in repairs, going after Llama and Tane, and they've got shotguns. Do not flash. That would be so unfortunate for them to lose an Onos this quick again.
Yes, they definitely not want to do it again. I mean, that was cost them the game on Vale, and they know they have to play a little bit more defensive here, careful, just working on the economy of Sornman, denying anything of tech coming out, and they're doing great so far.
Golden maybe evolving in not a great place there, gets sacked. Luckily, it was just a skull getting upgrades. And it looks like the Onus is going to make his way down to repair with Joshi and Rantology. Rant and Joshi are going to make their way in, take out that Marine while Gorgeous works on the res node. And again, you know, they're just pushed back again, now going down to 3 RTs as they try to build electrical core again after getting the power on. The power is going to go out and repair as well.
Yes. I mean, what can you do here right now? They really need to work. 3-man pressure going in. They're trying to get that on us, but without catbacks. And there's 2 Fates really close, but you have to watch out in this really close hallway. You die super fast against 3 shotguns.
Didn't finish the power and repairs. 5%. They're going to eliminate that RT that was placed, but they're going to go after Gravity, finish it off, taking them back down to 3 again. And there's pressure up an organ donation.
Yes, 2 Marines in there, but the aliens are already setting up, so I'm gonna look here through the eyes of Unseen. Fates are coming in. Oh, nice bone wall!
Great bone wall, cutting him off right there. 1 Marine with a shotgun is definitely more more easy than taking down 2 with shotguns.
That was an amazing move. I love that move by Versil. Just basically reducing the firepower of 100%, no, 50%. Oh, I'm so bad at maths.
Aliens have got to find some way to really keep pushing the pressure forward. You know, they had repairs, they lost it. They got this Onos, which is great. But even though the Marines seem like they're on their back foot, they're holding 3 or plus extractors, and they're getting their upgrades. They're now up to level 2 in just a few seconds. Cat packs are researching, so they're not in a horrible position yet.
Yes. I mean, they need the cat packs and weapon upgrades to have any chance to take down the Arnhouse, and that's why he's really pushing it and just ignoring the face gates, because yeah, that's probably a problem. That's why he didn't do it. If you have face gates, how do you defend that with no upgrades and no cat packs? Arnhouse will just stomp it with the rest of the team, so he needs that first. And the problem is he cannot send more than 2 or 3 Marines on one side of the map, and otherwise to just go and do base again. So it's a really tough situation for Sornman to hold that, and they're doing really great. Still holding 4 extractors, which is really hard to do at this moment.
Yeah, pressure even over in supply lines and electrical core. They're, you know, just staying on the res for the aliens, which is important. They need to keep them down as much as they can. Again, we're back to 6 harvesters like we saw on Vale. That means 1 P-res per tick, and that means that we could be seeing another Onos in really not that much time. Golden being the closest one with 29 P-res, Josh and Rant sitting at 28. Weapons 3 now being started by the Marines as well.
Oh, and they do need that. Oh, look at the map. I mean, the whole map is getting up infestation, even taking gravity by the aliens, and that's the best he can do. The Marines are getting more and more slowly pinched into their base. That's how you play on aliens. Slowly let those Marines die in their base.
Yeah, putting pressure on res, staying on it. Golden moving around the map. This is nice, but Sornman not giving up, and I like that. They are the least Marines I would ever underestimate ever. And they continue to show that. They move into a room, they don't worry about what they see, they go and clear it, they keep putting the pressure on. You can see that Titus is moving to kind of pinch this from both sides. Another great bone wall. And that's got to be really frustrating, no? To be sitting there and a bone wall just kind of goes up in the middle of you?
Yeah, those Marines did that no chance. It was a good timing. You were just shooting at drifters when the aliens came in, plus the bone wall. It was just a massacre. Perfect timing by Titus. They're just doing everything perfect here, and the map is completely getting covered in green more and more over. One extractor left for Sornman. They really need to get this weapon 3 working here. They somehow managed to get it up, but they have to kill those life forms. They have to kill an Honors and 2 Fates, and even then, they're not completely back into this game.
It's not doable. The problem is, though, Hopsu's only got 18 res in the bank. So dropping those cat packs, you can only do it for a couple people, and then you're out of money. And you're only sitting on 2 extractors. The income is not coming in at the level that you want it to. Gorgeous going and getting yet another upgrade. And it looks like lurk upgrades are being researched because Sicknick has gone lurk again. Or got a lurk egg dropped. It looks like he actually probably got an egg dropped.
Oh, which he definitely can afford with all the T-Res income for the aliens here. Nice positioning by the Marines here. So the Honors can't really push, but here we go with the whole team. Oh my god, the Fates first.
I like to play with the Fates first. Don't give your biggest target right into the room to take all those bullets, because even though he's big and it seems like he's got a lot of health, it can go away quick because you're the biggest target for everybody to focus on. And it looks like they're going to try to just take this down to Marine start. The mucus coming in with that drifter has not a lot there. Enzyme going off, and I think they're going to have to pull out and kind of time this a little bit better for themselves.
Oh my god, and Sornman didn't know it. A really bad spot. They didn't kill his life forms. Oh, they picked the lurk here. Sicknick going down around the corner. But there's still this big space cow out there and those Spades, which you couldn't kill. And this is the last game deciding if they can make it to the finals. So Titus, I can understand how pumped they are right now. They must be. Just saying, don't make any stupid mistake right now. Don't make any stupid.
Play safe. We can do this if we play safe and we think about this. Find the right engagement. Like we said, they retreated out of Marine Start, which was probably a smart move. 2 Fades on the Arms Lab, forcing the beacon, which he had no money to do, down to 2 res again, and all that pressure back to their only extractor out there. And that's just really rough. I mean, it's got to be frustrating. And, the thing to look at is some of these players still have quite a bit of P-res. So I think they're waiting for the right moments to buy those shotguns.
Nah, maybe they need it now.
But I think that moment is now.
Facegate. Facegate's on the way. Might just be trying to get a sneaky Facegate somewhere, rushing hives. I don't know, because right now, with just 1 extractor, you don't have the rest to spend 15 T-res. I mean, Facegates also cost 15. So it's a total of 45 you need.
We've got, Fades just sitting outside of Marine Start now. Anybody that comes to the left to try to stop Golden while he's taking out power and res is just going to die. Gorgeous at full health, sitting on repairs, trying to work on that. Shotgun and LMG coming in. He's going to just retreat and hold off. Almost upgrades being researched. The lurk still out now with Umbra.
No, it's just over. They're camping outside Marine base and killing every single Marine trying to get out of there. It's just sitting. Sornman is stuck on 2 RTs. And they know it. That's oh, goodness.
And
forcing another beacon.
52%. Again, that beacon, when he doesn't have the money to be doing it, they really need to get out of base. But Titus doing what they need to do. Keeping them in one place, spreading infestation like mad, going up to 7 harvesters here in just a moment. And I think it's probably safe to say it's really hard to come back from this position unless they can take out the life forms. And now they're moving out in a 4-pack through repairs, which might be what they need to do in order to sack some life forms here.
Oh, Gravity Hive has been dropped here pretty safe. Going up to 3 hives will allow them to get more biomass upgrades. Will even to allow them to get...
Rhettology!
One Fate!
Wow!
One lurk. Nice shots there. But they need more than that, unfortunately. They still need that Honors and those Fates. Ran pretty blackboard, but yeah, as long as that Honors is marching around Gravity and that hive will go up, you know what it means?
Here's the problem, though, my friend, because Golden just dropped down to 1 res, which means we're about to see a double Onos, which means the annihilation could be just moments away from happening. But again, Sornman not giving up. They know what is at stake here. This is winner moves on to the final as they start building power up again in supply lines.
Marching into repair again. Marines a little bit out of position, but still two left, trying to position them back. They're taking some pot shots here, and the Honors tanking most of the bullets. He can go in there. No, he's actually going for the extractor first, which is the safer move. Don't overcommit, just kill the economy.
Yeah, they don't need to move in. I mean, if they keep killing the economy and forcing those beacons like they have.
Oh, that bound wall! Oh, trapping their own fate in here. Wow.
I don't think that was timed exactly how they wanted it.
No, I think not.
The third hive is now complete in gravity, which means the biomass is increased to 6, and Onos upgrades are done, and that also means Shade Hive. What the heck? Let's grab some veils, right?
Absolutely. I mean, look on the upgrades the aliens have down here. Trying to point it out here. Shells, all spurs. Now we get the Onos upgrade, even Lurk upgrade for Umbra. There's everything in there. And here's come the big push into the base.
And here we go. He's got enough to force the beacon. It goes off, but double annihilation.
With Umbra.
Down goes the Arms Lab. The Umbra going all over the place. And folks,
this is gonna be
it. Sornman goes down in a crazy tiebreak match to Titus Gaming with the annihilation, and Titus Gaming moves on to the finals.
Wow, who could have thought that? The Finns out on their favorite map on Marines, Titus taking it away. What a game.
That was ridiculous. I mean, we have seen Sornman play insane Marine rounds, but that looked a little bit different. I mean,
absolutely.
Titus came out and said, this is our chance. We are making it to the final, and they just brought the pressure, and it paid off.
Absolutely, they played perfectly, and really, I think Bursel knew exactly how to play them. The whole team Titus played Sornman perfectly. They were, I think, a little bit too predictable on this map, and I mean, he just took it. He just took it. Didn't expand to Oxy. He knew they will push there. He just spent on one side of the map, and the rest was just constantly biting the rest.
Absolutely.
Denying, basically, if you go for upgrades and cat packs first and really focus on that, you need the economy.
I think you're dead right. And I think, you know, we were talking, it looked like Titus was learning from every game. You know, they haven't been playing these guys. They've played them a couple times in tournaments, but that's like the only practice they've ever had against them. So they've been learning, they've been watching, and they did the right thing. Res is important to them. They know they're aggressive on upgrades. They know they love those cat packs. If you got no res, you can't do anything. And there he is, the man right there, Hopsu. Played some incredible rounds as commander, and well played to the Sornman as they now get knocked out. And next up,
that's really tough luck for Sornman. Last time Telford also against Snails. They lost right now, coming so big so far. They were really pumped up. They really wanted to win this time. And in an ace match, in the last time, although all the odds were for them, favorite map, their favorite side, Titus played perfect. So
well played to both teams.
Well played.
I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is why we are here, to watch incredible NS2 on an incredible stage. And I think the viewers will agree that we're getting that.
Absolutely.
So, you know, Blind, next we're coming up to Snails and Godar. And, you know, Red Dog's going to be back in the chair here with you as we get that started. I'm pretty excited to see what's going on. But, I mean, we're just sitting here. We just watched a tiebreak round on live television.
Maybe there will be more. Maybe there will be more. See.
This could be the start of the longest cast in NS2 history. I mean, this is ridiculous.
All right. So, I think we were going to see on Snails Godar what's going on there, and throwing it back to Hugh.
We just saw a North American team make it into the grand final, Charlie. What?
The underdogs came out on top in 5 very close games.
And I believe, I may be incorrect about this, but is there an Unknown Worlds employee on that team?
There is one. We will not say which one.
There is.
Shall we?
We'll see if you can pick it. Now, Charlie.
There's no dev hacks in there, don't worry.
No dev hacks. Just God mode, but nothing serious. Now, Charlie, Natural Selection was originally a mod. It was released as a mod for Half-Life. Now with Natural Selection 2, a standalone game, has modding been a big part of Natural Selection 2's life?
Yes, of course. We built NS2 to be the most moddable game out there, so we released all of our game code for our modders to work with, and it's a subject that's near and dear to our hearts. We grew up modding, or I did, for Half-Life, and we knew that we wanted to help and kind of continue that cycle and allow people to continue to make cool games on their own and maybe make something that's better than Natural Selection 2.
Now, it's a pretty cool cycle for a person that made a mod, Natural Selection, so a mod team, to go into a full-blown studio and make a standalone game like Natural Selection 2 that then spawns its own mods. But would the coolest ends of that cycle not be to go a little bit further?
No, what Hugh is asking me is we are working with one of the NS2 mod teams and making their mod a standalone game on Steam.
So we're not going to tell you which one yet, but it is a mod. It is a mod team, and if all goes to plan, it will be a standalone game. So the cycle will be completed. Now, speaking of mods and speaking of community contributions, ISE Gaming, who you can see on YouTube, it's super effective, has created a video that runs through mods in Natural Selection 2, and we're going to watch that right now.
Natural Selection 2 is open source, allowing players to expand the game experience through the use of custom modifications. Here is a selection of the community's favorite full gameplay mods. Combat mode focuses on the intense Marine versus Alien action on smaller maps. Players can level up and earn experience points as they deal damage to enemies, and can spend those points on perks and upgrades. This escalates until one team destroys the other's base. This mod is ideal for players to learn how to use each upgrade and life form available in regular NS2, without having to worry about the strategy aspect of the game. The Faded mode brings all the darkness and survivor horror inspired by the Hidden mode on the Source engine. A squad of Marines must stick together to survive for a few minutes, versus a single, super deadly, and barely visible Fade. The Marines have limited ammo and must fight in the dark. The Fade, on the other hand, cannot heal himself and must use his stealth and incredible speed to wear the Marines down. It's hunt or be hunted. And finally, Skulks with Shotguns is exactly what it sounds like. You have the maneuverability of a sleek Skulk with the devastating firepower of a shotgun. You can gain killstreak bonuses to help give you an edge. Battle it out in a frenzied free-for-all to leap and blast your way to the top. Or play the Capture the Gorge mode, where your team must steal the enemy's gorge while defending your own. Make sure you head over to the NS2 workshop on Steam and grab a mod today.
ISE Gaming is an amazing video creator, and you can find him on YouTube by searching for It's Super Effective. Subscribe to him, that's an order. We're now going to go over to Melly to find out what's happening with that NVIDIA GTX 750 Ti competition.
Talk a bit. Wait, we're already on. Awesome. Hello, people. You just caught me off guard there. I'm so sorry, but I'll show you what actually threw me off my... Look at this. We have a participation from the studio, and this kind gentleman next to me just threw it, sitting, and he totally missed the game for it. That's dedication. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I think I missed a great game.
Seemed like, yeah, the audience was going mentally. We were just sitting there and drawing this in perfection. I have to show it again. Jesus Christ.
So the other side.
The ticket. He drew it on his ticket. What's your name? What's your name?
My handle or my real name?
Both?
Okay, my real name is Jonel, but my handle is Bishop C.
Okay, how long have you been playing this game? Don't walk away from me.
I don't know. I got my friend here who actually bought me the key when he bought the pre-order. So I think 2 years now? Something like 2 years or so.
That's amazing. Well, thank you very much for your awesome submission. It will be considered, as promised, and I hope you have a great time here. And then just head over back to your place until not that anyone else gets your spot. Thank you very much. I will just quickly show you some other submissions we got online. And yeah, if we have a quick look on my computer, I'm just so amazed by this drawing. And this is good, actually. So next one, if my computer decides to work, which it doesn't. So somebody unplugged the USB hub of my computer again. I'm so sorry, but head over to facebook.com Natural Selection 2 and check out yourself. You can just participate by simply drawing something nice and put it in the comments below that very posting. So it's very easy to participate. And you can, of course, participate via Twitter as well. Just tweet me at Melly, or maybe by using the hashtag NS2 and yeah, get into the game of awesome prizes. And we decided, since Unknown Worlds is really nice and kind, we decided to put on 2 winners. We used to have only one prize, right? It was the GTX 750 Ti from NVIDIA GeForce, and now we have a second first place. It's an Intel SSD. Awesome, right? So participating is a viable option now. You can, I can't say any different. So, well, I don't want to keep you any longer. He is already ready, so over to you.
That's a lie, Melly. I'm definitely not ready. But if you want to win an Intel SSD 330, you should definitely be sending Melly your art submissions, because you could very well win. Now, as you might have guessed, Natural Selection 2 is not a massive esport. It's made by a small studio, it's got a small, passionate audience, and that kind of made our minds explode when we looked at the stream and saw 4,000 people viewing. We're guessing that not all of you have seen Natural Selection 2 before, so we're going to offer a brief introduction. It's a real-time strategy game combined with a first-person shooter, but I'm not the person to explain that to you. There's someone much cleverer who can do it a lot better, and that's It's Super Effective. We're going to look at his intro to NS2 video right now.
Natural Selection 2 pits 2 teams against one another, the Marines versus Aliens. The gameplay is like Counter-Strike meets StarCraft. Both teams have a single commander who has a top-down view of the battlefield. They are responsible for expanding their base, researching upgrades, supporting their team, and providing strategy overwatch. The rest of the team play from a first-person perspective and serve as the soldiers who conquer the map and carry out the team's strategy. Scattered across the map are locations called resource nodes. It is very important for each team to secure as many of these as possible by constructing a resource collector on top of it, and by destroying the enemies. The resources collected by that team can be spent on upgrades, base construction, support from the commander, and more. Individual players also receive resources they can use to spend on themselves. There are also a few locations around the map called tech points. These tech points serve as ideal locations for Marines' command station and the aliens' hives. Teams must destroy all of these in order to win the game. The Marines can use a variety of ranged weapons and equipment to help them deal with different threats, while the aliens can evolve into different life forms that each play a unique role to give them the edge. Playing Natural Selection 2 can feel complicated to a new player, but if you're interested in learning quickly and conquering that rookie phase, search for It's Super Effective NS2 on YouTube.
While you were watching that video, there was some craziness going on in here in the studio. I just saw Blind sprint up onto the stairs, round the computers, and round to the casting desk, and that means there must be some more play happening very soon. And that play is going to be between 2 new teams, because, as the brackets on your screen will show, Titus Gaming has just advanced to the grand final at the expense of Sornman. That means we have 2 new teams on stage. We have the second semi-final, which is legendary Snails versus Godar. So, yes, after this semi-final is completed, we will have the grand final. It'll either be Godar or legendary Snails that go through. And to find out who it is going to be, we're going to throw over to our casters.
All right, guys, welcome back. It has been a crazy matchup. Well, you know, let's recap just what happened there real quick. on that last match, Blind.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Titus played it perfectly. They took all the time here to really predict what Sornman is doing. Sornman had a good opening at the start, going really patient, killing off the first 4 skulks. And after that, unfortunately, they moved in the wrong positions, and Titus really went heavy on the eco, delaying all the upgrades. The base rush with the arm slap taken down was, I think, kind of breaking Sornman's neck there. They didn't adapt to it, they didn't switch, they sticked on the gameplay, which didn't work out, obviously. And Titus, I think, deservedly going on with that game into the finals. Really great. So we have the American team in the finals. Let's see which European team, Godar or Snails, is going to join them.
And Godar and Snails are getting ready right now. Now, Godar is going to be on the Marine side, so we have a Marine Team Commander strategy video for you to show you Godar's Marine Commander strategy. All right, so looks like that is going to be coming up pretty soon.
Yes, I guess so.
So in terms of now, we got Titus that obviously is moving ahead. So when they move ahead, what team do you think, Godar or Snails, would give them the most problems?
Oh, I think everyone is scared of the French right now. They won the last NSL season. They won the last big event in Telford. I think this is one of the really hot teams in here. But Godar also, they're a really old team. They almost made it in like every tournament. And here we go, starting off with Godar. The players, we do have Mendes, the team captain, then Valk. I think the fate for them. Grissi, Alcade, Ioros as the commander, and Icefeld as well as Skuggen, coming from the former team Arkea here. Grouping up to Godar, a really, really strong team.
Yeah, and Godar, I think, if we look at, they're a very strong team. I agree.
Yes.
When we look at Snails, again, 2 powerhouses meeting here right now. The Snails, obviously, coming from France. I had the pleasure of talking to them earlier, and they are extremely confident. Did you have a chance to talk to Godar, by the way?
Of course, of everyone. But let's go over the Snails players. We have Ray being the captain for them, not the commander. Commander is going to be Rise, which is the second last one. Eagle Eye, Dams, Heracles, and Kingyo. Those guys formed up in the last Nations Cup and since then stick together. That's also a difference to Godar. Legendary Snails as a fully French team. They're completely playing in for a whole long time together. So, yeah. You see also here the Godar players. I think that is Mendes. That's Alcade. And so, yeah, I think we're going to go with the Snails.
All right, we're going to show you the Legendary Snails Marine Commander video. Sorry, I was incorrect before, but the Marine team is going to be the Snails. Let's go ahead and watch that.
Rios commands Legendary Snails since the first NSL Nations Cup and is feared for his ability to study his enemies well and develop extremely effective counter strategies against them. As a general playstyle, he likes a heavy, aggressive gameplay, focusing on upgrades and precise medpacks, only as well as neglecting phase gates, sometimes completely. Their opponents will find themselves very often trapped against strong, 2-pronged attacks versus the natural expansions throughout the whole game. This bears the risk of counterattacks and base rushes, and also the total map control if all Marines should die in engagements. To avoid this, the team established an extremely effective communication during a match, constantly watching the map to reposition if needed. On this matter, Rios trained his team up to the point where he almost doesn't need to micromanage anyone on the field, and can support his troops on maximum efficiency.
Alright, so much for the Snails for Rise's gameplay, as you can see. For Sornman, luckily it did still fit, so they didn't change the gameplay much, but Snails I would really expect for Rise to maybe do a little bit changes in their gameplay. What do you think, REDDOG?
Well, I think when we look at both these teams, especially how they're going to be starting out. Snails, obviously very explosive in any type of play that they try to do. Very aggressive play on the map.
Yes.
Godar has a very good way of actually reading, though, openings and reading where everyone's going on the map. And I really, to see those two things happen and collide, that's what I think is going to happen here, which is going to be very exciting.
Yeah. I mean, Ioros is known for his PvE tactics, so I would expect him to throw down a whole lot of cricks and webs really early on, plus a gorge tunnel maybe. I think Mendes was going to go to gorge and he will try to lock down one place of the map, which we didn't see from Titus, but I'm not throwing my hands on fire here, but I say there's a 90% chance that Godar is gonna do that, just locking down some side of the map, just with a whole lot of structures, by alien structures, and trying to, well, basically box a certain safe area for them to expand and hold 4 harvesters for a long time.
Yeah. So, I mean, you were there, obviously, with that last game. And let's kind of talk about that a little bit more, since it was just amazingly exciting. I mean, you got an alien win. Both teams coming through winning Marines, you know? So when we went into it, and Jambi, like you were saying, a Jambi on Marines, pretty strong.
Yes.
I mean, to pull out an alien win on that is interesting, and Titus ended up doing it. A lot of pressure. You were casting that match. So, what specifically got them to to that?
I think it was really the moment at the start. Like, they didn't send the Marines to the right positions. They focused too much on the east sides, where there was nothing to push to put aggression towards it, and it didn't really adapt. And after the upgrades got too late, too much, I really thought Hopsu might need to completely change the game plan and go into a more defensive style, putting up a phase gate in skylights on gravity and just hold on, because you know the honors will be coming. The aliens have rest the whole time, and you need to just you admit to the disadvantage you have and just try to work with what you got. And if you just keep on playing the same stuff, which is really risky, I mean, it's a high risk, high reward play, like also Rise is pretty much known for. But if you're in a disadvantage, I'm not quite sure if that's, it can really break your neck. That's what happened there.
So, you know, when we see, you know, that last game and with those higher life forms that were obviously out on the field, what was there a time that Sornman, getting weapons 3 out, if they got lucky enough to corner some of those higher life forms, would that have turned everything for them?
I don't know. I mean, they need to kill them. I guess that's the problem. They killed those
If they
lurks,
kept their fades but lost their Onos, what do you think would have happened at that point?
It's interesting. I think the honors was the key part. If the honors would have fallen, they could have thrown them back, because the fates are way less scary.
Right.
Way less scary. There's not this big space cow. Basically,
Space
tanking
cow?
so much for tanking. Yeah, I always call the honors space cow. It's basically what it is: a big cow with horn in space. It was really nice. This time they played really defensively and not overcommitting with that on. It's exactly what they needed to do. Talking about Godar and Snails right now, I mean, for the key players they have, I mean, we could see in the last game, Golden Signet as the lurks, if they go down, it's going to be really tough for them to hold their mid game. For the alien play on Godar, I think Icefeld as their lurk is one of the key players, absolutely. That's really crucial for them to hold that lurk. And later on, the Fade, I think everyone can agree that Valk is one of the best Fades in the world currently. And if he gets trapped and sniped, that's going to be spelling a really hard time. And if he's not, he's going to keep those Marines really down.
Yeah, and you know, both teams have players that are just... I mean, they have so much experience in this game. Legendary Snails, Ray. I mean, his previous teams, obviously Archaea, if that rings a bell with anybody out there. Also, B-Baguette, my friend. He played in played all the way back to NS1, and in some NS2 in NS2 competitive, NSL Season 3, the EU Open, the Summer Cup, the Balance Mod Cup. I mean, so much experience there, and that's just one player. Almost all of them have this just laundry list of experience. Eagle Eye coming from Archaea, Dams coming from Cocorico, Rios coming from Mobius. Again, pretty good teams. Heracles, actually, Heracles coming from Godar. So he's playing his old team right now.
That's right, yeah. But I think also really important to note is that those players play for almost half a year or more than half a year already together with exactly this lineup. Godar had made a whole lot of changes. As you said, Heracles was one of Godar members. We had a different commander, Chaivol, which is currently commanding Imagine. He's also one of the best commanders. I think there's no doubt about that.
He's probably screaming in the crowd right now.
Yes, he's probably screaming in the crowd right now. Much love to Chaivol there. Yes, so they changed the commander. Now it's Ioros, who came from Duplex and other clans as well. So he has a whole ton of experience, but he's trying to fit a little bit different to the players since they're there's different commanding styles, communication styles, which is really important. It's not just shooting, it's the communication is really key in this game, so you know where to go and really give away the information to your teammates. Yeah. If that doesn't work, it doesn't matter how good you're shooting or positioning yourselves, the communication is also really, really important. And they try to fix that and also put players according to that, but they don't have this kind of much playtime together as a team as Snails has.
Right.
So that's definitely a difference here.
So over at Godar again, we were just talking about the experience of all these players. I mean, collectively, you got a massive amount of experience on that stage. We got Mendash there, whose previous teams, Duplex or Evolve or Die, Valk.
And also,
was on
sorry
Duplex
to
as
interrupt
well.
you, but Mendash, I think, is also pretty important to know for the whole community. It's all contributions that you put in there, like putting all the maps in there, doing the lights, doing mods, doing custom mods, everything. He's one of the big guys really contributing so much. The competitive scene would have been so much less without him.
Yeah, Mendash, definitely, if you can hear us, thank you for everything you've contributed to NS2 at this point. Moving down the list for these players, we got Valk, who is on Duplex as well with Mendash. Grissy, who is another ex-Archaea member. We're seeing them pop around like crazy. Alcalde. On the French Connection, Arroyos, which was on Meow. You remember them? They actually did
Meow,
really well.
of course. Yeah, I almost forgot.
Yeah, they were in the NSL.
Well, it's basically the players who are in Quactus right now, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Icefelt, previous team, Mercury. Obviously, Mercury was one of my favorite teams to follow. I mean, I think that if they kind of stick with it and all that, they could have been really, really good. I really enjoyed seeing Mercury. They had very good talent on their team. And then the last one there, Skugan, who I don't think they're fielding this time around, but again, another Archaea
He has
member.
often been here in Cologne with Archaea.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he's the
He
most trophies in there. But I mean, Archaea was the powerhouse, the one powerhouse before, until they fall apart and some players switched over. Tane was going to Sornman, really breaking that. Also, Eagle Eye went to Snails. We can see them Snails, and Skugan also left somewhere to go there. Obviously, Archaea wasn't the same. So yeah, the good thing is we have 4 powerhouses now, so it's much more interesting.
It's kind of interesting. I always want to think, like, when you played so much with a player, and basically you now are like they are, and now they're seeing their friend across from them on the other team. I wonder how that kind of is. If they're like, yeah, okay, we're gonna take you down. All right, guys. So it looks like we are going to get started here pretty soon. Got Legendary Snails versus Godar. The Snails working on the Marine side on this tram match in this first map for the NS2 World Championship. This is semifinal number 2, another best of 5, and they're against Godar, who's on the alien side.
Exactly.
So, talking about Tram, we saw this map earlier being played. Again, another favorite. You know what's funny about maps? Summit actually not being played.
Good point.
This.
Good point.
Which is arguably Summit is one of the most favorite maps out there.
I think the most played map in total in competitive, and so the teams didn't pick it. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Exactly. So Tram here, obviously, if you're just joining us, this is a little bit of a fly-through. It's a 5 tech point map. You got warehouse, server, elevator transfer, shipping, and repair. And we are going to get this game started in about 10 seconds. The winner of this match, folks, heads off to face Titus in the finals, and that is happening tonight. So just want to let you guys know that. All right, so we are going to get this game started. Godar is going to start in server room. We got down in shipping. We got Legendary Snails starting there. Power building the arms lab on the left side. King Yo, Dams, and Eagle Eye moving out. Armor 1 has started. There goes the quick upgrades for Legendary Snails.
Wow, yeah, that's really fast. As fast you can be with your Armor 1 upgrade. Helps a whole lot against the shipping, against the bite-by parasite mechanic. yeah, winning your first engagement, which is pretty important. So they even skipped some RTs at the start logistics to get those Marines really fast up here into the north side of the map.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Look what's happening there in North Tunnels. We got Icefelt and Menzap already blocking off that little area. Icefelt now moving north into Warehouse, going to meet Ray and Heracles. These guys are great shots, so Icefelt has to be very careful. Grissy backing him up while they move into this room. Mendas coming in with that Gorge, going to help, and we are going to see this engagement unfold. Mendas really low. They're going against Ray. He gets taken down. Nice first engagement there by Godar, cleaning that up.
That was really neat. With the Gorge tanking the bullets, so it was 10 less bullets here into that skull, and I think that was really important here to get the win there. It was a really good engagement.
Armor 1 now has been completed. Eagle Eye building up in ET. We also see here fight happening right outside, or right in the hub. Vok taking down Dames.
And a whole lot of split aliens trying to get behind the Marines, but the Marines are really good at zoning. You see in the minimap, 1 in hub, 1 in repair, 1 here in elevator. If that Skulk here dies, 1 here, Alcade, there's no way for the Skulks currently to go back down respiting, and a little bit pressure coming in here in North Tunnels where lockdown is. The first move also in ore processing had the idea of preventing any Gorge Tunnel to drop there. But it just find this little block down here in North Tunnels. And about to kill it actually.
These guys are just moving right through, trying to snipe this down. That whip is about to go down, and here comes the pounce from Godar. Taking them out. Ray doing a good job taking down Icefelt, but going down as well. Good cleanup there by Godar. We still got King Yo here coming up in ore processing. And down here in ET, Dam's taking down Alcalde.
Very nicely done. So we have 5 RTs up against 3 Harvesters. So it looks like it might be a high eco game. There's not any respiting. Look at that. 0 RTs killed, 0 Harvesters killed. It's just basically playing defensively on both sides.
Yeah, they're kind of like, I don't need those.
Look at King Yo.
Oh, King Yo hiding in the vent. King Yo being sneaky here in the vent, coming out here in ore processing. We do see this 3 Skulk pack moving down into repair. 1 died already, now up against Ray. Ray taking down Icefelt. Whoa! Ray doing a cleanup there in repair room. Great job, and Legendary Snails has taken a huge command on this map. Look at this, about 3/4 of the map is theirs.
Absolutely, nice map control. You see a whole lot of single Marines here, blocking off sides, kind of zoning the whole map currently, and just pushing when they feel the timing is right, where they can move in. But still, it didn't take down any heading Harvesters so far.
Look at this, Godar now on the top right. They know that Dames, at least 2 Marines here, are in mezzanine. You see Icefelt as that lurk, throwing spikes down this hallway. Volk and Grissy, here they come, up against Dames. Taking him down, now up against Eagle Eye, taking down Grissy. Heracles taking down Alcalde from around the corner. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Eagle Eye still alive, gonna easily take down Volk here.
And at the same time, while they forced this engagement mezzanine, those 2 Marines on the upper left side used the time to move into Warehouse, using the time to trying to take down the Gorge Tunnel, but the aliens are coming. The Gorge Tunnel is pretty low, 30%.
If they're able to get that win this early on the map, that will really help out. King Yo and Ray living here in Warehouse on the north side. Meanwhile, there's pressure coming in North Tunnels as well, so attacks from all over the place. Godar is getting overwhelmed.
Are still trying to hold off the need to clear those Marines in Warehouse. They have 2 Vips in there, cracked. Nice scorching here with Mendas, buying so much time, healing up the Gorge Tunnel. And King Yo is about to fall here, getting cornered. Look at him, he's jumping up.
That was some great juking there by King Yo. All right, so now that threat is taken out, they're moving now into ore processing. Alcalde, Vok, Grissy now taking down the RT. We also see that Icefelt is here in server room. Heracles,
he's hiding.
He's hiding.
Look at that. Look at that. Yep. He's hiding. He's waiting for the aliens to go away.
Like, shh, I'm not here. Okay. Oh, we see Eagle Eye
they're
going
shooting
down.
Not enough damage yet.
Icefelt's gonna try to...
Whoa, he's getting really low here.
Great job there by Heracles. I honestly thought Icefelt was gonna take him out, but he lived through that. We're seeing some res biting happening on the map in repair room. They're getting bounced back now by the Snails. The Snails is all over the place. They're in platform, North Tunnels, repair to ore. I mean, everywhere.
Wow. And always playing sneaky. You know, Heracles, he's really known in that map to do that. I think he's always hiding. For example, like in this little jukebox. I think that's what everyone knows on Heracles. Going here everywhere. I mean, how many rests did we lose? 1 RT? Almost 6 minutes in the game?
Yeah.
They are everywhere. The French are everywhere. They're not allowing any skunks to get behind and bite RTs.
Look at this. I mean, yeah, you're right. 1 in ore processing. We got the cleanup that just happened here in North Tunnels. Ray and Heracles in the base. I mean, this is constant pressure that Godar is having to pay attention to all the time. Like, how can you push out? How can you go on an offensive when always you're defending?
Yes, I mean, it's
and
really
using
tough.
your whole team.
Yes, that's the problem. I think there was also a problem. Sornman found themselves in there in the tram round. They can't find time to bite rest. There's even a face gate drop located. No, that's an ops.
Weapons 3, 6 minutes into the game. I mean, we're just seeing Rios just pump it out. I mean, they've had command of the economy on the map for basically the entire game. So they have so much money. Here comes a little outpush by Godar here in repair room. Heracles coming around the corner, has a shotgun. Oh, look at that shot. These guys are nuts. Ray here in server room now.
He's pulling back. He knows the aliens are respawning now. A little poke move here to force a whole lot of aliens steer into mezzanine against just 1 Marine buying a whole lot of time. He gets even a double kill. Wow.
Yeah. Look at that. Even under all that pressure, able to get that kill. Heracles and Eagle Eye now in ore processing, taking down that RT, dropping Godar down to 3. Phase Tech now has started, and Godar is trying to hold on to any type of control that they have on this map right now, but it is just not looking good.
Absolutely not. Wow, Kingo also for double kill, defending what he can. I mean, we have Weapon 3 already done.
Yeah,
done
I mentioned that. Yeah, at 6 minutes.
Yeah.
It
Great.
was that Weapons 3 is going to burn through these early game aliens so quickly. I mean, if you just look at the team kills graph, 27 to 20, look at just that disparity between the kills and the engagements. Obviously going to Legendary Snails, and we can see what's happening.
Yes.
How that's working out in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, there's plenty of rest to drop on map packs and stuff. They could even go for cat packs if you want to, but it's not their style. Their style is different, as you can see. And they will get that phase gate to keep on the pressure and get a little bit more map control secured. Also, they need to worry about base rushes maybe, but so far...
Oh, I'm sorry, must cancel. Weapons 3 is completed now.
Yes, he was on the way.
I must have misread that for the start.
No
Apologies, folks. But Eagle Eye and Heracles here in Warehouse. They completely pushed Godar out of there, and now they're going to work on that RT. The RT was killed there in platform, and that's being put back up. Godar, the Vice is closing slowly on their base here in server room.
That's right now the only moment they could take for base rush. 3 Marines inside Warehouse. That's the only timing they have until that phase gate is coming, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a phase gate pop here in Warehouse. It will completely block off the north side of the map, maybe in the back here, on the back here on top. Not quite sure where we're going to be.
RT down here in mezzanine as they move off. I mean, the options left to Godar at this point, group together,
yes.
Pack play, base rush. I mean, at this point, you're losing almost every engagement that you have. So I think at this point, it's really going to be tough for them to crack Legendary Snails.
I do have the aliens now. We see here alien vision for the Fate Valk.
Oh no! Oh, he's blocked by the whip! Oh god! Oh, Valk goes down! Flash fade!
Oh, and we talked about this. If Valk goes down, he was blinking into the whip, losing his momentum. How unlucky.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw those fades coming in, and I was like, this is not going to end well. Oh, boy. And now we got Heracles, Dams, and Eagle Eye basically just vacuuming this up. They are just moving through platform right now. They're going to melt down that RT, and they're just going to take that pain train to server room. Grissy, the only fade left, higher life form left. Well, I mean, there's Icebelt, who's a lurk. I don't know what these 2 life forms can do against Eagle Eye, Heracles, and Dames, all with shotguns.
Oh, look
Weapons
at that
3.
health dropping so fast. From full to 70, just in a second there.
They just looked at him.
Yes. And Snails are just not overcommitting, just killing the RT and going out, killing the next RT. Just playing perfectly here. Just really, it looks like they give no chance to Godar to react anywhere.
They have 0 RTs now with one being grown in their main base. I mean, this is not looking good. Godar, obviously, hard time throughout this whole thing, and it comes down to, obviously winning those engagements. They were losing them all throughout the match, which allowed Legendary Snails to kind of push them all back into server, and this is where they're at.
Yeah, also the more invisible thing you don't see that fast is the positioning. The movement is really good. They move on one side, force the reaction of the aliens, and just use that time to bring the other Marines in a really good position and dealing damage everywhere on the map. And this right now, 11 minutes, the first phase gate, even with all the resources together so far, is considerably a super late gate. And using it, Mesa is so close to the hive just means they will stay offensively. If the aliens go somewhere on the map, they will just march in and kill server room.
Yep. Well, we're seeing now huge scan drop there in North Tunnels, which identifies all these aliens in there. Look at that.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Whoa! Oh my god.
Look at what just happened. There was a lot of orange, and then then it all just disappeared. Ice Belt getting caught. Oh, caught right outside platform. And Grissy, lone Grissy, in the hive as the only higher life form left. P-Res for Godar, 5, 45, 24, 17, 5 and 1. Alcalde at 45 obviously can go fade, but at this point, it's just, I don't think it's going to break anything. Phase gate.
Oh, Grissy's trap. No, 20 health. Where are you going? There's one Marine coming for you.
Move through the vents.
And they're waiting for him.
They're waiting for him. He's being scanned on the left and the right.
There's no way you can go, and the skunks are just dying like flies here. Oh my god, can he do it? Whoa, Eagle Eye, triple kill with that shotgun. Camping the base, there's nowhere to go for Grissy. And Snails is just stomping, stomping Godar here right now. Oh my god.
12.5 minutes into this. And look at this, Godar having a really hard time against Snails. Repair room. Command chair has dropped. Grissy coming in. Look how fast he goes, and now he's just going for it. He's just trying to clothesline one of them. And the Snails take it. Wow. There is something about watching the legendary Snails play this game. I mean, I almost said there's something legendary about it, but these guys are amazing. Their shots, they are so on time with where they are supposed to be on the map. Rios, their comm is just dialed in, to his players on the field, and these guys just the synergy of this team, and you can see it
how they move, how
here.
they do all on their own. It's like the beauty of a concert if you watch your movements and how they do it, and also can shoot pretty well, obviously. I mean, just as an example, if you merc command for Snails, some did that. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to micromanagement those 5 Marines. You don't have to tell them where to go. The whole time you can just drop map packs and they do everything for you. So Rise is in a really good spot. He trained them to this point where they know perfectly what to do. Just going for the metagame, for the strategy behind it, and it's great. It's really great, and it's really tough not to crack.
All right, guys, so we are switching sides here on Tram. Godar is now going to be Marines against a Legendary Snails alien game. Since Godar is the Marine team, we have a Godar Marine Team Commander strategy video to show you. Enjoy.
If there is one commander who truly understands and utilizes the PvE abilities in NS2 at its best, it's probably Eros, captain of Team Godar. Besides the great variety of standard openings, one could mainly see them use tons of whips, crags and robotics factories in high eco games throughout the qualifiers. Especially playing on the Marine side, Eros often commits heavily on defensive, slow and stable game progress while teching up behind. This can be risky since aliens will be able to field their higher life forms faster and in greater numbers, but they will face heavily upgraded Marines, which slowly but steadily push them back into their hive. Eros was recruited by Godar not just because of his vast experience in NS2, but also for his communication style fitting better to the players, which is less micromanagement and pure focus on support, intel and the metagame.
Alright, so much for Godar's gameplay, especially those arcs you could see move on the map on Tram. Perfect example here, we're playing Tram right now luckily, so you could see a whole lot of them really utilizing that and sieging down, denying RTs. Generally slow gameplay, but we're pretty much ready to go, aren't we, REDDOG?
We are ready to go, guys, for this second round on Tram for this Natural Selection 2 World Championship. We're bringing you Legendary Snails versus Godar, and the Snails took round 1. We're moving into round 2 now. So Godar starting down here in shipping, and we see Legendary Snails getting a warehouse hive start.
Alright, starting off with the 2-2-1 split, 1 scouting hub, 2 Marines on each side to cap Marines just to slowly get some RTs here. And the first engagement already close to logistics, Ray getting picked really fast here by Mandas.
Yeah, we're seeing Dames and Eagle Eye moving into the doorway right outside Repair Room. We're also seeing King Yo sneaking into ET in the elevator transfer, trying to figure things out. Heracles building up the Gorge Tunnel in Mezzanine.
Oh yeah, this is an offensive one. They want to secure the whole north side. Pretty much, we have seen this before. Maybe it works this time for the Snails. It's really, really strong to do so. Basically what you can do with the Gorge Tunnel, you can block the whole side here. If you have the Marines, the aliens can switch sides pretty fast between east and west and are able to pack play and defend against strong Marine play.
So we got Mendas and Alcalde here in Reparo. They just put up the RT. Couple of aliens checking things out. We're seeing there an ET, King Yo and Ray taking down Grissy as they move down into observation. King Yo is going to stop at that RT, and Ray is going to position himself right at the doorway, waiting for a Marine to come through. Mines now have been started, and Mendas and Icefelt have come up to this fortified mezzanine position.
Yeah, a little bit too late. The fortification's already up, and the Skunks are moving in, so they have to fall back.
Oh, and poor Mendas is alone. Ray takes a jump at him. Takes him out along with Heracles and King Yo. Mines now have been completed. We see Valk and Alcalde in the hub. Taking a second thought as to moving into Mezzanine.
Oh, and the whole time we see Heracles being the healer Gorge in every engagement. We might be trapped right now. We have Valk and Alcalde coming from behind here. And that's Skulk. Yeah, nice idea, nice try, but already pinched down by health. Oh, look at that! He's trying to escape in the vent. Oh, that's cute.
So Heracles builds a nice little wall there with the clogs, gets out of there, and now he's spinning from the top of the vents, helping this fight out. Dame's now coming in.
That's the best he could do from this position. Really amazed.
All right, so now we're seeing on the other side of the map, Mendas swatting Eagle Eye off this RT. A little bit late on that as he lost it and now rebuilding. We're also seeing in Mezzanine, that's still held up. Valk and Icefelt moving from Hub into North Tunnels. Going to meet Dams on the way.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart move. They realize Mezzanine is completely blocked off. You don't want to go in there. You can't fight in there. It takes too long to take down, too easy for the aliens to come back, especially with the double leg. Oh my god,
Oh, down!
Wow!
Fantastic job there by Godar. Basically just throwing his pistol at him right at the end.
Pulled that trigger as fast as he could and he paid off.
So one lurk down already, 3 minutes into this game. That was a good play. Let's see if that actually pays off. Legendary Snails obviously showing their individual player skill, which is just massive. So let's see if that Godar in the long run.
I think that was a really important kill. Otherwise, looking at the mini-map, it looks really great for the French. There was no Harvester kill the whole time, no real pressure, and the Marines are also not really holding that much of economy, just 4 RTs, and they're trying to play a defensive game here. They're trying to hold that. It's going to be a high eco game no matter what. You want to still push a little bit, just make the aliens be a little bit scared and force them back. The more they defend, the less they can push your own RTs.
Yeah, exactly, and it looks like they're trying. I mean, you see up here in platform, Alcalde and Icefelt really trying to take down this RT, pull some of the Snails back off the front lines, taking them off their RTs. But the thing is, here is we're seeing that obviously some teams pull their whole team to defend.
Oh, we see it right now.
Yeah, and look at this. This is it. And they just cleaned it up because they can get out so quickly.
Yeah, I think there was a time when they could have gone to server really earlier. The Harvester would still have died due to the loss of infestation there and tried to bring them in a better position. Maybe they missed that timing there. But still, I mean, it was okay. They pulled the whole team there. I think they killed a Skulk or two in there. So it's still fine.
So Craghive was the choice of Legendary Snails to go first. They put down their first shell, and that gives access to the trait upgrades for the shell for the aliens, and that's Carapace and Regeneration. Each shell that's put down costs 20 team resources and is 33% effectiveness, so you have to put 3 down to get 100% effectiveness on those traits.
Wow, Eagle Eye killed already 2 Marines. Can he get the last?
Oh, he does! God. With 2% health! Great engagement there in elevator transfer.
Crucial kills. I mean, looking at that, the aliens have more RTs than the Marines. It's something you definitely don't want to have during the whole game. They killed the Lurk, yes, but still, I mean, the Fates will pop pretty early.
King Yo almost died there. 20% life here in Repair Room. Was getting tagged by Volk.
He can't get out. There's a Marine just down there. He has to wait for some Skulks to come help him.
I think Volk is waiting.
And there's one Skulk coming here. That's the team communication here.
Eagle Eye setting up. Eagle Eye looks at him. Look at that. Beautiful play to save King Yo. That is awesome teamwork. Alcalde and Icefelt in North Tunnels, taking out Ray as he tramps by. We also got King Yo healing as that lurk around the hive, and he's going to come in, start spiking it down.
Oh, they need to run fast to plant or to server, because the aliens are already setting up from all sides. If you look at the minimap, they're all gathering up. There's just a gorge from server, but you can take down easily. He's actually, oh look at that, he's jumping there, running around.
Oh, he's 7%. Here they go. I love this. Look at this communication. King Yo goes in. There goes Eagle Eye. Here comes Heracles with the heals. Look at this cleanup.
Wow.
It's just textbook.
Absolutely. They didn't even kill a single alien. Not a Gorge, not a Skulk, nothing.
And that's the thing where you see with good teams and that good communication, you don't see things streaming in one by one so the Marines can pick them off. They get around the corner, they talk, and they time it, and then bam, shut it down.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. The upgrades are heavily delayed here for Godar. I mean, they're going for 1-1. It's still okay, but you see the most here RTs killed for the Marines, a little bit up and down, but the aliens are out-teching the Marines currently. Looking at the Pyrrhus, I mean, we already have the Fates out. Dams is as a Fate currently, and for the rest, someone saving for honors. Eagle Eye is on 46, so he's not fading. So will mean we got another Space Cow incoming.
Yep. Grissy, Alcalde, Icefelt here in platform moving in. We see on the bottom right of the map, Eagle Eye, Ray, and Heracles. Heracles has that Gorge healing up.
We do have an Ops though. They could beacon if they want
and here they go. Jams is already in there. Here comes Legendary Snails, and there's the beacon. Woo! And now they fan out, and they're just going to start biting res. Bit the one here in logistics and moving to the one in Repair Room.
Absolutely. I mean, perfect play. Godar's down to 3 RTs right now. They still don't have, they do have the Ops, and I think the next they will try to get after 1-1 shotguns is a Phase Gate and try to get a gate somewhere in Hub. And from there, get a Robo maybe and slowly come back in this game. It's going to be really tough. The crucial engagement is going to be with the Honors out. If they can take down the Honors, Godar can definitely go win this. If they can't, the same fate will happen to them, like to Sornman.
Well, here they are in the hub right now, trying to hold what they can over in Repair Room. They saved that RT 9%, so it looks like Volk got in there just in time. Grissy, Alcalde, and Icefelt moving into North Tunnels. Now, if Legendary Snails can force another beacon, all that will be for nothing. And they just ran the entire way. And look at this. Looks like they are.
Yeah, with the drift, a perfect call here by Rose. I love it.
And look at that, Mendas is going to go down, and we see those 3 Marines moving into server room on the top right, but it's all being killed, and here's the beacon! 70% on that arms lab, and Godar is getting out of there.
They killed platform, but look at that, instantly redropped. Snails was swimming in resources, they don't even care. The 10 T-Res for the Marines was much more harmful, so it was a really good trade here for the aliens.
Very good engagement there for Legendary Snails. Eagle Eye at 56 P-Res, he only needs 4 more to go Onos. We see King Yo meeting Volk with a shotgun, getting out of there with 40% life here in Repair Room.
They could actually go for the base again. The Marines are still in repair, but no, they're going for the Marines inside repair. And funny part is they even capped observation up until that point.
Grissy and Icefelt moving into ET. We got Alcalde rebuilding observation. I mean, Snails is all over this map right now. Godar at 2 extractors, 1 as a blueprint. Snails at 6 harvesters and 1 being grown. 5 now since 1 just got taken out.
And those spikes are really annoying here by the Lurk, costing so many T-Res, which Godar can't afford at this moment. Still stuck on the same, couldn't afford to upgrade anything else for, I think, 2 minutes in the game. Just basically spending all they got on medpacks. And look at this engagement here near logistics, the whole alien team in here, taking out 2 Marines. They could continue to the base if they want to, but if they play safe, they just go for hub or the other side and just make sure the Marines are nowhere on the map. And take down the RT, much better.
Eagle Eye could be waiting right now for 68 P-Res to grab 1 trade upgrade, as it costs 8 for an Onos to grab one of those. He's at 63 right now. That's probably what he's going to be doing. Ray at 39. Probably get another fade out on the field.
Look at the nice clock wall here. Heracles did put up. Really nice. Playing SimCity in front of the Marine base, but he can hurt the fade.
Oh yeah, Dams almost got caught there. And they punch through Alcalde, Volk, and Mendas. So it looks like here, Icefelt and Grissy here outside ET in the hub against King Yo, and they're moving. Here comes Dams and Heracles.
That's really important to not lose those Marines. They have to stay alive, otherwise the east side of the map, Elevator and Ops is gonna fall. And they need that income really desperately here. They really need those Marines to survive. Really good shots here coming with them, scaring away the Fates, buying a whole lot of time for the west side. The Cappers in Logi actually moving up to repair, killing that Gorge Tunnel. Forcing all the aliens to come back, but there's just 1 Fate. He has to watch out, there's a whole bunch. Oh no,
there's Eagle Eye.
Oh, they popped out.
Popped out of the Gorge Tunnel to a bunch of surprised Marines. Volk going down here to this alien horde. On the bottom right, Icefelt and Grissy taking down an alien there in observation. And it looks like these guys are just gonna... They're Legendary Snails, if I know their play, now that they got their big guns on the field, they may just try to end it right now.
They could, but you want to be careful. Remember what happens when you lose your Onos. You don't want to happen that.
That's true.
I mean, that's all the T-Res, all the resource income they gathered through this up to this point is basically spent in this life form and the other life forms. So that's the biggest important upgrade for the aliens, is those life forms alive. And that's why you don't want to overcommit. They're playing it safe. They're trying to take down all the RTs on the east and west side of the map. And yeah, forcing those Marines to really engage in those slow, painful death.
Eagle Eye, King Yo, and Heracles just taking out the RT there. In ET.
Oh, they're running.
Oh, Icefelt and Grissy are running.
Run!
Run, guys. Don't look back. Oh, Icefelt goes down.
Oh, he got killed by Grissy even.
Oh, Grissy shot him. No.
Oh.
And here they go into the base. This is what's going to happen. Nice mine popping there. And right after the upgrades, you got to take them out. And they're not... they may leave...
Wow.
No, yeah, they're going to engage.
The
yeah, the arm slam is down.
Are taking it.
This is it. There you go.
That's it. Just 1 IP. The beacon won't do much. No, it's actually still chill, but 2 Marines without upgrades. What can they do against this mass of life forms in their base?
They're trying. There's nothing really much you can do at this point. Arroyo staying in there. There's the good game. Legendary Snails wins it. Some amazing play there against Godar. All right.
Well, really, I mean, it didn't really work out for Godar. You could see the gameplay going with a standard opening, just 1-1 upgrades into shotguns, and then you saw the ops drop that pulled off the face gate. But they lost too many RTs early on. Really, the pressure didn't work out for them. They lost those Marines way too fast, so the aliens had plenty much time to go on the Marine economy and just keep killing those RTs. They weren't really busy defending that much, as you could see beforehand the last game on opposite sides. So yeah.
You know, when you're up against when you're up against a team like Legendary Snails, I mean, really, at the end of the day, you got to be so well coordinated. I mean, because you're going up against a team that not only has the coordination,
yes,
but has the individual skill to nail you from about a mile away with a pistol. I mean, with pinpoint accuracy. And as we saw with the kill graphs, you know, on the screen throughout all those matches, basically, you just saw a huge disparity in the kills throughout the match, and that shows what's happening in the game.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I think also Godar is really strong Marines. I mean, also aliens. The individual skill for Godar is also high. I think the real difference is Snails plays much better together. I think they really have that in themselves, how to move, how to communicate. They're really well-established, strong team. So they work as a unit. It's not like 5 single Marines running around. It's just one unit, basically, doing it perfectly.
All right. So it looks like there that we are going to be moving on in this finals. Congratulations to Legendary Snails for taking it 2-0 against Godar. Now, if we talk about what Godar needs to do in this next match. Now, remember, this is a best of 5, guys. This could end it right now. This next match, if Godar loses, this ends it for them.
Yeah,
and the winner will obviously fight Titus Gaming in the finals. So at the end of the day, if you were Godar's commander, so if you were in that spot, what would you do right now? What would you be talking about? It's tough against a team like the Snails.
That's so tough. Not just against the team of the Snails, also the moral. You're down 2 games. You cannot afford to lose another game. You have to win every game from now on. 3 in a row against a team like Snails really puts a whole bunch of pressure in your head, in your mind, and you will automatically play worse unless you're really disciplined to don't do that.
Yeah.
And I think in live tournament experience, Snails obviously has more experience to actually do that than Godar. It was always so close to them to reach it, and they finally made a way, but right now it's going to be really tough.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, that was an amazing, explosive match there from the Snails. Congratulations, both teams. Let's check in with Hugh in the studio.
Well, the Frenchmen have taken the first game of the second semi-final. Godar now have it all to do. Earlier today, we talked to Aeros, the captain of Godar, about what he thought his team's chances were for this match.
Godar is from Germany, Sweden, Spain and Iceland. We practice every day, at least 4 to 5 hours each day. We stayed up long to play Titus a lot. Even during the week, the time zone difference is a lot. So we put much effort into it. The qualifiers were difficult for us. We had strong opponents like Ascension from Australia or Imagine, and I think Imagine was our strongest opponent. We don't fear any team today. We are fully prepared for everyone. We played Snails, we played Titus, we played Sorn, and we got the confidence that we can beat anyone.
Naturally, the best part of that interview with Aeros was his shout out to the Australian teams that Godar fought in the qualifiers for the championship. I was disappointed none of them made it, but it's good to hear they put up a good fight against Godar, who are one of the most experienced teams in natural selection too. Notice that they said they were practicing a lot. Compare that to what Rios has to say in his interview about the legendary Snails' chances.
Legendary Snails are from France. It's in Europe, in the center of Europe. Legendary Snails are totally ready for today. We didn't practice a lot, but these 2 last weeks we played a lot for this. So I think we are ready. The qualifiers first was really easy. No real opponents. It was not really hard. The team we fear the most today is Legendary Snails, obviously. We're gonna win today. Nobody got this. Heracles, Dams, Eagle Eye, Ray, and Kinyo.
So, on your left, Godar, a team that says they practiced a whole lot for this championship. On your right, Legendary Snails, a team that said they didn't quite practice so much. Are the Snails cocky? I'm not so sure. In his interview, Rios did say that his killer ingredient was his teamwork. Nevertheless, with all Godar's practice and all their experience, I think they're in with an exceptional chance of taking this second match. And for more on that, let's go over to Wasabi One and REDDOG.
All right, guys. Thanks, Hugh. So, welcome, Wasabi, for the second map. How was it out there with that first match? Legendary Snails just taking it to Godar.
It was great. The fans were getting into it. It's really exciting again being in this live atmosphere and seeing fans' reactions to things. Some crazy play by Snails and really aggressive. And I'm thinking that we're gearing up to watch yet another great play, and we're going to see it on Summit, which is the crown jewel of maps.
Yeah, I know. And Blind and I were chatting about maps, before, and we're talking about the maps that are being played and all that. And we basically were like, we haven't seen Summit actually, which is a lot of favorite map for a lot of people, and it was interesting to not see it. But it's up here now. Legendary Snails is gonna take the field as Marines, and Godar is going to take Aliens.
Absolutely. One thing I wanted to say to you too, Red Dog, is there's a lot of people that we just wanted to give a shout out to, especially one producer in particular. Sean, we love you. And, the fact that we will rock you and that you are our champion is really a big deal. So thank you, Sean. And we think you know what that means.
Well, I'm sure something just transpired right now, but I'm not going to go into it. So as we said before, both teams are in. We are playing on Summit, Legendary Snails versus Godar in this NS2WC matchup. Again, the winner of this will go forward to fight Titus. Summit being a great map. It's a radial map. It's got 5 tech points, atrium, data core, sub-access, flight control, and then in the center, crossroads, which a lot of players, both teams, vie for center control of the map. It's so crucial to have that because you can move your forces around insanely fast.
This map is the pinwheel of death for competitive play. So many ways to route block, so much aggressive play that can be done. And I am absolutely excited to watch Legendary Snails and Godar take it in round number 3 here on Summit.
Yep, and it looks like here we go, guys. It's going to start in about 5 seconds. We got Legendary Snails looking like they are starting down in, Godar starting down in sub-access, a little switch there. And Legendary Snails starting up in Atrium, and there they go, coming out of the base. The Snails moving to the east side, and we got Godar moving, Icefelt, Alcalde, and Vok moving into Crossroads, gonna meet Heracles here in Glass Hallway.
Yeah, Heracles getting some great shots in on Alcalde early. Not aware yet that Volk is flanking him from downside here, trying to get the Parasite out. Able to take out Volk pretty quick.
Beautiful kill there. Always checking the corners as he runs in there into Crossroads. Probably notices this skulk behind. And here's it. Doing a great job. Look at that tracking. Oh my goodness!
Super unfortunate for both of those skulks in that situation with Dams coming up on the backside of Heracles to back him up. You can see the commander spread infestation of both Ventilation and Computer Lab, and he has the assistance of Mindas the Gorge to try to build, but he's going to have to retreat, and unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get away from Heracles and Dams here.
No. Heracles comes around the corner. He does get him, but he dies, but he does get the Gorge, and on the other side of the map, Dams goes down as well. Godar now pushing forward into flight control where King Yo is stationed. moving, actually, knowing that, moving through the vents, taking a shortcut through Summit Reception.
And it looks like they're probably going to gear up for a bigger push. One thing that's interesting here is you can notice the Snails really didn't drop any expansion res because they wanted to put the early aggressive pressure on Computer Lab and Ventilation, and they are doing so while Eagle Eye is getting that Infestation retracted event. And we had King Yoke go down while in Computer Lab.
So now moving Ray and Heracles here in Reactor Core. Vok in the vents. Looks like they're moving down into Data Core. We got Eagle Eye down here in Ventilation, going down to Grissy.
Now the Snails are starting to cap that res, start focusing outside of base. They did go for a double IP opening with mines to protect themselves, but it looks like there's only 2 mines around each of these IPs, so they're still open for skulks if they happen to get through to base. Over in Reactor Core, we've got Volk up against Eagle Eye and Ray. Have pretty much got him a little bit blocked in here, and there's not a whole lot he's going to be able to do while the rest of the Marines start to push out and apply pressure.
You know, the thing is with this opening with the Snails is they're recapping the res as they move through. They really did some damage going, just passing them, going right through, taking the kills as they got them to slow down Godar on the map. Also zoning, being able to stop that right dead in their tracks, or at least call it out to another team member. Dams here right outside Crossroads, going down to Icefelt and Alcalde. We got Heracles and Eagle Eye moving from Pipe Junction down into Ventilation.
And over in Crevice, we got great mine placements taking out the Skulk there and also damaging Alcalde, which is going to allow them to hold that res as well. And that's going to take the Snails as they build in Crossroads up to 5.
Down here in Ventilation, we still got a lot of pressure. Eagle Eye here, backed up by another Marine. We see on the minimap, they take down that Harvester. There's a massive aliens outside that door, and here they come in up against Eagle Eye. What can he do against this? Takes down Mendas, takes down Icefelt.
Wow.
Oh my God, he might actually triple kill. Takes down Grissy.
And now we've potentially got even a fourth kill as Volk is trying to get in there with the mucus going off.
What is he gonna do?
And we can hear the crowd in the other room just going nuts, but Volk taking him out, even with the med packs and Eagle Eye. Man, oh man.
What an engagement there by Eagle Eye. He's not called Eagle Eye for nothing, man. That guy can shoot.
Ray trying to deal some damage here in Computer Lab. Unfortunately, that Crag and Whip are making it a little bit difficult for him. Looks like they're doing double Skulk pressure, and Data Core as Heracles comes to defend, holding off the RT, which means the Skulks have killed not a single Marine RT at 4 minutes.
So now Heracles moving out, holding on to any aliens that are going to come through Pipe Junction. We got Icefelt as that lurk on the field. He's backed up by Mendas and Alcalde as Skulks, and they're going to try to move in against Heracles and Dams. Nice job on the mines there, and I don't know if they're actually going to take this engagement.
No, it would not be a wise engagement to take, and Icefelt retreats. Very wise indeed, because those guys were ready to pinch him in that tight hallway there.
Well, we're seeing Icefelt healed back up at the Hive, now moving into Ventilation, throwing spikes down this hallway, trying to get, trying to chip damage these Marines, and it looks like a Skulk went right behind him. Nice flanking maneuver there from Godar, cleaning up Heracles and Dams.
Yeah, we got Eagle Eye and Ray building over in flight control. Infestation was trying to make its way over there. And finally, some Skulks over on Crossroads. Data Core going down. And now they're putting the pressure back on the Snails. And, you know, in the Commander video, they did mention that Snails don't typically like to go for phase gates. I can see they've got an OBS, though. So does that mean we might be seeing them deviate from some of their normal plan?
We may try to see them plop one down there in Crossroads, or a really aggressive one here if they can clean out Computer Lab. Seen that as well with these guys. Ray and Eagle Eye now moving back into flight control after a massive Godar aliens helped Computer Lab, the Computer Lab push. Volk playing a little cat and mouse here with Dames here in Reactor Core. And we're also seeing here in the center of the map, great job there by Icefelt and Mendas, and that Drifter controlled by Arroyos.
But, you know, great counter pressure as Heracles makes his way into Ventilation, and they win the engagement over in Computer Lab. So that means that they're going to be able to work on this whip, which goes down, and on the Crag, and it's going to force the aliens to counter there and leave ventilation to its death.
Yep. Eagle Eye and Ray now here in Comp Lab. We see Ray going down. Eagle Eye trying to do his best, but doesn't work out this time. Weapons 1 has been completed. You know, when they were Marines last time, by the 6-minute mark, they started the research of Weapons 3. Just changing up their strategy just a bit. King Yo coming around the corner in flight control to kill Grissy, who's biting their RT.
Yeah, Snails are still sitting on good income, though. You know, now going back up to 5 extractors, getting data core capped. And the Skulks are having a hard time at taking that res down just because they don't have to send more than 2 Marines at a time to any of these locations. The problem, though, is they've only taken down the 1 Harvester and still sitting on 2 with ventilation growing again. The aliens aren't in a horrible spot. You know, they still have potential to get the fades up more at around the 9-minute mark right now. And if they can get that 3rd Harvester online, that's definitely going to be a lot more comfortable for them.
Yeah, definitely. If they, I mean, that might not happen now. Dames and Heracles running right into ventilation with that Harvester that was only 84% grown, now under 50% health, and it looks like they're just going to pound that one away. On the other side of the map, King Yo trying to take a couple snipe shots in Computer Lab as he moves in there, and a little bit of reaction from Godar in ventilation, cleaning out those 2 Marines, and they did actually take down that RT and dropped it right away to regrow.
Yeah, pressure over in Computer Lab again, though, with King Yo. You know, this just seems to be a ping-pong match for the aliens, bouncing back and forth, trying to keep this res up, not able to get a ton of aggression. Yep. They're breaking through when they can, but they don't have enough time to finish the RTs.
Yep. I mean, I agree. They're focusing way too much on defense right now. Like you said, they can't form a solid offensive against the Snails right now, and the Snails know it. They're just going to keep them bouncing back and forth while they tech up in the background. I mean, you got Weapons 2 almost done, Phase Gates almost done as well, or about halfway done. So that's all they're doing right now. Just keep Godar busy, keep Godar on low res, and basically out-tech them.
Some play going on here in Crossroads as Icefeld is just flying around King Yo's face. Very annoying to have that lurk up in your face like that. And it looks like they're trying to go for the power here. Dam's coming back in to support those.
Oh! Icefeld goes down here in maintenance! Fight ran right into Eagle Eye! Oh, wow!
You know, we've seen Legendary Snails do this before, that they know how to do great route blocking and reaction. They had Heracles over in Computer Lab putting pressure on the RT, which forced the lurk to go through maintenance after using that vent. And there he was, Eagle Eye just waiting for him to move in.
Yep. Heracles and Dams now here in Computer Lab moving up from Crossroads. Shotgun research now has been completed. Grissy in the vents. Heracles trying to take a couple shots. Mendas on the north side. We got King Yo and Mendas duking it out right now. Oh, and he welds him! Oh! Kid welder kill! It's the first welder kill at the NS2WC.
Phase Gate, and there we go. There we see the phase tech utilized by Legendary Snails. And they are going to put it up in ventilation.
Yep, I knew it. It's going to be either ventilation or Comp Lab, one of these super, super aggressive phase gates that Godar is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think ventilation is absolutely the stronger choice in this situation. They've yet to take, really, Computer Lab down. It's still up. You look at the fades now popping out. Valk and Grissy trying to do whatever damage they can. Great use of the observatory to scan and see what's going on for Heracles. And, you know, we'll see. Can the fades turn it around and give the Skulks enough time to get some of this res down?
We see Heracles trying to be sneaky in those vents. Not doing too well against 2 fades. Here in ventilation, obviously, as you mentioned, phase gate is
not up yet.
But it's not connected.
Yeah.
It's not connected.
I mean, you know, it's like, get a Skulk there right now. Mendas gets there just as it lights up. And the shotguns roll through as Heracles is sitting here waiting for the fade, and Grissy's really low, but he gets out just in time.
22% health on that. This phase gate is gonna be Godar's headache for the rest of the game. This is something you don't want. Legendary Snails at your doorstep, basically, streaming in all. This is not where you want them to be.
Yeah, one benefit to this, though, is like we talked about when Titus was playing Sornman, the phase gate kind of narrows the focus of the Marines in some situations. Right now, you can see there's 3 Marines kind of guarding the phase gate, hoping to maybe pick a fade off while they're moving Infestation into flight control and grabbing another RT. This gives them an opportunity to take out Crevice and even Crossroads, where you can see Icefoot working on it.
Yeah. And we're seeing that they're trying to trap a couple, they're trying to trap some fades here, Heracles and King Yo, by hiding around the corner, baiting them into that room. I think the fades obviously know what's up. And at this point, we got Eagle Eye and Ray now building up a phase gate here in Crossroads. Alcalde does see this coming. He makes a pounce, takes down
play.
Eagle Eye. Oh, and a shot in the back by Ray.
What a great play. Mindas really low, though, not in a position to knock out Ray. The gate goes up. In comes Grissy, and he's got to be really careful. He's already low, and Grissy goes down!
Gets out!
Shotgun to the back. Mindas taping out Ray for that evil shot. And that takes us down to just Volk as Fade, and does one more nail towards Godar as Snails begins to push into the hive.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunate. What a great shot there from Eagle Eye from his shotgun. You got 3 of the Snails Marines right outside your base, coming through, shooting in, and just causing a bunch of ruckus. Heracles, King Yon Dams now pushing in slowly. Volk, the only fade left against all these Snails. And things aren't looking good for Godar's chances.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Volk is just bouncing around this hive, desperately trying to survive. He gets out, but now they're really low on eggs. 3 eggs, he's forced to grow more eggs, spending precious resources, and now these shotguns are just in a fantastic position. But look at that, Mindas taking out some of those shotgunners. And these guys, though, they're gonna come right back through that phase gate, and because they've got double IPs, the Skulk fighting on there is not gonna be able to do that much.
Oh boy, this fight, Heracles has been, wow. Was living for so long there in sub-access. King Yo now up against... Volk! Oh, jeez. These guys are going to give me a heart attack.
It's so difficult. You know, the Fades are trying to make plays, but they just are having difficulty fighting against weapons to shotguns in the hands of the Snails. I mean, these guys may be represented by something that moves slow, but that slow is giving them precision in their shots.
Well, now here they go again. Heracles, King Yo, and Dams again in here. Poor Volk as that only fade, bouncing all around like a ping pong ball, trying to get at least one swipe in. But every time he gets close, he gets pushed back. He's at half health right now, trying to just stay around that hive, which is pulse healing him as the more time he's around it. And it looks like he may get pushed out of here. Volk! Oh, just gets it out of there. He was about almost half health.
Oh, he's in big trouble now. 3 in, 4th coming in with a shotgun as well. Down to 2 eggs. The Skulks going away almost instantly as they spawn. And Volk can't do anything but kind of bounce around the room.
Just so let the Skulks kind of spawn, try to take down these Marines, and just be a target, just be a moving target. He's down to 25% life.
And wow, this is...
And he jumps into the hive.
This is the legendary Snails. These guys play crazy aggressive. They've taken him down to 1 shell now. There's only 1 egg. He's forced to grow eggs yet again. Even if they were to win this engagement, they have no other res nodes but the one here in base. And my friend Red Dog, it looks like the Snails are about to take the semifinals.
It looks like it. Volk is there. Oh, and there he goes. Legendary Snails takes it. Volk dies.
And Volk dies.
And Volk dies.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. There you have it, folks. Legendary Snails takes it against Godar in a 3-0 victory. Amazing job. I think the MVP in that game, Eagle Eye. I mean, my goodness. That was the shotgun. I mean, Eagle Eye, that attack there in ventilation, where he was doing that, he did that triple kill, almost the 4th kill with just his pistol. And then obviously just meeting people all around the map, taking down that lurk that came through the vents and a couple other kills. So as you can see, great job to both of them, both teams.
As we can see, even on camera right now, these guys know each other all so well. They play against each other all the time. Great camaraderie against all of these players. Mass amounts of respect. And, you know, Godar, they played really hard to get to the semifinals. They did their job. And unfortunately, it just didn't pan out for them today. But you know what? The Snails, they brought it. They came, they brought, they conquered. And now they're going to move into the final against Titus, who's also working on a high from their previous win.
Exactly. And I know that they've been, Titus has been in the break room, I'm sure, probably both, warming up, keeping warmed up, and watching their opponent. Now, if you were Versal or anyone on Titus and you just watched what happened on the screen and you know, okay, these are the guys I'm going up against, what do you think is going through their minds right now, Wasabi? I mean, you do know them quite a bit, so what do you think is going through their minds?
I would think that right now they are analyzing the play because you practice against Snails, you get an idea for how they play and their strategy and their tech path. But really what it comes down to is seeing how they play in the live event. Because Snails has the live event experience.
Yep.
When they come to the live event, they play on another level than how they do in a PCW or a practice. Yep. And I think that this is their best opportunity to see how they've got to take their opponent. And I think that they showed their cards in a lot of the paths that they took. I think it's going to come down to maps. I think it's going to come down to Marines. And I think it's going to be really interesting games. Here is hoping for no crazy shutouts.
Yeah, you know, Titus, again, you know, I was talking with Versal earlier in the day and basically chatting with him, and these guys have been practicing probably more than any other team here. I mean, the other teams were practicing, yeah, but Titus kind of took it to another level in terms of practice.
Yeah, 6 to 8 hours a day, as many different clans as they could. Really trying to keep with the top clans, though, Godar and Snails. Obviously, Sornman wasn't going to practice them before coming to the event.
Yeah.
But yeah, they spent a lot of time. And, you know, I think one of the biggest things, too, is it comes down to the reason the Snails are so strong is obviously individual skill, but the way that they play as a team. They communicate. They, you know, mold well together. They really play effectively together. And I think we've seen that from Titus as well, especially today. Yeah. Coming back from that loss on Vale, forcing it to the tiebreak round, and, you know, really showing Sornman that they wanted it more.
Yeah.
And so I think that they're in a good position to come into this game and show everybody that they mean business.
Yeah, and what's going for them right now, like you said before, they're on a high. They just won their round. I mean, yeah, it came down to a 2-2 ace match, but they won it. I mean, they're on a high right now. Snails on a high as well. They know they're
on
moving
a better
forward.
high.
On
honestly.
a better high, yeah. They just 3-0.
They just 3-0. They just
a
did
very
it.
good team.
I mean, you're talking about playing in the next 15 minutes, and the team that you're about to play just won that like that. That is like, you know, up there. You are absolutely on, honestly, a better position.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you know, going through some of the matches definitely that we saw in this entire matchup, I think we're going to see an amazing finals coming up. I mean, two amazing teams. I have to say, Godar, amazing team. I mean, they fought their way here through the qualifiers. They had some great wins. Unfortunately, in this last game with Snails, they seemed to get, they couldn't pull it off, but they still played really well. So congratulations to Godar for doing their best. Sornman as well. Some great matches there with Titus. And I'm sure those comms have a lot to say. You know, about that.
It should also be noted that our runners-up also get a prize. You know, so Logitech was kind enough to donate some gear for all of our runners-up, so thank you very much to them. You know, one of the other things I wanted to say, Red Dog, is moving into this final, it's a lot of pressure. And I think that that is also something that can be a key play in how both teams react.
I completely agree. I mean, when you are looking at you know, coming in, you already have that pressure, right? And then you say you lose your first game, you know, and then you lose the second. This final is a best of 7.
Right.
So it's the first.
We hope you're in for the long haul, folks.
Woo! So it's the first to four that wins, and you know, yeah, you got a lot of rounds, but say you just lose your first map completely, pile on the pressure of, you know, being at a live event, being in front. I mean, they're just feet away from like screaming, raving NS2 fans. That every move that is an amazing move, they're hearing the cheering,
Absolutely.
whether it's against them or for them.
Hey, you just lost two of your faces. Woo!
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, exactly. So, you know, that plays into it. I'm sure that all plays into it. And then that could actually just keep, you know, that could really play on you as you move into that second map. If you're coming off those two losses, I mean, how does a team kind of rally past that and actually be like, all right, shake it off, let's move on?
It's where the real professional comes in, and you know, you suck it up and you go for it.
Yeah.
And I think both of these teams have shown in and out over the last few months that they mean business and that they want to play. And I think that we're looking at potentially one of the best matchups that we've seen in NS2.
Definitely think so. I mean, we're in for some great matches here coming up. All right, so it looks like we are going to check in with Melly over in the arena.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What an insane and well-executed matchup. Congratulations to legendary Snails, who advanced to the grand finals. But before we go into the next matchup, I have received a lot of lovely submissions from you guys. You guys are awesome. I got scolded by saying, I know that you can do better, but you showed. And let's have a quick look to all the awesome submissions that reached me so far. So we look on my monitor. I don't know if we can actually, yeah, we can see it's awesome. So here is a 3D model. Okay, I will just quickly scroll through, and there are already reactions from the audience, and this is actually pretty great. This is submitted by my lovely colleague Sean. And yeah, we'll just skip through them because there's so much. And if you want to take a longer look to all the awesome submissions that reached us, just head over to facebook.com/natural-selection2 and check them out yourselves. And maybe you want to get involved by simply sending in your fan art. This one I like really much. It's so sweet. Oh, this is kind of sad. But they made it eventually, right? This is really good. I drew this because I love NS2 and Smithers. Vote for me. This is pretty cool. Such dedication. Many heals. Very concede. Wow. Doge. This is really good. So you see, a lot of awesome submissions. Keep them coming. We have 2 great prizes for the 2 first winners. It will be 1 graphics board from GeForce, NVIDIA, GTX 750 Ti, and an Intel SSD. If I'm not mistaken, it's the 330. Let me quickly check before I tell you something wrong. So it is indeed the Intel 330. Yeah, so the competition is still running. We will announce the winners, the 2 winners of this fan art competition at the end of the show. Of course, you can submit your submissions as well via Twitter. Just use the hashtag #NS2, and I'm really waiting for your submissions. I really enjoy them, and I love hearing from you. So you can also tweet me what's ever on your mind. Just how you like the event, how you like the show so far, and so on and so on. Just tweet me. And before we go, well, I think Hugh is ready. He's already looking at me. Melly, pass over to me. I will. Over to you.
No, don't do. Okay. All right, we're here, we're ready, and NVIDIA. Okay. Recovery. Got to think about how to recover. Recovery. Okay, and now to our sponsors. Yes. Right. So I'm actually very glad that Melly was talking about Intel and NVIDIA just then, because it's an important moment to note that without them, this event would not have happened. They each contributed $8,000 to the community crowdfunding effort that made this event happen, along with all you guys and girls out there that contributed. And that's great because it means that I get to sit here tonight with one of the most awesome people on planet Earth. And that is Scott, Abraxas McDonald. Scott, how are you doing?
Hi, Hugh. You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. You know, people are showing funny pictures of me with my butt out, but it's okay.
That I actually made.
It's incredibly convenient that Scott is sitting here because I had no idea this was going to happen, and he made that picture. So there we go. Scott, I've got time for one question for you. The Snails from France, Titus from North America. Who?
I can't call it because Titus have played exceptionally well today, but the Snails seem to have some kind of French hive mind going on today because they've barely been speaking at all, so to each other. So we'll see.
They look serious. Yeah. They look good. They aim. I mean, was Godar's aim off? What was going on?
No, not really. We were watching it on the screens. Godar's aim wasn't off. It was just purely the tactics and the play, I think.
Scott, I believe that in the last month or so you might have got a job offer from somewhere, and this is relevant to the tournament at the moment. Is there anyone you might be working for now that you weren't working for before?
Yeah, I'm working for you guys on Unknown Worlds on the next game, Subnautica.
And this is a cool thing because Scott was a member of the community. He was a prolific contributor of content and of help. He ran the playtest group for, I think, 3 years?
Just about 3 years, yeah.
And now he's hired. And it's a really cool story because Unknown Worlds does tend to hire people out of our community. Now, we're going to go back to our sponsors now and hear a little bit about the Intel product that you can win, that Intel SSD 310. As a small independent game studio, we develop on a motley assortment of hardware. Most of this hardware used to use traditional spinning disk hard drives. Along with sponsoring the NS2 World Championship, Intel sent us a present, SSD 520s. We installed these solid-state disks and ran a little experiment. On the left is the SSD 520 and on the right a spinning disk hard drive. Both are loading Natural Selection 2 from the desktop. Each was loaded on the same machine, and as you can see, there's quite a difference in performance. By the time the hard drive is finished loading the main menu and all its textures, the SSD is almost done loading game assets. It's not even close, and the raw numbers don't tell the whole story. Reduced hitching and pop-in, greater responsiveness, and less power consumption seal the deal. In the end, the SSD loaded from desktop to ready room in 34.6 seconds. Rather than waiting for the hard drive to finish, take our word for it that it took 121 seconds. The SSD loads the game in 1/4 the time. All that loading time saved is time we can spend developing better games and time you can spend playing them. Natural Selection 2 isn't the fastest loading game in the universe. We know it, but you can actually make it faster using some of those SSDs. NVIDIA also sponsored the Natural Selection 2 World Championship, and here's a little word on what they do in Natural Selection 2. Games like Natural Selection 2 require physics calculations to underpin their gameplay. In combat between Marine and Skulk, physics objects are constantly colliding and interacting with each other. As well as sponsoring the NS2 World Championship, NVIDIA provides the physics library that allows these interactions to happen. It's called PhysX. This is a real-time visualization of PhysX acting in NS2. You can see it yourself by typing collision in the console. Blue objects are entities within the green world geometry. Watch the Skulk and Marine fight again in slow motion, and you can get an idea of the complexity of the interactions between objects during play. Hundreds of calculations are performed each second to ensure players and the environment remain appropriately aligned. If you have an NVIDIA graphics card in your system, you can perform these calculations on that GPU, freeing your CPU to perform other tasks and potentially speeding up the game. To do so, go to the General Options menu, scroll down to PhysX GPU Acceleration, and make sure that it is set to on. I'm now sitting here with Aorus from Godar and Hopsu from Sornman, who unfortunately have been knocked out in the semi-final rounds of the final series. Aorus, how are you feeling?
A little bit disappointed. I thought we had a better chance of beating Snails, and after 3-0, it's not feeling so great.
They were very strong. Hopsu, how about you? How are you feeling?
Well, a little disappointed, of course, but life goes on.
Life does go on. I remember you were both very confident in your interviews earlier today about your chances. What do you think went wrong? When compared to what you said your chances were in the interview, what happened, Hopsu?
Well, we made some minor mistakes and we paid the high price from it.
What do you think some of those minor mistakes might have been?
Like losing 2 fates to a mine pack.
Yeah.
And basically throwing the game in Champi on Marine side.
Aorus, what are some of the mistakes that you feel that Godar might have made?
On Tram, we were way too passive. We didn't use our rest advantage we had in the early game. We secured platform, warehouse. We couldn't even expand ore, but we didn't put up the pressure to Snails. They just put us in defensive, and we got stuck there.
Got stuck on defense. Aorus, you've got a team of how many people? Is it 6, 7, 8?
7.
7 in total. To organise all those people, to play all these matches as the team captain, is that a difficult job?
Like, we share the responsibility. Like, I'm organizing PCWs and Mandis organizing the players. Like, so it's much more easier to share the duty.
Okay, so you've got quite a democratic team, you work together to get everything done, and in the end, I mean, it clearly works very well because you make it all the way to these finals. Hopsu, how's your team organisation work? And while you're answering, make sure to hold that mic right up so everyone can hear.
Well, actually it's Tain that does the organizing, so I get the easy job. It's just waiting for the PCVs and just get into the game.
Okay. And Aorus, when you're in a match, do you directly command the team, or do you play as the commander? Do you command the team? Do you call the shots? Do you have field commanders? How are decisions made during a match?
On the Marine side, I'm directly commanding and micromanaging my Marines to push forward, go to certain locations, and instantly when they spawn, they know what to do. On the Alien side, I'm more flexible to have field commanders, since without parasites, I'm blind. So I have my field commander, Christy, in Eisfeld, just doing the shots, calling what to do, and we just be like a democratic team. When someone sees an opening, we use it, and yeah.
And having field commanders, Hopsu, how valuable is it to have good field commanders on a team?
Well, it's essential. We have very good in-field decision makers like Tain, which helps a lot, and yeah.
And what do you think makes a player, if you're the commander on the field and you've got your troops running around, you've got your field commanders helping you, what do you think are some of the qualities that make good players on the ground? Apart from their shooting skills, is it that they can communicate well, they can listen well to orders, they can give ideas?
Yeah, of course. We communicate a lot with our team when we play, and we basically make our decisions together.
Okay. Aorus, is that the same for you? Do you value, I mean, when you're looking for players to play on Godar, which I'm sure you're not often because everyone will be wanting to play on Godar, what are you looking for in those players?
It's mostly, apart from the aiming, it's a game sense. You need to know where to be, in which position. Like Fana always said, it's all about positional play, and that's the key. Like, if you're on the wrong spot in the wrong moment, like we saw in the ventilation engagement where Eagle Eye was standing, he killed my entire skulks. So, good position, a good Marine with aim, and you can decide a game just by shooting good.
And Aorus, who would you say is in with the better chance at the moment? Is it Titus Gaming who is setting up on the left, or is it the legendary Snails that just defeated you on the right?
I think one of the most important things is the live event experience, and I think Snails got the most experience on that part, and especially in this awesome arena with so many fans. it's really something else. So I think Snails got a better shot from the live event experience.
Okay, and Hopsu, were you on the team that fought the legendary Snails at the European Open 2013 on stage?
No, actually I wasn't here. It was Peacham was coming Sornman there then.
So you did have some, and unfortunately Peacham couldn't make the matches this weekend, but the team did have some experience of live events. Do you think that was valuable?
Yeah, definitely. I think I was the most nervous one here today.
Fair enough. I mean, these live events are quite scary. Even for myself trying to do this job, it's terrifying. So actually being on stage with the prizes at stake must be even more terrifying. So Eris, if you could do anything differently in terms of your leadership before this event, what would you do differently?
I think it was mainly the live event pressure. I should have talked to my team, made them more calm, and just focus on the game. Because some little mistakes happened in the game we would never done at home. So, and these mistakes just added up and snowballed. So Snails just overrun us in the end. And next time we need just to focus on our play and not be nervous.
And Hopsu, how about you? What would you do differently if you could have your time again?
Well, not have my whole team die to a pack of mines.
Avoid the pack of mines. Now, speaking of this job being terrifying, though not as terrifying as being on stage, I have this little thing in my ear, and in it people tell me what to do, and unfortunately I didn't hear who I was supposed to pass to at the end of this interview. So, someone's going to have to tell me. I am passing off to the casters. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, a lesson in nerves and listening to your earpiece. So we're going to go over to the casting desk and get an introduction to the first game of the grand final of the Natural Selection 2 World Championship.
Well, thank you very much, Hugh. I am caster number 1, joined with caster number 2. And we couldn't be more excited. No, I am Dylan Wasabi 1, and this is
Blind. Hello.
Blind, our absolute favorite friend to...
And not Blind NS.
Okay.
We got it.
You got to jab me there. Okay,
yes,
it's
everyone's
fine.
hitting me on that.
Blind, guess what? We're live on TV for the grand final of the NS2WC.
The big one. The big one.
This is it, folks.
This is America versus Europe.
America versus Europe. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We're taking all the real politics aside, and we are just continent versus small country in that other continent.
So do you think we're biased in here?
I totally think that we're biased. I think it comes down to being that. I'm going to admit to you right now, though, I think the Snails have a lot of momentum. Red Dog and I were talking about it.
Yes,
you just
absolutely.
won in your series just a few minutes ago. You're not getting up, really. You're staying at your stations. You're comfortable. You're ready to go. You've got pressure out of the way because you just owned it 3-0.
Yeah, especially that gives a high moral boost here. 3-0 victory in the semifinals like that. Definitely. They will be overwhelmed with the confidence at this moment for this.
Well, it's exciting. We are definitely ready to watch these guys duke it out. This is a best of 7. So unlike the previous rounds, we could be seeing 4+ games. And that really excites me.
Yes.
My voice, probably not so much. But we're here for the long haul. We're really excited. And Blind, I want to take a second and just say thank you so much for being here with us and being such a huge asset. It's been fantastic having you.
Oh, thanks, man. I love it here to be with you. And also the same for you. I love casting with you. And going into the teams, so everyone who joined the stream didn't see it earlier on, we have the first Marine team is going to be Titus. So I'm going to show a little video here about how the commanding strategy for Titus is going. Enjoy.
Versul, commander of Titus Gaming, is leading the strongest team from the North American continent at this moment. He utilizes a very varying set of strategies, trying to be unpredictable and always reacting to his opponents during a match. But as a pattern, Versul loves to poke the bee's nest, to force reactions out of his enemy, which he's already setting up to abuse. A good example would be to draw the aliens' attention to one end of the map, just to move with the real Precious squad uncontested into vital areas to maximize the damage. He constantly stresses the importance of zoning, but won't fear breaking it if an opportunity arises. always being a step ahead and prepared for any counter move. Firstall is always developing new strategies, working with the element of surprise, and improving Titus's gameplay by reducing any weakness he can find in his team's play.
All right, so much for the Titus Gaming.
Well, there you see it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it comes down to. Is it's that kind of that pressure play, counter groups.
Yes.
I think that's a lot of what we're going to see. Been talking behind the camera. What do you think? How's this going to work? Well, if you do
Yeah,
this
the
could happen.
secret strategy is what's exactly going to happen.
It's going to be crazy. And this is Tram. Tram is one of the other favorite maps of these players. We've seen it played, I believe, every game.
Yeah, they really love Tram right now. Switching from Summon to Tram as a new most favorite map, obviously by competitive players, and we've seen a whole lot of strategies, including especially 2-pronged attacks all over the map constantly. I think all Marine teams, except for Godar last time, really put up the pressure constantly to the north. I think we always saw the Marine spawn in the south, right?
We did. We never saw
they can
a
also
north
spawn in the
Marine.
north. They can also spawn inside north, and it completely changes the gameplay. And so we'll have to see how that will go in that case that happens here.
And here we go, 3 seconds into game number 1 of the finals for the NS2 World Championships. Here we go, guys. Titus versus Legendary Snails.
Basically, Team America down here in shipping and Team Europe up in server room. Legendary Snails, the French versus the North American team. We're going with 4 scouts straight into up for scouting. I don't know, even crushing. Look at that. Fast movement into South Towns. They're going all logistics here.
Yeah, now those 3 Marines are quickly going to notice that it's a crush group coming through to logistics. They're going to kill that Marine quickly and counter towards base. But because it was seen, it looks like, look, Personal gets out of the chair, moves to the back of the room to try to take this engagement. Both go down, though, and all 3 Marines got out. One of them actually killed himself. It looks like Golden sacrificed himself to come back and spawn. He even dies. Now they're on 1 IP.
Oh, wow. What is
Joshy spawning in, clears him out. King Yo still biting at that IP. Doesn't finish it. Oh, God. What a win. And we've still got 1 Marine. Rantology was still up north. She didn't clear anything, but they only got the 1 RT up there with Heracles. Big win for Titus as far as clearing those life forms right now.
That was a big surprise by Snails. Actually, they never do this kind of push. Usually you see it from Sornman and other players, but this time we completely catch Titus Gaming unprepared for that, going into Logi into the base and did hold out the damage because all the Marines had to go back. Absolutely no map control in that moment. They're still sitting on 1 build extractor so far. Yeah, and we talked a lot about nerves and the psyche going into this final, and losing a win, an opportunity like that where they could have done a lot of damage down a Marine start. That might play into the long run of this game. You can see Golden and Gorgeous up here in Warehouse trying to just work on pulling the aliens towards them, keeping them away from the Marines building res in the south of the map. Yeah, you can see in the top left mini-map, like hold all those red spots, aliens coming in. Really good positioning here by them, but nice engagement by Snails without any casualties, taking them down.
Full-on pack play there. The Gorge there to support and heal. There was no way those 2 Marines were going to be able to clear all that. But now they're sitting on 4 extractors while the aliens just get up their 4th harvester. And I think Heracles is going to support here rather than build a tunnel. No, there's the tunnel.
Yeah, coming up. Where's the tunnel?
Lower platform.
Lower ore. Here we go. Tunnel. So tunnel between ore processing and the hive. So basically a west-east connection, which is pretty smart, so they can keep on pack playing. It's really important to hold that Gorge down. I think that's something Versal might want to snipe if he scouts it.
Yeah, now one thing here, Rantology was able to clear the infestation at Mezzanine, taking that harvester down to 40%. They've got the infestation spreading again. It's going to stay up at 21, but you've got Golden here in Hub, who's probably going to start pressuring res as well. Looks like the Gorge actually had to retreat from the tunnel, and now we've got 2 lurks on the field using that tunnel to get over and defend at ore.
Yeah, it really helps a whole lot. Look at how fast they can switch the whole side of the map, being able to defend and put pressure on the west and the east side. I think Gorgeous did scout that, but he just ignored it and went for killing a drifter. I'm not quite sure if he ran past it. He went this way up there, here.
Well, those Gorge tunnels are mighty difficult to kill, especially when you don't know if something's going to come through it when you're all alone. So making the play for the res might be the better move. Titus at the moment down to 3 RTs, pressure over an observation. A fourth RT has been dropped in repair room, but they've been yet to build it.
Yeah, so sitting on solid income, playing a little bit slow, not heavy aggression. You don't see much Marines except for the first push they had. Right now, really busy on defending what they have. A nice cleanup by Snails.
Yeah, great cleanup there. The double lurk pressure, the support of the Gorge, able to easily heal, chip away that armor, let the Skulk do the final kill. You take out that res node, and this is a problem for any Marine team. Aliens are sitting on 5 RTs right now. You have got to start dealing pressure to their income, and it looks like Golden's doing that up in Warehouse.
Yes, one Marine close to Mesa, poking a little bit. Oh, it takes out Eagle Eye really nice. One in Warehouse and 2 pushing up to repair, but a group of lurks just cleared it out. No problem for them.
Yeah, it looks like they're definitely going to lose Warehouse as 2 Marines start pressuring here in elevator transfer. Working on this whip, nobody nearby, both the lurks still on the left side of the map. Infestation trying to get spread down into repair room. And, you know, Titus is just kind of ignoring the left side a little bit. You know, they got 2 guys headed towards repair, but they know they've got to take down res. If they can't take down the res, you know, this game is going to be over very quickly.
Wow, nice job here by Golden. Taking out the Skulk, staying alive for a little long. And looks like also Snails was actually trading some RTs. Like Harvester didn't really care. Worked on logistics, taking it down, really focusing on taking down the Marine RTs first. And I think this is really smart here. They're already sitting on 4 Harvesters. They can easily trade that. If they can bring themselves in a really good spot. Whoa, that lurk. What's that? Ray, pretty low and healthy here.
Yeah, you know, good play in repair room there, taking out the Crag. You know the lurks in the Gorge are going to be difficult to take down. Go after that healing unit, because if the Gorge does go down, it's one less structure to give them outbound support.
So Rentology and Locked in now still working Mezzanine, taking down Harvester. It took them a long time with all the crack and whips in there, but finally they're moving up to the Hive. Lurk already here, so they really need to pull back. And maybe they're just poking, forcing the lurks to be in this area right now.
Ooh. Push the lurk out a little bit there, end up taking out a Skulk, but Rantology's going to go down as they come to support this. And Heracles is going to get that res node right back up after helping in this engagement. And that means that they really weren't without income for very long at all.
So the whole time the Marines were busy on the east side. We have 2 more here, Joshi and Gorgeous, working their way up into repair, killing even more structures. Whole lot of T-res got taken out, but still, they can still afford it. Look at that, 5 Harvesters up in total. And shotguns are on the way. Oh, look at the Gorge Tunnel. They repositioned it.
Yeah, you know,
I love that.
This is a strong play, because now you can really put the pressure down towards Marine Start. Like we talked about earlier when Titus played, the beaconing, you know, using that obs to your advantage to soak the res away from your opponent. But the big thing is right now is Joshi and Gorgeous are going after the other side of the tunnel, and it's going to go down. So now they have no position for the tunnel, but there's also no obs back at Marine Start, and the whole team is sitting out here.
Oh god, there's the Gorge healing, so even if they got chip damage, the lurks can still heal up with the Gorge. And oh, look at Kingo, 20 health.
They're power building
all
an
the
obs.
mines in there.
There's a power building obs over an ore, so they're trying to beacon the team back as Rantology comes into support.
Oh, that's gonna be really costly. They're gonna lose so much in this. Oh goodness, when will the ops hit? Beacon coming up. And Ray goes down.
They've lost 1 lurk, but the fades are incoming soon. They're gonna take the tunnel out.
They even dropped the Gorge Tunnel in the face. Oh my god.
So now Titus is really on their back foot. Yes, they took down the Snails to 4 res nodes. There is infestation still spread through half of the map, and that obs sitting out there is going to get recycled back up in ore.
Oh.
But well played by them
Yeah.
to not just give up. You know, drop the obs and beacon.
Look at the team kills, man. This disparity is really high here.
Well, you know, shotguns had just finished. So now that the shotguns are out, even though the fades are out now, they're on weapons 1, armor 1. You got the obs built back at base to give you a little bit more protection, but they got to get their res up, and they've got to be able to kill some more life forms. That first lurk was good, but you've got to take out these fades.
Absolutely. Nice shot here on the Skies. Wow. Very good, but still a lurk and a fade. They lost the tanks going in. 3 Marines too much. They have to retreat. Good job here on repair. Holding that position. Keeping your Marines alive is the most crucial thing here on keeping on map control.
Yeah, the scary thing right now, though, Blind, is I'm sure you're well aware, is Eagle Eye's on 50 res, and they've got 5, you know, Harvesters going.
Yeah.
He's going to be at Onos in no time, and that's going to be a big problem with only being on Armor 1 and Level 1 shotguns. Again, the
Absolutely.
shotguns are powerful, but that Ono's paired with potentially... Wait, what happened to the second fade?
He did. They only played.
Oh,
with
they only
one.
did the one.
They
Okay,
only
my
did the one,
apologies,
so it's-
folks.
Big engagement here, Repair. Even using the Vips, moving them forward. A whole lot of Drifter spam. There's a whole aliens in here. There's not much the Marines can do. There's still 2 Marines left. Oh, trying to get dams. Oh,
big
stops
play!
the door.
Oh, he's
There's
getting
another
pinched!
one.
And here comes Golden from either side. Going down,
Oh, he
down
goes
he goes! No fades alive at the moment. That Ono's
Whoa.
still a minute away. The Gorge tunnel there, Gorgeous and Golden making the pinch play. And what a great play for those Titus Marines. Holy crap. Now re-securing res. They're even with the Snails right now, 5 and 5. But without the higher life form, that's where it can turn quickly. The fact that they've got 5 Harvesters, though, means that they can easily get those fades back if they can continue to hold them.
Yeah, but it still takes some time. It was really wonderful by Gorgeous with that triple kill and take down the Fade. Really crucial. The Gorge Tunnel is also down. That means the west side of the map is open for the Marines to take it down. That really gives Titus Gaming that kind of space they need. They can breathe now again. Right before that, they were boxed in. Look at the map. Look at the map.
Pressure on every alien node on the outsides. Ore, warehouse, mezzanine. These guys are going after everything, and now they're back at Marine start. 1 Marine back here, Joshi. They're gonna force the beacon after doing some damage. Without those phase gates, though, this is gonna be a problem. Look, they took down Ore and Warehouse, though, so they're not in a horrible position. But this is giving the Snails plenty of time to jump on the res.
That's right. The moment you break your zoning, the alien scouted, they can abuse that by just walking to your base, especially when no phase gates up. You're instantly put back to the base, even if you save your base. It takes so long to get back in the position, and by that, the aliens will use to chew on all those RTs. Elevator's almost down, but we have Gold and Gorgeous coming in, saving that just in time.
So it looks like they're gonna try to secure Hub here. Ray really low. You got pressure from Rantology and Joshi in Repair Room against this whip, and they're probably gonna try to take that down, which they do.
And the phase gate next up in Hub.
Yeah, phase gate's gonna go down in Hub, and this will be a great location for them to continue their assault out through North Tunnel, Mezzanine, and even over to Ore. As you can see, he has just dropped both Ore and Mezzanine.
Absolutely. I think especially with that location, you can siege out warehouse location with arcs and North Tunnels, as we've seen before. You can even push some arcs up to Mezzanine and kill the server room RT. But the thing they have to worry is the honors, the upcoming honors. Eagle Eye, there he is, already in Mezzanine, running around. No armory block in here in Hub.
Definitely not.
And, but he scanned it. He scanned it. They know it.
Yeah, they know he's there. They're pulling back to the phase gate. They've still, they've got this Lurk helping out here. The Skulk's coming in, taking out both Joshi and Golden in there. And now Rantology running back with that shotgun, but they're going to lose this gate. So they've actually decided to put a gate up in Warehouse, which gives them just as much pressure because they can take out Ore and Warehouse.
That was a really nice job here. They realized Hub is gone, just recycling in and using the Marines they have to put up Varus. And Varus is really tough for an Honors to get in. I mean, it's a long, long way to run, and if you realize you have to pull back, it's an even longer way, where you're completely exposed to any Marines facing through and putting damage into you.
And now they're going after the Ore processing res node after taking out Warehouse. Securing Warehouse for them is a plus because that means that the aliens won't be able to expand here for their second hive. And knowing that, you can see that Rios has already decided to spread infestation into Elevator.
Yeah, within the east side, he can even spread through Hub to repair and logistics if he wants to. If he can trap down those Marines into those 2 tech points, Varus and shipping, he's still fine if he just wins the eco game. But right now, Snails, they lost so many RTs. Look at that, they lost 10 Harvesters. The last minutes went crazy by going down here. What an amazing pressure by Titus Gaming.
And every Marine RT is blowing up right now as Snails knows they cannot give the economy game to these Marines.
Wow. Complete turnover since that one faded out. That's
everything's
absolutely
gone.
amazing.
And pressure back in Marine start, jumping down on that arms lap, not taking it out, which is a big win. We saw what it did to Sonneman on
Yes,
Zombie.
it did.
And, that is definitely going to keep them in the plus, especially because it was working on weapons too.
Yeah, right now. So it's just starting up. There's still, Titus is really back in rest right now, sitting on the 2 extractors. It's really starved out, lacking a little bit in upgrades. And it's really important. The crucial thing will be, can I take down the Honors? As long as the Honors is alive, that's going to be the real scary thing when Elliotts can always go for the big push. really abuse the fact when the Marines are out of position, capping too much, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Yeah. They're all moving into warehouse, just one Marine here stomping over all of them.
Both shotguns making their way back in from ore, but get taken out by all of these skulks. They were able to clear a couple there. Golden trying to get through the gate to clear it enough for people to come through. Just doesn't happen. And down goes the phase gate in warehouse, and immediately to the power. You've got Locklear moving up into north tunnels, trying to go after King Yo there. They know how much that lurk means to them right now, and he's not going to be able to do that. And unfortunately, with the power out in hub, the power out in warehouse, you know, ore is about their only shot unless they can get the power back up in hub right now for that forward phase gate. And they didn't capitalize on trying to grab new res. They're just now doing that as they've dropped observation, finished logistics, and are moving on to repair.
I love that snipe here by Heracles here. Whoa, what a great shot here by Gorgeous. Just an instant 180 turnaround killing that Skulk. But talking about the situation here, I mean, Titus is back to 4 RTs trying to set up repair. But, I mean, as long as those honors are out, and we also have a fade back Ray for them. He was the initial lurk. Snails are still in a better shape here.
Yeah, King Yo also has 43 res, so if he happened to go down as lurk, he does have the option to go fade himself.
All right, let's see. We have Joshi, Rentology pushing upwards into ore processing. Might be a good phase gate location. They didn't put one up in repair yet, but also lacking the resources. That's the other point. 3 Marines, no phase gate. That means they're out of position, but the phase gate is dropped.
This is a difficult room, you know, and especially with this Onos coming around the corner, they timed it just right. The Snails is going to clear up those shotguns, which look at the P-res for Titus. That's not a great position to be in right now, and it's not an easy location to come back and win. Golden desperately working on the power in hub, trying to get it back on for that phase gate while everybody's distracted in ore, and you can bet here comes the Onos and everybody else to take out hub.
Absolutely. Just shortly we had 6 RTs up for Titus Gaming. Nice recapping. It doesn't matter if you lose the RTs within 1 minute again. Oh, Ray, don't. Oh.
Pushing Ray out is really big in that situation.
Yes.
It's going to give him enough time to build this phase gate. And the infestation is spread. The aliens are back up to 4 RTs, but Titus is also up to 4 extractors. Now they need to find a way to really start putting the pressure back at aliens, start pulling the aliens back into that location. And I think that's going to happen by taking out mezzanine, securing mezzanine, maybe putting down that robo so that they're pulling back and the focus is shifted to wherever you want it.
Exactly. So they're keeping up the pressure close to hub, as close as they can be. They're all pushing the 2 Marines, so mezzanine, they have to come back. Let's look through Eagle Eye's eyes as he's pushing on the phase gate.
Oh, and Eagle Eye has to retreat. He's not in a great position there.
God.
And they actually win this engagement, and they're going to chase him down a little bit, but it's not going to work out. Ray even pushed out, so they live to fight another day in hub, and now they're going to move right back to mezzanine and put on the pressure.
Really nice play by Titus. I mean, hub is so crucial right now, and it's a really scary place for an Honors. It's long hallways where you have to run. The best way to do is like run with the whole pack, you tank a little bit, and the Fates take the kills together with the lurks. As soon
Ray
as they
taking
drop
2 meat shots here in mezzanine. Dams right on Golden's feet, takes him out before Ray can get pinched. Ray desperately low, and Versal's pulling them all back to Marine start. I think he wants them to do something, and they weren't listening.
I'm not sure. I think he wanted to save some shotguns.
Or re-grab the shotguns.
I didn't see it. I was just looking on mezzanine as well, so it looks like some Marines were somewhere, or maybe a misclick. Happens sometimes too. I don't know.
Doubling out, moving 2-man up into north tunnels. They're going to try to get some shots in here. Doesn't seem to be working out to the way they want. It almost looks like they're trying to get a phase gate up in north tunnel, which is kind of odd.
Ooh, and hub again. They
Gorgeous
really want to
hiding
take
right
that
here.
down.
Down
nice.
goes one Skulk. And man, they are trying, but right now this hub gate is in a lot of trouble. It goes down, overwhelmed. Skulks dying left and right. Ray taking some neat shots from that shotgun in Rantology's hands. And this is exactly what Snails needed right now.
Absolutely. Crushing that position, taking down almost all those shotguns. 4 Marines dead, which take a whole lot of time to be back into the game. Killing some RTs now. Look at the map. They got this all free again. But bet on it that we have 4 Marines here moving right up to hub. They need that phase gate back up here.
They do need the phase gate, but like I said, if they can't start putting pressure to pull the aliens off of their stuff. They're gonna be in trouble in this game because with 4 res notes up, you've got Dams at 41, you've got Kinyo at 58. This could easily be more Onos out on the field.
Absolutely, and look at that clean push here. Really nice by Snails, just waiting for some Marines to be distracted, building, doing some other stuff, and going in right in that moment. I really think an armory block could have helped a really lot in here.
Yeah, you know, even though he's got the res notes up, though, it's a commitment, and
that's right.
I think that, you know, he's just making a different decision. Whether that's right or wrong, you know, we'll leave that up to everybody else.
Always the winner's decision was the right one.
Pressure over an elevator transfer by Ray. You got 4 guys moving into hub yet again. Onos back at the hive, healing as he was down to about 35, 40% before he left. He's going to come back trying to get enough people here to get around him and do some pressures. The phase gate and power goes back up in the hub, and the hive is growing in warehouse. Now is a great moment for them to get up to warehouse. Even if they lose the phase gate again, if they can take out the second hive, that still puts them in a good location.
Now we have to watch out. There's 2 aliens inside the base, forcing some Marines to come back because the arm slip is under attack. They cannot load it. Oh my god, Bristol is about to die. The commander is down. No med packs right now. Just Joshi in here working on that phase.
Oh! And you missed that shot!
Oh, he goes down!
Wow, so out goes the second fade, but look at this. Kinyo at 65. Dams at 48, so if Dams wants to go fade, they can do it, getting the arms lab down to 66%. And this hive's still growing in warehouse, and I don't know if they know it's there.
Oh, look at that.
Double phase gate in hub.
How often do you see that?
I don't think I have ever seen that.
Me neither. I've seen phase gates hub to Messer to close this route, to have a close phase gate, but this is kind of, we definitely need hub. You cannot lose it. So in case they're all grinding this 1 IP, you can recycle and everyone's phasing through here.
Right, I like the play because it means you're going to have to split up whoever you've got in there attacking the phase gates, and it's going to allow you to come in and apply the pressure, maybe get that Onos on that last shot you needed, something. Pressure now in ore, pressure in mezzanine. But now we've got double Onos, Kinyo and Eagle Eye, and Golden seeing it and moving back very quickly. Where was the armory block? Going straight for the power.
This is nice.
This is what they need to do. They need to pinch these guys right now. Mucus going off. Crazy. They've got to chase these guys. Dams even as fade. And this would be a huge P-res sink if they take out any of these life forms.
Oh, Kingo is getting pretty low.
Catbacks!
Oh,
Catbacks! And they can't catch him.
Oh, that was close. Really, but for Marines, just take the Harvester while you're already there. Why not? Just shoot it down, just 2 seconds, and go back. Go whatever you did before. And we have a Robo being dropped. So play safe, hold hub, and I think Verso knows, as long as they control hub, they can win. Even if 2 honors, they just need to watch out to not be out of position the moment those honor come in, and then maybe take down those life forms and slowly push, get those arcs up, and deny warehouse.
I still think that right now is a good time for that armory block, like you mentioned earlier. He's got a little bit better income. It's a good investment knowing that there's 2 Onos there. He's dropping a forward obs. This is going to help to see what's going on in mezzanine.
Heracles now working on observation here, some rest biting. They know they're setting up the robots, so they have a little bit of time. The Marines will not move out until they have arcs. They will play defensively, and how you break that? You go on the RGs. You force Marines to be out of position. You force Marines trying to recap, getting those skulks down the moment they do. Then you can group up again together and just try to break up.
And the first arc is ready to start rolling out. The second one now coming behind it quickly. And these will start doing a lot of damage here on Tram and can almost make the Onos insignificant if played right. But in come the Onai. This annihilation could be it. This could be the moment where they take this game. Desperately trying to take down the left side. Locklear coming in from behind with a shotgun.
Oh King
my
is
God,
so
he's so close. Oh, down to 19%. They go straight for the power. Both phase gates still working to the advantage. Joshi coming through one, Rentology through the other. Still on the power. Eagle Eye, full health. He's going to retreat, and they've still held hub.
Wow. I don't know. They didn't commit. There was... I mean, they could have grinded those gates. All 5 Marines were dead at that moment. They all were facing in. If you know what phase gate is first used, they could all grind here. 1 fade was on it. Just... I don't know, the honors didn't want to commit, they didn't want to stay here, and in the end I think it's also pretty wise, you don't want to lose any honors.
And
just
for the love of
again,
God, where is that armory wall? Oh, there it is. The powers that be have told him, but too late
there we
because
go.
here come the Onos again. This time, though, the whole team equipped with shotguns and cat packs. King Yo, desperately low, trying to get away, goes down.
Oh, first Onos down. We still have one more.
The Arcs are still doing damage to the Hive up north, though, as Eagle Eye and Ray stay there to try to do damage to him, getting forced out by Locklear and Rantology. And you can almost bet an armory wall's coming up right there.
Exactly, they won't forget about this armory wall. Oh, look at that, it's really cute. Ray trying to block the denied at the ghost structure just by touching it a little bit too late at this moment. And yeah, I think Warehouses looks pretty tough for that, especially with just one Onos right now. How can you break that?
Well, they're just building a Kragan warehouse, which will not heal the damage being done by the Arcs. Now they've busted through this armory wall. They're moving back into the back of the room. Not a great room to take an Onos in, especially with that Fade and Lurk as well.
Yeah.
The Skulk biting at your feet. And they've decided to push in and take it.
Whoop. There we go, big engagement. You got a team kill here against Josh. Going down by Locklear. The Honors is still working at the Fates are trying to get some damage done into those Marines. Damsels to pull back, but they killed those Arcs. Arcs are down, so they're fine for the moment.
Well, he got one. There's still one Arc there.
Oh, there's one hiding
and it's
there.
still doing damage down to 1%.
Oh, look
and
at
there
that.
it goes.
Oh, goodness.
And
with
now,
the
look
last
at this.
Arc.
You got 4 shotgunners following Eagle Eye. Where are the cat packs? Oh, he doesn't have enough money. He couldn't really do it. That might have been an opportunity to grab him right there.
Oh, base rush, Gorge Tunnel logistics.
Holy crap.
But the
and
Marines,
this could be it.
There's 2 coming to the base face gate. They can use the face gate.
No, it looks
No
like the
one's there.
Fade's going back. Wait, they're all waiting. They are going to engage here.
Yeah, they healed up. They will go for the base. There's no buy bomb. The whole time they did never research buy bomb. With buy bomb, Arcs could have been.
He's got
much better.
multiple observatories, though, and 23 res in the bank. As long as he doesn't
Yes.
drop that money right now. And he knows, with it being so quiet,
Oh, he
there goes
scans
the
it!
scan
He
at the
scans
perfect
it!
time!
Whoa!
Bam, and they're back, and Snails knows they have to engage. They pull out, though, and they move back to that
Wow.
tunnel. And now they're going to try to get on the res.
Those spider senses by Versal. He smelled that. Wait a second. Where are the aliens? Let's scan.
And they're going to find
Absolutely
the Gorge
great.
Tunnel. Tunnel's going to go down unless Heracles can win against Gorgeous. He does. That's going to save the Gorge Tunnel for now. But still, that double phase gate play in Hub has paid off. And they're going to
Absolutely.
move the Arc. I like this play, too. The Arc moving up an elevator transfer. You
And
can
shooting
totally
Messer,
hit the
yeah.
Harvester and Mezzanine right there. Don't even worry about your Marine. It's pretty well protected because they're not going to run through. And now you guys just have to play the long haul game at this point. But Heracles at 53 res. Eagle Eye at 48, already in Onos, though.
Wow. I mean, talking about at the early game, I mean, Snails really had this in their bangs up till the moment where with the triple kill with Gorgeous taking down the Fate and everything. There was amazing comeback, and Titus is in an advanced spot here. They look great right now. They look absolutely great. Even though with all the PRS in the bank for the aliens, it really looks like Snails can't push them. They cannot take Hub.
Yeah, and these
that's
3
what they
guys
need.
staying close, not moving much into North Tunnel or platform, you know, staying close to the hives. Again, they don't need to push in that much right now because they've hit the res game. They've taken out the higher life forms they need. They know that, you know, another Fade is potentially far away, even though Heracles is on 55. I think that Snails has decided to go for the second Onos again. They feel more confident in that than potentially another Fade. But look up in server, Golden taking out the Skulk, and he's going straight for those.
Those shells. Precious skulls, but the Fate is already here. Really nicely done. And
Oh,
he should be able to
Dams.
save it.
Yeah, they're going to save those. Dams took a couple meat shots, though, and you pulled the Lurk and the Onos back, though.
Yeah.
Which means they're going to be able to go in, clean up Mezzanine there, start moving the Arc back to Hub.
Yeah, and Snails is dropping down to 2 Harvesters. Platform is pretty much vulnerable. If any Marines going up through North Tunnels at this moment. And I think for Titus, they can still play slow, safe, tech up, get weapon 3, get even jetpacks if they need to, get everything you can and keep the aliens economy on just 1 Harvester. And the moment that Onos dies, they can walk straight into that
Yeah,
hive.
the Umbra is so effective, though, for that Onos. And, you know, he's sitting there thanking the Lords for Lurk upgrades right now. But look at the nerve gas grenades going down. They are trying to chip out that extra armor. We saw this earlier. It was great play for them to be able to win on Veil. And Rantology is going to get cleaned up here by both Dams and Eagle Eye with the assistance of Mucus.
Yeah, and Umbra.
And
That's
Umbra.
a whole bunch of spam here. But even with all that, Mucus and Umbra, they could never break up. I think that's the moment. Really amazing gameplay here by Titus.
Dams, 2 big meat shots there by Golden. Pushes him out. And they're trying to get up in the platform to do some damage. Skulks have been moving around the map, taking down Rez and being, you know, a little bit of a nuisance. I think the Marines are like, hey, we're trying to put you in your place. Stop eating our Rez.
I mean, looking at that, I think there's a whole long time ago until the last Marine retreat died. Oh, really? 17 and 29 minutes. So it's really effective defense so far. If you take this 1 RT by minute kill and the team kills, you could really see, even though, I mean, it's really great. Even though Snails kills so many more Marines than vice versa, Titus is in a great spot here.
They've dropped Mezzanine again, down to 49% as Golden and Gorgeous make their way in here. Gorgeous is holding that nerve gas grenade. Didn't go, I think, where he wanted it. But it also helps to be around them because if they try to engage...
Watching at the dance of Rentology versus here's that Skulk, that's really funny. Dancing around the whole time. Can you get him? Oh my god, get the Skulk. Wow.
Gorgeous.
Come on, get run. Oh, there you go, Kingyo down.
Yeah, nerve gas all over the place here in Hub after that engagement there in Repair Room. Phase Gate now up in North Tunnel. So you've got a quad gate setup going on right now. And he's recycled the second gate in Hub. He's feeling pretty confident now. The question will be, are they going to move the arcs up with them? They're going weapons 3 now complete. Cat pack, shotguns. They got plenty of P-Res. What happens now? I mean, what do they do? This is the opportunity where you can't afford to just sit here and let them, you know, res up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Snails, they need to break out. They need to make a really big play, take down all 5 Marines in some engagement, and then break all those phase gates. That's what they have to wait for a really good opportunity where the Marines are out of position, where they're not really looking closely and getting pinched somewhere, and just roll over.
So they're putting a forward obs and warehouse, so they're really trying to lock down the positioning of the aliens now.
Not this, is also for scouting. They will see all alien movements in that kind of a rear, so he doesn't have to scan. He knows the moment they're trying to rush north tunnels. It's really smart placement of that ops.
The other thing that I'm going to say here too, and people always love it when I say this, but drop another command station. You're this far ahead, you cannot afford to go down to something like your base power going out or something. And the ability to beacon back to warehouse could be huge if you lose the phase gates.
Oh, look at that. Golden already knows what's coming. Putting up the grenade on North Tunnels. They scouted it well ahead. All the Marines coming here from Hub already pushing that on the back.
Eagle Eye staying committed. 2 shotguns and an LMG. Eagle Eye still pretty low. Heracles even starting to get damage. Grant runs through the gate. Golden comes through to try to support.
Oh, so low in health, they're still doing it.
He's tried. And now they're going to run through the other gate and try to get in there. Both those Onos are going to get away.
Wow. That's exactly what they needed. A really good engagement, taking down the phase gates, breaking them. It's just 1 phase gate left. They need the time to heal up, and as soon as they healed up, they can do it again.
Gorge upgrades complete now, so I think they heard you in their mind saying, where are the Gorge upgrades? Biobomb, for the love of God.
Yeah, for the love of killing those damn arcs. Sieging everything.
You know, this is what we talked about. You can't give them too much time, even though they're on low res, to keep building up and winning these engagements like they are. You know, this is a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I think they waited the whole time to get Heracles up as a second honors, and now we will see then a whole lot more pushing until the point maybe 1 honors will die. So they will play heavily aggressive now, keep rushing those gates where they find an opening, where not like 4 Marines around the corner waiting for them. And yeah, just see if they have any luck with that.
Double shotguns, grenades going off, even cluster grenades. You know, using those 2 there, effectiveness. We know Andy's in the audience right now saying, yeah, look at those grenades. But look at this, the Onos pouring in with the help of that Fade and Lurk. That Umbra just so incredibly powerful. And you know that these Marines are like, God, if we could just kill the Lurk.
4 Marines dead, they're grinding the phase gate. That's the only phase gate. No, they have 1 in warehouse again. But Hub is gone. Snails coming back into this, taking down Hub. Basically, I think we've already been here, where they took Hub and it was a warehouse phase guy. I think I have a déjà vu.
We definitely have. And, you know, Snails is still in a good position, though, with 5 RTs active. They've still got the 1 arc hiding up here. So if he drops that res node, it's immediately going to start firing. They've lost the robotics factory and hub. But, you know, we keep coming back to this. They need to do something now before all that momentum really swings into Snails' favor. And they're not winning the life form battle. You know, with the 2 Onos, that Lurk and Fade are just too much to take out with the double Onos.
Oh, there we go. This time, before the power goes up, before the phase gate has arrived, they're taking down those Marines. They don't have shotguns anymore, just LMGs, and they fall that quick. They could clean out warehouse, but not sure if they know that phase gate is up there even.
Infestation now spreading down to elevator. They desperately need more resource nodes. Mezzanine up and healed a 92%. And they're starting to work on res around the map. Heracles still hurt, down to about 65 res.
Yeah. So he might get pinched if all the Marines decide to go through north tunnels to Hub and trap him there. But there's only Joshi, and Joshi alone, I don't think he can do anything there. So the most of the Marines, where are they? In warehouse, they're playing a little bit defensive. Oh, there's your CC. They hurt you as well.
Power going out on observation, and now it looks like they're going to force the beacon as 2 Skulks and the Onos. The Onos could win this engagement, and this could be it for this moment. Still
There's
no beacon.
No beacon.
Power going down. They're in the hive. They're going for the kill with the second chair. And everybody's out of place.
It's a base trade. There's no risk for second hive. Oh my god, this move.
Whoa! Oh my god.
Whoa.
And that is what we were talking about, folks. The second command station, you know they have to go for your base. You know they've got to take down that command station.
He saw the opportunity open and he took it.
My god.
Oh my god.
The combination of the nerve gas grenades, the shotguns, and the positioning they had, they knew they were coming in, and he just said, forget it. Go, guys. Go.
There's no second hive, repairs clean, elevators clean. They're all in the south. They can't beacon, I can. Let's go for the hive, trade, and we win.
Well, let's put it this way, okay? We said Snails had a lot of momentum. They played great. They had the I forms. They had the res. Titus pushed back. Titus played conservatively. They won the round. Do you think Snails feels as confident as they did moving into the first game?
I don't think so anymore. But so much back and forth. I think this is the grand finals, and I think this was just game 1. There was the moment at the start I thought Snails got this right now after cleaning out everything. Then Titus came back, killed some life forms, good map control, hold hub, and pushed them back to 1 harvest. And I thought, okay, Titus got us. And then it pushes back to Snails. Until that moment, it was a really, really amazing move by Versal there. Absolutely, I want to kiss his brain.
So now we're going to go ahead and let's hear from the team commander, Rios. Let's look at that great video again about what he has got to say.
Oh, yes.
Rios commands legendary Snails since the first NSL Nations Cup and is feared for his ability to study his enemies well and develop extremely effective counter strategies against them. As a general playstyle, he likes a heavy, aggressive gameplay, focusing on upgrades and precise medpacks, only as well as neglecting phase gates, sometimes completely. Their opponents will find themselves very often trapped against strong, two-pronged attacks versus the natural expansions throughout the whole game. This bears the risk of counterattacks and base rushes, and also the total loss of map control if all Marines should die in engagements. To avoid this, the team established an extremely effective communication during a match, constantly watching the map to reposition if needed. On this matter, Rios trained his team up to the point where he almost doesn't need to micromanage anyone on the field, and can support his troops on maximum efficiency.
Well, I don't know much else to say about that other than Blind and I both are sitting here just in awe of the gameplay on both sides.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is everything we anticipated and hoped for, but you never know if it's going to happen in these live events. And I think, now is the time where we have to start analyzing what can Snails do to bring this back and tie the series right now on Tram. We know that they play a little bit more conservative. They hold back early to cap those res nodes and...
You mean Titus?
Well, no, Legendary Snails in a lot of situations, you know, we've seen them before where they kind of hold back and build their naturals and then push aggressively up. But we've also seen them play out of the norm and just go crazy gangbusters straight for the res.
Yeah, that's basically what Rise loves to do in the latest change after that. He's basically just even skipping some RTs just to be faster at the front and putting up some pressure where he can be. But he lost the 2 prone attacks, being, if you have the same hive locations like server and shipping as you have seen right now, basically you have 2 Marines, a platform, 2 mass, and we'll see that a whole lot often, and still have this kind of ability to fall back and zone and not let any base rush happen. So they somehow magically have this kind of positioning skills to make this happen in some way. So that's really great to see from the communication, and yeah, I think they will play aggressively again. So.
And Titus, I mean, you know, look, we're 5 seconds away from this thing happening, and I can't say any more because it's time to get the game on.
Yes. Well, let's get rolling for game number 2 in the grand finals here of this NS2 World Championship, with Legendary Snails spawning down and shipping. Again, Marines down and shipping, and the aliens up here, Titus Gaming inside Warehouse. With a big push here by Titus Gaming. All going to observation side, only 1 poor Marine, who is Eagle Eye. He's gonna face a whole bunch of skulks here.
They got a great jump off that wall there with Rantology, then taking out dams. If this works out, you take the pressure straight into base. You can see that Rios got out of the chair, which is the right move, moving to the back of the room, pull them away from the IP, chip as much damage as you can, and look how much it paid off for them right there, because there's double Marine pressure straight up the platform.
Already, yeah, they knew they don't have to fall back with Commander. Really good response by Rise. And also the Skulks not overcommitting, falling back instantly. Looking at there was no Harvester dropped yet in platform, which is pretty smart if you do this kind of wave push, because you know there will be at least 1 or 2 Marines be there and could snipe it. So there's nothing to kill for them. The only thing they can do is position themselves as fast as possible inside server room and draw the aliens here.
And now you got 4 Skulks here, 5 Skulks in server room, everybody at the back of the room, but this ain't gonna end very well. No. As those Skulks seem to be hungry for Snails right there.
Oh, they love it. French Snails, I love that too. Alright, so at least they still bought a whole lot of time by all the Skulks. The whole alien team was going into a server room, like spending 30 seconds around this area, so the rest of the Snails could cap some RTs. Logistics is up, observation is up by now. We have Marines walking up on the left, on the east side, trying to get this half-side map control.
They're definitely doing a lot of route blocking here. You know, we talked about them protecting their naturals. Kingyo waiting in that vent over there. Joshi coming in and trying to get some kills as well, but Ray there to back him up after finishing in logistics. And Versal is echoing Harvesters around the map. He actually decided to build ore, but there's pressure from Ray still in repair room.
And server, yes, Eagle Eye poking a little bit, forcing some Skulks there. Actually, we see 2 for Mezzanine coming, 1 in server room. That's like the best case scenario. If he can also take some with them in his grave, which is hopefully happening here. Oh yeah, there we go.
And that's going to allow them to build server room, but right now the Snails are about to move to 5 res nodes of their own as they cap repair room and elevator transfer.
Oh, those Skulks are getting pinched here. There's no way to go for that one. Joshi getting taken out. 2 Marines, 2 sides, dying under crossfire. So Ammo 1, basically no mines, completely skipping mines by Snails. Going fast upgrades.
The way we know how everybody plays aliens, that might come back to bite them.
Exactly.
No pun intended.
I mean, there's no mines. That means in case of a base rush, it's really tough to defend. Usually you have the mines really helping out a whole lot. So a whole lot of explosions will kill a bunch of aliens if they go for UIPs or arm slap. And they really just rely on their positioning on the map. Reacting fast enough.
Wow, Kingyo winning a great engagement against Joshi and Locklear here in North Tunnels as him and Eagle Eye begin to put pressure up at platform. There's pressure over in server room as well, as Rantology is just waiting for the right moment to get the drop on dams.
Oh, there we go. Just missed that one. Nice kill here. 1v1. Winning 1v1s is pretty important right there. There's pressure everywhere. We have Marines in North Tunnels, Marines in server room. We have Ray in all processing right now.
And the double lurks are on their way because, actually no, the single lurk, because Sicknick is actually sitting out right now. It's just Golden.
Yeah, that's right. So we have Gorgeous Rheumatology Locklear playing instead, so it's a single lurk, as you pointed out. And it's really important for him to not die. They will need him to chip the armor for the Fates.
I think that's important for all life forms. Don't die. You know what I mean? Rule number one, don't die.
Oh, and yeah, it doesn't really look like he is. Oh, he is not.
No, and Golden, I know, was afraid of this, but unfortunately, my friend, I have to say it, Golden has just flash lurked, and Rantology has actually opted to go lurk as well.
Yeah, they need a lurk. They need it. Even with the Fates, they really need to chip that armor for them. There's a whole bunch of upgrades coming up. Weapon tuner on the way. Still no mines, still no ops. They will just keep going. That's 6 RTs for the Snails. Looking at the graph, they didn't lose a single extractor. Not a single one.
No, they have not. And you can see that they know that because the double skulks are now pressuring here in Repair Room. They're going to try to power that down. Still no mines, that should be noted, and we'll continue to say that. Rantology getting into the vent there, about half health. But now the Marines have cleared like all the alien res. They're sitting on 1 harvester right now.
Against seven.
Wow. Holy crap.
And Rheumatology is a little bit trapped. She can't get out. Look at that. In the vent to ore and repair, there's Marines everywhere.
This is a really bad situation.
Oh, he's getting in. He's getting in. Ray, he's climbing the ladder. No!
And you know that Ray is beaming with excitement right now after going up, taking all the time to get in there, go up the ladder, and just annihilate that lurk. And this is a really tough situation because the Snails have essentially capped everything on the map.
Yes.
And you have no income, which means fades are minutes away. Minutes.
Yeah.
Minutes and minutes and minutes away. So what do? And here it goes. Joshy headed down to Marine Start. There is only 1 IP and the Arms Lab. He's going to go after the Arms Lab. There's no one nearby.
The commander needs to log out. There we go. Ryze. If Ryze dies, that's where he's coming
now
from.
He's got Kinyo coming back in, which is going to be good for them to support. In that moment, though, Rantology moves up into platform. They're starting to spread infestation again, trying to do as much damage as they can so they can reestablish their res.
But also 2 Marines are pretty close to the hive, putting up pressure, working on a whip inside the hive. I mean, if you're alien right now, you really have headache. Like, how do we defend this against this kind of aggression by the French? Really?
Yeah, I mean, you hope that they keep their focus on on the support structures. You work like crazy on their res, server going down, repair room getting worked on, observation getting worked on. Just do whatever you can to keep that res flow down now and hope that you can get some up of your own.
Oh, lots of aggression here inside opposition. Nice clean up. And there's also an ops in here. It's just kind of backup.
The ops was placed just like in the last round as a backup to get people back to Marine Start if they needed.
Yeah, that's really nice. So here, 2 Skulks working on repair. They really need to start the res biting here. Get that economy down. It's really, really amazing. Looking at the team kills, oh my goodness.
Yeah, pressure has happened over an elevator and obs. They're both chipped a little bit. But again, this is all going to change once we see more shotguns in hand, as it looks like Eagle Eye and Dams are holding them. And Weapons 3 is about to be online. Whoa.
Even if they would have the Peters to go Fade, those Fades, they wouldn't have much fun right now. Oh, another Skulk trap. They're even spending Marines and scans with just 1 Skulk. Look at that. They're really hunting. They love the hunting.
Well, it's not like he's hurting for money at the moment.
No, absolutely not.
Few res here and there. It's okay. It's like throwing away your pennies.
I mean, there's also one game in the qualifiers, I think, against Retiring, where they spend like 4 minutes to hunt 1 lurk with 3 Marines. Like, they really love it. Going for the hunt, killing, trapping, pinching those life forms.
Yeah, now with these shotguns out, Fade's still nowhere in sight because of the low res income, and these guys are in a lot of trouble. And now Eagle Eye moving into the hive, starting to go after eggs.
Yeah, shotguns up here. Can start working on those. And there's not many alive aliens here. Just basically 2. And a commander.
And look at these scans. He's scanning so much.
Oh, that's Manor scans,
they
man.
know where
Those
everybody
are
is.
scans.
Even Versal out of the hive to try to bite this. They have no eggs. nothing to spawn in and support. Now Heracles coming in from behind. Gorgeous, the only one alive. Still no eggs. And I think these guys are just going to go straight for the hive.
Yeah, why not? I think they got their confidence back by just dropping 10 scans on a hive.
Yeah, I think if there was any worry as to whether or not they were psyched out after that first round, the answer is absolutely no. The GG comes up and Snails takes it in game number 2 for tying the series. It could be a long night, Blind.
Absolutely. A really long night. Whoa, boy.
So what did we see there? I mean, what really happened? We saw a lot of pressure from the Snails. We saw a lot of res coming out quickly for Titus, but Snails took it. They won the engagements. They kept the pressure high. They defended their res nodes. You know, we didn't see res nodes really dropping until later.
No, absolutely not. I mean, for 5 minutes in game was the first RT dying or something. There was... I mean, really, they were busy just all defending and couldn't really take them down. Just the spread and the movement by the Marines were amazing. And they just started slow, as you said, and from there was non-stop aggression. Non-stop, unstoppable Marines, and even if they cleared out 1 or 2, there was already 2 Marines pressuring somewhere else. They were just busy on defending, and there was no Gorge. Nothing to set up. There's no Gorge tunnel,
and losing
no
both lurks within a minute or so of each other is a big, bad problem for them. You know, I mean, that was unfortunate. And I'm sure they're all sitting there saying, dang it. And there's Sicknick even on screen right now. You know, he's saying, okay, if I'd been lurking.
Yes, I've been lurking. Oh.
Well,
yeah, that was the gesture here going down.
Well, as we finish up here on Tram, we're going to move on to round number 3, and that's going to be on Vale. You know, Red Dog's going to come in here in just a moment. It's going to get pretty crazy. We've seen 2 incredible Marine rounds. We even saw a great alien play by Snails. So when it comes to Tram, it's hyper aggressive, and things could go any way. So I'm just still excited to see what's going to happen next.
I mean, talk about Tram, there's a whole lot of strategies you can pull off. Super aggressive, defensive gameplay, slow, stable, what Godar tried but couldn't do, or other teams usually do. But on Whale, it's one word. It's basically nanogrid. How you deal with that as a Marine commander, when do you hit it? Do you want to hit it early, late? It's really tough because there's a whole lot of res income for the aliens.
And with that, we're going to throw it back to Hugh in the arena, and we're going to get an update.
Dennis, that first match, in terms of games of Natural Selection 2 you've seen, how good was it?
To be honest, it was maybe the best match I saw. I mean, I watched a lot of competitive scene games since the first season of the NSL, and this one was probably the best I've ever saw.
Flaira, the creator of NS, said that himself in the Twitch chat, that he thought it was the best game he'd ever seen as well. So, guys, we are now going to have a look at how these teams got here. We're going to start with the legendary Snails. This is an interview that happened with the captain of the legendary Snails earlier today.
Our legendary Snails are from France. It's in Europe, in the center of Europe. Legendary Snails are totally ready for today. We didn't practice a lot, but these 2 last weeks we played a lot for this. So I think we are ready. The qualifiers first was really easy. No real opponents. It was not really hard. The team we fear the most today is Legendary Snails, obviously. We're gonna win today. Nobody got this. Heracles, Dams, Eagle Eye, Ray, and Kinyo.
They say they didn't practice. They say they fear no one but themselves and that they will win. Dennis, what do you reckon? They a bit cocky?
Well, actually, it's not like they are cocky. I think they're confident, and they can be because they're actually one of the best teams at the moment in the NS2 scene. I would even say they are stronger than the old Archaea.
Wow, big call in terms of natural selection 2 calls. Now let's find out what Titus had to say earlier.
Everyone in Titus Gaming is from the North American continent. Everyone save for Sitnik is from the United States, and Sitnik actually comes from Canada. So the qualifiers weren't that bad, actually. We went through most of our rounds, and we lost a single round to the team retiring, which was formerly known as Damaged Networks at the time. We've practiced innumerable hours for this. I don't even know how much we've practiced, but it's been a lot. We've put in a ton of hours over the past few weeks and months just to get prepared for this event specifically. We already know who's going to play at what times. We have people who are really good at specific roles and on particular maps, so we've got it all worked out. Who's gonna win? Titus, come on.
You might remember that earlier I was sitting in the audience with a bloke named Gisp, and I said, he just keeps giving me food, and I'm not kidding. During that video, he keeps bringing me more stuff. Dennis, why don't you bring me food?
Basically because I don't have food here.
It's fair enough, it's fair enough. Right, we've heard from Titus now. They didn't seem quite so overly confident. They still sounded confident though. They have flown a very long way though. Do you reckon they're tired at the moment?
It was recognizable the last time they were in a live event, but today they're actually doing pretty fine.
They are doing pretty fine. And I feel like something is... This is becoming a trend. There's people behind me. We're now going to head over to Melly, who's got something to say about those Intel SSD 330s and NVIDIA GTX 750s.
And here we are, back in the social media corner. And I was actually preparing something to show you, since you guys are amazing. I got so many new submissions. I can't barely work through all of them. Just head over to facebook.com/naturalselection2. Like the page, of course. Be part of the community and see yourself. Let's just make this short and let's directly jump to the submissions. And we do have some amazing stuff. This should be considered, seriously. I would totally play this. So, next one. Aw. We have people putting really effort in those drawings. Something handmade. And yeah, that pretty much sums up the second match of tonight. And there is really some amazing stuff, some funny stuff, but overall, really cool. I like this one as well. Can you figure out what this is? It's a sauna, exactly. And yeah. At least he tried, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A bit of trolling. Well, usually I'm the one getting trolled, so sometimes I'm allowed to throw other people. So, well, people, as you see, you can still get involved. We have a couple matches ahead of us. Well, maybe a few. No one knows how long this will take, so you have enough time to get involved into our awesome competition. We have great prizes. We have 2 prizes for you guys at home. We have a GeForce NVIDIA GTX 750 Ti graphics board and an Intel SSD 330. I would love keeping both of them for my own. I must admit that, but sadly I'm not allowed to take part in this competition. But head over to Facebook, get involved, go over to Twitter, use the hashtag NS2 to get involved. You can submit your submissions, that's a nice sentence, isn't it, via Twitter as well. So I'm standing here and waiting for your submissions. Okay, that's all. Back into the finals, back to our casters. Have fun.
All right, guys. Well, we are back, and my name is REDDOG. I am back. We're leaving Wasabi there. He did a great job casting.
Yes.
I'm here with Blind. All right, Blind. I have to tell you, I watched this match.
How did it feel watching it?
Oh, I don't even think I can put it into words, but I was in the crowd when that first match was happening. It was just the back and forth, and I think when you're watching this in a crowd and you feel that energy that when something's about to get pinched or something, and the crowd's like, the crescendo raises a bit,
Yes,
and then when it happens, everyone's cheering and banging on the floor. I mean, it makes it so much bigger and just so much more enjoyable to actually witness through or experience. So it was a great match. I know that I was looking away at something towards that ending. I mean, that ending was pretty amazing. I was looking away at something. I look up, I see the Snails doing it, and then Titus win it. So it was a great match.
Absolutely.
All right, guys.
So the next map we're gonna play on is Whale again, what we've seen in the last semis as well. So you see on this map, it's pretty much boiling down to the control of nanogrid, which aliens almost usually take, and it's up to the Marine Commander to decide his game plan. Will he try to break it early? Will he try to play slowly and take it late? But it's really risky. It's a whole lot of income guaranteed mostly. We've seen a whole lot of really good alien play, but throwing away life forms. But we have to see it. What happens now? Third game in this grand finals, Titus Gaming versus Legendary Snails, starting right now.
All right, guys, so we see Titus Gaming starting up in control. Gorgeous building up that armory. We see an IP down and a start for Legendary Snails, 2 going towards system waypointing. And we got 2 here in topographical, right outside.
Yeah, saying hello to 2 Skulks, just waiting, trying to get some powers out. And the aliens are not pushing anywhere, just trying to scout where the Marines are going. And on this map specifically, you can really abuse if too many Marines are going to nanogrid, just go bypass them, go into the base.
We see Rentology, Gorgeous, Locklear now down here, West Junction. We got Locklear and Gorgeous down there. Rentology moved into Overlook. And we're seeing that there's already people, a Gorge in nanogrid at this point. Gorgeous is alone now in system waypointing after his buddy got killed. Eagle Eye and King Yo moving over, getting a parasite kill on Gorgeous.
Yeah, it was really nice team play. You could see one was baiting, the other one took the kill from behind. Really great team play here by the French with those 2 Skulks. King Yo, look at that, Eagle Eye is baiting, and King Yo is going for the kill right after, and doesn't look, but nice job here by Locklear, taking the kill, forcing Eagle Eye away.
Gorgeous coming around the corner, trying to get a couple chip shots at him. Eagle Eye just going to throw away that Skulk. We see here in nanogrid has been built up. Heracles, Dames, and Ray coming in towards Sicknick, who gets rolled over but takes down Ray in the process. Gorge tunnel up from Pipeline, which is alien start, to nanogrid, giving them the center of the map as control. Joshy here. Yep, against Heracles. Could die right now, but damn streams in!
Whoa.
Nice job.
Very nice. That Gorge is really important, as you could see, for the alien play for Legendary Snails. They need that Gorge to replenish those Gorge tunnels in those fights, to heal up, tanking some bullets, to really utilize it as best as they can. So right now we have the standard setup here with the double RTs and nanogrid even assisting up to cargo. So 4 to 5 harvesters for the aliens. The Marines really need to work on the RTs. They need to defend it. West Sky, that's an Overlook, already under attack right now. We have 1 Marine in cargo.
Gorgeous and Rentology in system waypointing. Mines are the only thing that's researched right now. Locklear down, as you said, in cargo. We're seeing a little bit of skirmish here in topographical, as well as Sicknick takes on Dames, and Heracles goes down there, leaving Topo RT open. And we're seeing Josh is moving back from Skylights, respawning Marine, and he's just going to rearm and reload inside the base.
Oh, there we go. Tinyo now working, waiting for backup. You see the red dots on the top left here, moving in with a whole lot of mucus. So nice shots here by Locklear.
Nice shot.
Wow. And still a full mag of pistol bullets. Well, there he's dancing around it.
Playing a little cat and mouse right here. Locklear and King Yo. Oh, nice shot on the corner. Great job. Rantology now here in system waypointing. We're seeing that 2 Marines, Sicknick and Gorgeous in topographical, moving in to build that up. That's going to give Titus, if they're able to get that up, 5 RTs, Legendary Snails at 5 as well.
Oh yeah, that's a whole lot of income for the aliens. That means the Fates will come out really fast. And question is, what is the plan here? Will it be a phase gate and system waypointing, just upgrades? But at one point, you will have to do something. You cannot just keep on playing and just keep all the high life forms roll over you with so much rest. Looking at the rest graph, 5 for so long. And that's the real issue about Whale. You need a game plan. When do you battle it? When do you battle East? I mean, Nanogrid.
Ray here in system waypointing as that lurk, throwing spikes at Joshy down that hallway. Going in for the kill, takes Joshy out quite easily. We're seeing Locklear and Sicknick now move from East Junction into C12, backing up Gorgeous. King Yo there trying to throw some spikes down and slow this advance, but they are just putting a lot of pressure on this RT. We're seeing the Drifters now coming around the corner to help out here, but it looks like this RT is going to be toast, and that lurk is going to move off to the main base.
Oh yeah, they see 3 Marines out of position going for the base, but we do have an ops. We do have an ops.
Ray, Eagle Eye, King Yo, Joshy in there.
Oh. And the beacon.
And there's the beacon. They gotta get out of there. I was waiting for that sound.
Yeah. Instead I opened the console, it's also good.
All right, so we're seeing Gorgeous, Joshy now move out. That brought the Marines back off the map. Eagle Eye and King Yo working on the power and topo. Sicknick and Locklear moving in.
So it means they only lost 1 Harvester. The one in C-Troll was still pretty much fine. Titus sitting on 4 constant. I'm working on the upgrades. Weapon 1 now on the way. Mines 1-1. Ops. But with that Ops and the shotgun, I think the next upgrade is going to be definitely phase gates.
Yeah, Weapons 1, as you said, almost done. That's really going to help them out on the field and increase damage. Locklear moving through Wide Junction at this point. We're seeing 2 in sub-sector. Eagle Eye, Ray, and Heracles moving against there. Joshy up against the corner, trying to get a pounce. Takes out Eagle Eye.
Oh, and Heracles around the
Ray
gorge.
might be in the middle. Oh, what a cleanup here. Joshy is alive, and there goes the gorge. Nice job from Titus.
Alright, so Gorgie down, they got control. Phase gate is now on the way. We'll probably try to set it up in system waypointing as soon as attack researches. And after that, I mean, with the PRS situation, looking at 39, just hitting 40. That's the Fate timing. Trying to get 1-1 shotgun phase gates the moment of those fates arrive.
Fades at 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 6-minute fades.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty tough to go against. I mean, you got phase gates going, you're only on weapons 1, armor 1, you got shotguns, but at the end of the day, really good fades can just cut right through you.
Oh, the problem for them is they're completely out of position. If they lose all engagements, all those Marines, they won't be able to set up a phase gate in system right now. There's just Joshy, but there's 2 lurks, and oh, they're going for the base. They know there's no gate. There's no gate, they're going for the base. Right now, forcing a beacon. Oh, nice job.
Very good job there by the Snails, forcing a beacon back, taking the Marines off the map. Tough break for Titus Gaming.
And now they're losing a whole bunch of resources. They're gonna kill altogether Overlook. 1 Scout will try to work on subsector right after that. And yeah, and after that, I mean, should expect 3-4 Marines go system now. Get a gate up, they need map control, they need to hold that. They cannot afford to do that more than like 1 or 2 times. After that, Snails will just overwhelm them.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I completely agree with you, Blind. They need some sort of presence on this map. Right now, it's just RTs. As phase gates are going to really help out. We got Gorgeous and Locklear moving through subsector into system waypointing. This may be the one. Yep, the power node is socketed. Rantology now joining them. There's the phase gate blueprint. They want a phase gate in system waypointing.
Oh, but the fate's on the way. Look on the little mini map on top. 2 lurks. What's egging there? Fate coming in.
There's comes a fade. They gotta hold this off. Gorgeous Rantology and Locklear. Rantology taking down Eagle Eye. Good job there. Pushing back Ray and Dames. And they gotta build that phase gate. 67% built, and it is online.
Wow. So actually managed to survive that push. Aliens didn't want to overcommit, not losing life forms. I think they learned a whole lot also from watching those other matches, what happened there. That's your biggest investment, it's your biggest upgrade you have is your life forms alive. And just taking out slowly, working on those RTs, trying to get Overlook, West Skylights, Toponar down, and the moment the Marines are somewhere else on the map, just go for system again.
Yeah, Mines Herd being placed down in system waypointing. We're seeing Joshi build up Overlook, a little bit of, well, Ray throwing a couple spikes into system waypointing to harass Rantology and Gorgeous. We got a Hive drop down in Cargo, 8%. Now from system waypointing, if that gets scanned down, they could probably take advantage of that right away. But their window definitely will close.
Absolutely. And also danger they have is as soon as they have too many Marines running to Cargo, they might lose the face gate, the system waypointing.
Oh, Joshi's running. Joshi's running to Cargo.
Oh, he's scouting it.
Think he's gonna scout it? No, he's gonna get intercepted by Ray.
Yes.
And Legendary Snails do not want them to see what's going on down in Cargo.
But we do have a Robotech here coming up, Robo Factory. They will siege out Nano from the west at the 9-minute mark. So it's a pretty late push towards Nano. So it's a more safer approach, trying to get upgrades first, the face gate. And it worked out for them. They're fighting a high eco alien team, and Honors will be guaranteed 56 P-res for Eagle Eye.
So quick. I mean, 10, 11-minute Onos we're talking about here. Up against Weapons 1, Armor 1, Shotgun Marines. 2 arcs now rolling into West Junction. You see that observatory that has been built up against the wall. That's so the arcs can fire without the commander wasting res and scanning, actively scanning.
Exactly. It saves a whole lot of res since every scan does cost something. And the ops is even so useful. Even if you don't recycle it, you can still use it for vision, you can still use it for beacon. So it's always a better choice if you do have the time to build that.
So they are now hitting that west RT in nanogrid, 14% there. That's going to go down pretty soon. And we got Dames, Kinyo, and Heracles putting a lot of pressure on system waypointing. Joshi and Gorgeous in there, trying to save, trying to play defense in their Rantology, catching Heracles in subsector. Might actually get him. Oh no, we have one of these again.
One of these. The dances.
Yeah,
They like
dance
to
around
dance.
the walls. Come on, Rant.
And the dancing. Come on.
No cat packs to help her this time. And Heracles is really buying some time.
We're seeing something in the
There's
base.
the scan.
Oh, never mind. Yeah. I mean,
I don't think
Heracles
this is gonna work.
slowly. Oh, there's
Titus
the
is
second one.
gonna get
Okay,
Gorgeous
okay,
down.
Gorgeous.
There we go. Gorgeous pelts him from away. Around the rest of the map, we see that the 83% grown on the Hive in Cargo. Sicknick was just in there seeing that go up. So that definitely has been relayed to Titus. Gorgeous, Rantology, and Joshi now moving into Nano, where we see some blueprints dropped.
Yeah, they want to build a second face gate here just for security, a triangle gate. In case you lose double, you can face the system, go back. In case you lose system, or in case you lose the other ones, you can go the other one, basically.
Yep.
So,
Onos out on the field, Eagle Eye coming into Nano.
It's a crucial moment. The Marines are not set up yet. No armory block, they're beaking him out. Whoa!
Whoa! Nice save.
That was actually, I think, the smartest thing you could do in this moment. Like, you don't want to lose the shotguns, you will be already set in system. The worst case scenario, you lose the Marines, the Aliens will go to system and crush it as well. So really nice reaction by Russell.
Joshi, Gorgeous, and Rantology now moving into Y Junction. Eagle Eye around the corner. Let's see if Titus can actually catch this at this point. Heracles at 48 P-res, by the way. Looking like he's going to try that maybe go double Onos this time as well.
Oh, and they're going in. There we go. Here we go.
Phase gate is up. We do see a huge fight happening right now. Dam's taking out Gorgeous.
The Onos is
down.
Oh, goodness. Where did that Marine came from? Really sneaky one.
Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Titus takes down Legendary Snails, Onai, and that will definitely help them in this match.
Oh man, really awesome play here. Slow, safe, stable, focusing on taking down the life form. It doesn't matter if the aliens have 5-6 hours at the start. They can now slowly turn it around. Exactly what they tried to do on Tram.
Exactly. Heracles now 10 away from getting another Onos on the field. Rantology and Gorgeous. I think Titus is definitely using this momentum. They have the arcs in nanogrid trundling slowly south. I don't know. They may take him through Y Junction and start hitting Cargo.
Yeah, looks like he's currently now trying to save them into Nano. Yeah,
back off.
Safe spot.
Locklear up against Dams in topographical.
Oh, God,
30%.
out of energy.
Oh, Oh, wow.
Where is no Marines close? We can't pinch him.
Can't
Oh, there's
pinch him.
two. Oh, there's two trying to move there, but there's a hive and pipe, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's the main hive.
That was really good there from Locklear, getting that fade down. If his pistol had more bullets, he would have taken him. Rentology and Joshi here now in Y Junction. Nice phase gate setup, one in system waypointing, one in nanogrid.
Yeah, basically with that holding this side of the map easily. That's like 7 RTs, almost. Just saying almost safe, because still Skulk's having a good time on biting down Vest and Olo, just as happened with Heracles, who's now currently running around the base.
Yep.
Just not deciding what does he want to hit. And he goes for the CC. Oh, he wanted to go on top.
He's going on
so
top.
if the commander locks out, he's instantly dead.
80%. Trying to, and Versal's not going to log out. He's got a Marine spawning right now.
Yes. No problem. And he's running.
And Heracles runs out of there.
Oh, God. That was really nice.
We also see down in Y Junction, the Marines were trying to put down a phase gate. And that has been, that obviously didn't work right now. They do have the power built to 94%, because if they do not build it, if you don't know, that is indestructible right now. So you don't want to build that until your structures are online.
Absolutely. Because losing the power is really hurting you. It takes such a long time to get the power back up. That's why you leave just one tap on it. Oh, but here we go. Aliens are going in. Nice picking here from behind, but it looks getting pretty low. He has to watch out.
Ray better watch out there. Joshi and Sicknick. Ray is up in the vents. Gets out. Nice shotgun blast there, dispersing the snails around that. That phase gate is online. There goes a sentry battery down. Armor 2 now has started. They are right outside cargo. Titus Gaming in very good shape right now. 15 minutes into this match.
Absolutely. They just try to want to win super slow. I mean, even putting up turrets. We didn't see it today yet, I think. Did we? Never mind, but that's going to be really slow. And at the same time, I think the enemies are trying to react towards the base. We have here the whole pack with the drifters, but there's a phase gate. They can instantly phase.
They got back. Heracles takes down Joshi around the corner. Sicknick goes down. Rentology looks like he's going down. And we got Kingo Dames and Ray in there with drifter support. Locklear goes down as well. Joshi spawns, ends up going down, and Legendary Snails is making a mess in Titus's base.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lurk down!
Oh, no way.
And another Lurk may go down 14% as he gets out of there. Good save from Titus Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even use the beacon.
They were all around Y Junction. They just stepped right through.
Did the Lurk just die to a mine here?
Oh, and another, yep.
Yeah, he died.
Lurk down, another Lurk down.
Somewhere. Oh my god.
Dames may go down and sub. Dames may go down and sub. Oh, he's gonna get caught.
Get away, get away, get away.
Another fade down. Oh, what a kill. Beautiful job, Titus Gaming. Locklear, Rant, and Joshi moving down from Y Junction. Gorgeous in there, backing them up. There's some scans down in cargo. Fantastic job taking down those life forms. Heracles at 59 P-res.
Yes, and we got Kingyo back as a fade. So they really need to do some magic with those. Absolutely. With that kind of position, they lost the honors, they lost the lurks, they lost the fade. I mean, it couldn't be much worse than that.
I'm blind. I'm nervous. I am so nervous right now because this is Legendary Snails. They're not going to let this go down without a fight. If Titus doesn't just keep the pressure constant and on, they could turn this around.
Absolutely. I've seen it before.
I've seen it.
We have seen it before, yes.
It's like I won't be surprised. Like, Titus needs to keep this on. They have 7 RTs versus just 3 for the Snails, but I seriously would not count them out yet.
Absolutely not.
Some people might be like, oh yeah, it's over. I don't know. I've seen some crazy stuff casting this game.
Never count Snails out of this. Get always something happening. Especially with that. There shouldn't be a second honors like almost there. There we go. Heracles.
Yep.
We have 2 fates, 1 honors. That's plenty. That's plenty. From the whole bunch of early P-res they got back 1 honors and 2 fates. And they have to make this work now.
Yeah, now if they just catch this Onos, 59%, doesn't look like it's going to happen. Gorgeous and Sickness trying to do their best, but being harassed on the north end. And there goes the phase gate. 67%. Heracles may not want to run north.
No. Are you saying
here they come. Here they come. 30%. 1%. Oh my God.
No.
10%. No. Oh, gets away! Fantastic job from the Snails! Barely saving that Onos. Oh, wow.
Almost too greedy on
Just
that
when you
sentry
need it.
battery.
Oh, and a fade goes down at White Junction!
Oh my god.
Heracles now
keeps on
coming in
happening
again.
I got the double kill there. The sentry battery is still up firing, and those turrets, they have so much in those engagements. So much damage on those fades, on that Onos. And one fade already down, working on the ups while they're shooting. And here we come, all the shotgunners around the corner.
Wow. What just the last few minutes of this game that we have seen. Such fantastic engagements. Phase Gate now back up. Why not? You got 7 RTs.
Yeah, look at the rest
basically
graph.
have a blank check.
Wow, look at the rest graph. The whole last time, no respiting, just trying to defend. And the team kills, I think, they started to shine a little bit here for... Yeah.
Sicknick is working the upgrades in the main base. Took down 1 shell already.
With pipeline. There was 1 shell down.
Something you don't want to lose right now. Heracles down!
Oh, God.
Yeah!
Oh, boy. I mean, all 5 Marines are dead.
Yes.
They already committed on that. All 5 Marines dead. Grind that gate. Grind that gate. Come on. At least get that gate down for that honors. You paid the iron price for it. Let's go. Oh, no, the Marines are back in there. And without all those life forms, I don't see a great future for Legendary Snails in that game.
Legendary Snails, I mean, that was so tough for them to go through right now. Losing all their higher life forms really within 5 minutes of 5 minutes of each other is really going to hurt them now. They're down to a lurk and a fade, and the rest are skulks. There's catalyst packs that have been researched. The arcs here, right above cargo, moving in slowly. Oh! And they got King Yo in the back! That's what Weapons 3 can do!
And aim like that.
Wow.
As well.
And there we go, there's the nerve gas. They're gonna set up the arcs, start blasting this thing down, and they're gonna move over to pipeline.
Yeah, firing behind the wall, through the wall. And what are the aliens doing? Look at the minimap there, everywhere trying to respite. They know there's no chance to defend cargo. Absolutely doesn't work, but they're not giving up yet. They still have 1 life form, which is 1 lurk by Dams. And 1 shell.
22% on this hive in cargo. Catalyst packs now have been completed. Catalyst packs have been dropped there in cargo. That hive is now down and cleared out, pushing Legendary Snails back to their pipeline spawn.
Yeah.
Advanced Armory now has started.
Oh, yeah. We might see jetpacks coming up, or even Exos if they feel like it. I mean, Titus down to 4 Gs now. They have to recap a little bit. Nice pick by Eagle and Chopo. But yeah, with all the tech advantage they have.
They have to think now.
All the upgrades. So just look on the upgrades. The aliens lost all the upgrades. They lost some shells, they lost the hive, they lost the biomass. Oh yeah, that's really bad. And that phase gate relocation is really smart. You don't need White Junction anymore, or Nano. You can recycle 1 of those and have another triangle closer to the hive. Keep up the pressure high to C12 and to pipeline.
Yep. We see those 2 arcs coming up from cargo. Their speed reduced as it moves over infestation. And that dome phase gate, as you said, is now up, giving them a nice little springboard into pipeline. We got a back capper going around. That's Locklear in the top left. He looks like he's going to move into Overlook. He's going to meet Ray on the way. Heracles in the vents.
Yeah, Ray's trying the best to poke you a little bit, getting some rest notes, but no, they're calling it.
There we go. They're calling it. Good game. Titus Gaming wins round 3 in this Natural Selection 2 World Championship.
Wow.
Amazing, amazing job there by Titus. It's so exciting to kind of see. I don't care what team it is, but when those higher life forms get pinched, you just can't help but to when it's running away, just to be like, come on, get it, because they're darting around.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter the team. It's just that kill,
Yeah, and I mean that kill is the most important thing that happens. It's more important than any hive or any structure on the map. That on us is so much time invested into 1 life form and represents the most firepower for the whole team. So if that goes down there, it's a really heavy blow. And yeah, high eco game. He really played smart. He played slow. Luckily, he had got enough rest, or he played really smart enough to have enough resources to get this 1-1 shotgun face hits just when the fades pop. If Aliens could have killed a little bit more cheese and denied that, just the timing, and no face gate would be up and the fades could roll over the map, that's the moment where most Marine teams will find themselves if they don't push up nano or don't really put up the aggression early on. That's really risky. It worked out perfectly. Going to this point, getting map control, and if you know how to play well, you can slowly push it back. Just make sure you kill those life bombs. Kill that 1 or 2 on us.
Yeah, I agree. You know, that was an amazing match there by Titus, making sure that the entire time they were there, they were applying the pressure, good zone control throughout, throughout everything, and it looks like we are going to move right on into the next round here, which is fantastic. I love this no waiting.
Absolutely, this is great. So, Titus Gaming, now they have to show if they can do the same on Alien side, and Legendary Snails to see what Rice has planned for this. What is his game plan as we're starting game number 4 here in this NS2 World Championship with Legendary Snails starting over, of course, the Marine start, and the Aliens over down here in Subsector.
All right, so they are moving out. We see all of Titus Gaming, 4 Skulks now, taking Eagle Eye down, and it looks like, no, they're not going to take it to the base.
They're not.
Definitely not taking it to the base, but they've held Rios. Rios jumped out. King Yo stayed. Sicknick is in there. 90% on that, they'll take him out, but that's good. I mean, that's good timing. Nice delay in the beginning that they forced Legendary Snails to take.
Absolutely true. Every second you can force an enemy to face upon something not useful, it's a little win. So we go, Ray and Heracles now inside cargo. They will just realize there's only infestation, no harvester dropped yet, so nothing to kill. Again, really smart play, not overcommitting, not getting too greedy, and just getting those harvesters when they know they're real safe. Like here, the Gorge Tunnel right now. Gorge Tunnels, as we can see, already built. So we do have a Gorge, which is gorgeous. How fitting.
Joshy, Locklear, and Rant coming out to control. Looks like they were going to take it there to do a little bit of harassment, but decided not to. Heracles and Ray.
Oh, and they're
coming
inside
into Nano Grid.
And there's no defense. The Gorge Tunnel's getting pretty low.
Looks like Locklear, Joshy, Sicknick all running in here to get these guys out. Ray taking down Locklear, Heracles taking down Joshy. Oh Ray, my God, taking down Sicknick and Rantology. Can he take down Gorgeous in this fight? Look at this, Gorgeous gets in. Oh! What shooting from Legendary Snails!
Amazing.
Amazing play.
And the Gorge Tunnel is still... Oh, there it goes down just as one alien was about to pop out of there. And yeah, that's a really big blow. Nice job here by Snails. Denying cargo from the start, you can see, so it's basically a whole different game plan. Not letting have it, play super aggressive, delay capping. The price for that, they're only sitting on 2 extractors.
Yeah, and they respawn, run back, only to get their first 2 out of 4 killed by Ray and King Yo. And oh my gosh, Rantology and Joshy now go down. Eagle Eye comes around the corner. They just get cleaned up.
Wow. What the move! Coming
it was like
from
Titus
all
was
sides
there,
here.
and then I blinked, and they were dead.
Yeah, they were sitting here in the back, and they didn't see Eagle Eye coming to system from behind, from some way, and base rush. And base rush. So we go. Drifter, first Skulks, yeah, here we go, but the Snails already know it. Eagle Eye is running.
Yeah.
One Marine from top, he should run back.
Joshy.
He's hiding around the corner, Heracles.
What? Oh my God, Heracles! One-man army here, might take down Joshy. No, he doesn't, but Eagle Eye takes him down. What a cleanup from the Snails.
Wow.
You couldn't plan that better. King Yo down here in Subsector. 3 minutes into this game, everyone's dead. 0 eggs now. 2 spawners on the map. Rantology and Sicknick. Legendary Snails better just hop it over there. There comes the spawn wave. Everyone's back up. Eagle Eye a little bit too late to help down there.
Nice pick here by Joshy. That was really great by Heracles. He knew exactly what's happening. Perfect positioning with the mines. Perfect play. But right now, even with all those wins, keep in mind, Legendary Snails just sitting on 3 extractors, nothing more. They never really capped. It's a complete low eco game. The exact opposite from the game before. Yeah. And with just 3 RTs, everything can happen. It can completely snowball back to you if you don't get any upgrades.
Heracles here in system waypointing, taking down 2 Skulks right there. I mean, Titus is really struggling at this point. Legendary Snails just bringing the pain down on Titus Gaming. Dames and King Yo now moving from Topographical down into East Junction. Still seeing Titus Gaming is down to just one Harvester versus Legendary Snails 3, which is going to be 4 in just a sec. They're going to start picking up Nanogrid.
I think they never had 2. Look at that. Look on the rest graph. They never had more than 1 Harvester.
Yeah, you're right.
And Snails never had more than 3. This is crazy.
Wow.
And the team kills also as well.
They've actually never had more than the one in their base. That is a first for me to see in a cast. Josh now playing cat and mouse with King Yo in Nanogrid. We're seeing Sicknick here. 80% on the Skylights RT.
And Heracles coming in here. They got 8 kills already. Being a hero in that moment on that base rush.
Oh.
Nice shots.
Very nice shot. Just kind of turned and just nailed Locklear. And the Eagle Eye came there and cleaned it up. And it looks like Ray is moving into subsector. Can hear Joshy scrambling behind him. Eagle Eye is going to wait here in subsector as well. I'm sorry, in Overlook.
Yeah, nice pick by Joshy again. Really likes to be sneaky, really efficient as a Skulk. But still, I mean, with just 1 Harvester, you know how late Fates will be? They didn't even have lurks. 24 P-Res. We're behind 5 minutes, and there we go. Just a lurk pop. Was it even a T-Res lurk?
Shotgun research now has started. And yeah, Sicknick has a 0. So King Yo here in Nanogrid against these 2 guys. King Yo taking out Gorgeous. Wow.
There you go, Joshi now working on Nanogrid. Snails up to 6 RTs by that moment against 1 Harvester. So the lurks really have to bring that back, that's for sure. And talk about the lurks, where is Sicknick currently? He is trying to go Nano, but he has to watch out. 2 Marines in there. And try to get a pick there.
Sicknick.
Nice one.
Nice kill on Heracles. Ray outside. Double lurk here, Rentology and Sicknick. They're trying to get back into this game, but Legendary Snails, again, this is an economy game, and for the most part, whoever owns, who's ever making the most money,
can't afford too much.
Exactly.
He can buy more cool stuff, shiny stuff, like a shiny Fade.
Exactly, and you're just gonna get out-teched. I mean, look, they're doing all this without any upgrades either. It's just shotguns and mines for Legendary Snails at this point.
I think with all the rest right now, yeah, it's gonna be kicking in right now with all the rest they capped recently. So still I'm worried maybe should put in an ops, you know, you pretty much got the game or really good shape. You delayed the Fates so heavily. Just get a little bit in security bang, but I have the mines as well. Should be fine.
King Yo and Ray coming down through East Junction, down towards Nanogrid. It looks like they're just going to come through, try to take this by surprise. This has already been taken out by Titus, but it looks like they want it back. Observatory now has been completed. We're seeing Titus Gaming clean up the Marine that was in subsector. And here comes King Yo and Ray in the Nanogrid, so trade right here.
Really nice move. Heracles was in the hive, distracting them, so those 2 Marines got the perfect position. Whoa!
Wow. Sicknick underneath, I believe. In the vents, yep.
Oh, look at that. What's that? A dead lurk? Yes.
That's Rentology. So Rentology has lost her lurk. So now higher life forms. Sicknick is the only lurk on the field.
Yeah, on 27 P-Res for Joshi and Locklear with 1 Harvester. Those will take another like 10 minutes to get Fates in the game. Doesn't look that good. So we do have weapon 1 actually on the way.
Sicknick trying to attack. Got Eagle Eye in the back. Dames now trying to defend himself. Ray and King Yo coming up from the north. Taking down Rentology, Versal, and Joshy. Oh, and Gorgeous!
Oh my god. King Yo with a shotgun. Don't hand this guy a shotgun. This is so scary.
Wow, and now Scans dropping like crazy. They're moving in. Heracles moving in from, Overlook. King Yo and Ray moving in from system waypointing.
Oh, there we go. 1, 2. There he goes down. The moment the cam goes on him, he dies.
So Ray staying in there. Scans dropping like crazy. Here comes Eagle Eye from the other way, trying to back up his friend. Dames now coming up to back him up. Oh, might catch Sicknick. Eagle Eye might catch Technic. No, he escapes through the vent. Weapons 1 now has been completed. 93% on the only hive that Titus has. 0 eggs on the map. There's the respawn, and I think this is close to the end. If they cannot spawn, then this is it.
They're
More
leaving it.
Snails.
That's it. That's it. We're tying it up in scores. Well, it is gonna be a long evening, I guess.
Wow, good game. And there we go. Legendary Snails ties it up against Titus Gaming in this Natural Selection 2 World Championship matchup.
Wow. I mean, starting from the game plan, you could have seen it was just really perfect execution. 2 strategies, how you can play as Marines, just showcasing the best, how it's done. And the Snails one is the more risky one, I think. Just ignoring all the RTs, just sitting on 2 extractors. If you then lose your Marines everywhere, and the aliens can go back and capping all those harvesters, you're pretty much done with nothing. So, but it paid off. Absolutely. This aggressive game style by Snails, what team should fear that? It's so scary.
Yeah, I mean, you see them come down, and their Marine game, and I'm just going to say it again, their Marine game is amazing to watch. I mean, when they got it dialed in, you just see like this whole kind of arm of blue just sweeping the map and then back down to the alien base and then boom. You know, I mean, it's just amazing what they do. We're seeing now, I'm sure Titus is going to regroup and you know, try to figure out now, moving on to the next map, which is going to be Summit. We're going to try to figure out at this point what their plan is now. You know, we've had has it all been Marine? Yeah, it's all been.
Right now, I think it's Titan Marine wins.
It's all been Marine wins at this point, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So I think this is going to come down to who's going to win their alien game.
Yeah, I think there was 2 rounds pretty close for aliens, but both went out for Marines again. And yeah, right now, I don't know, but I have to say it again. It's so refreshing to see Marine team just ignore a whole side of the map, don't cap, just do this crazy stuff. And
that's when you have...
It's 2 exact opposite game styles.
Yeah.
It makes it even more interesting.
I know.
Exactly opposite game styles. That's really cool.
You know, and you know when you can see a commander so confident in his Marines' just ability to stay alive.
Yeah.
I know that we interviewed, obviously, the commander for Archaea a while back, and what did he say? He said, well, you know, my most valuable thing as a Marine commander on the battlefield is a Marine that's alive. So it's just amazing to see, and that first bit of that match, mines, shotguns.
Yeah, that's everything. It worked out. It worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah.
All right, so gonna throwing
guys.
it back to Hugh.
G'day everyone, I'm sitting here in the audience with Jess. How are you, Jess?
Pretty good, thank you.
Now, Jess, I think you flew from the United States as well, along with Titus, the last 2 days. Are you feeling a bit tired right now?
I'm so tired.
I will admit that I'm getting a little tired at the moment. We're starting to get into the late stages of the grand final. We're at 2-2, and it's intense. Imagine how long these players have been playing for. Some of them might have been playing consistently for 3 hours tonight. Have you ever played a game consistently, non-stop that much?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Me, not so much. I have to break 2 hours at least, otherwise it gets bad. Now, we've got the French team on the right, the North American team on the left. Where does your loyalty lie, Jess?
I mean, I'm gonna have to go with my homeland, America, Titus.
I'm just not sure that... there's one Canadian, right? Sicknick. I'm just not sure that he'd appreciate that. Canada and the United States, do they get along really well?
We're best friends, basically.
Are you bitter about... There was a hockey game in the Olympics? I don't know. I'm not going to go there. So we're now at 2-2. Titus did go down pretty hard in that match as aliens. What's your reading? What's going to happen in the next match?
I mean, I think they're pretty strong as Marines, so I'm really hoping that they, win again.
Hoping that they win again. What do you think they've got to do to win again? What can they do?
Kill everything.
Kill everything. I like it. Red Dog, Wasabi, Blind, you better be listening to this because this is important. It's like the gorge thing, right? Remember earlier, more gorges equals more win. Well, kill everything equals more win as well. It is interesting right now, all the Titus most of the Titus players are still sitting at their PCs. They're still kind of playing around. Snails, on the other hand, they've walked straight out. They're having a big break. Jess, what would you rather do as a player? Would you rather just stay in here, or would you want to back out and go have a big break?
I'd probably stay and play, keep fresh.
Try to stay in the zone. We're now going to talk to Melly to find out what's happening with that Intel SSD 330 and NVIDIA GTX 750 Ti.
Thank you very much. Well, that's an interesting question, and I got a lot more submissions. Thank you very much. Keep them coming. We still have a few hours left, I guess. And let's quickly look at our submissions. If we could have a quick look on my monitor. Oh yes, I like this one. So some of you may recognize the scenery. It actually suits, right? This is. We should ask the casters to open the next map like that, right? This one. With a dressage saddle, if you notice. This one is really good. And this is kind of a shout out. And since I'm a nice person, here you go. And this is really nice. It looks, well, yeah, definitely self-made. I can't figure out if it's like watercolors or Photoshop. Seriously, most of the submissions just speak for themselves. It's really, really good. And yeah, here we go. Well, so good, so good. Thank you very much at home. Keep them coming. We still have time left you have time left to get into the race for the GeForce NVIDIA GTX 750 Ti and an Intel SSD 330. We will pick 2 winners, and we still have this submission here from the audience here in the studio. So people, if you have paper and pens right next to you, just grab them and draw something. So maybe you could grab one of those nice prizes. Exactly. So it's getting late, as you see. So keep talking to me so that I stay awake. Head over to Twitter, talk to me, tweet me by using the hashtag NS2. And the casters are ready. And what are you? Oh, I've complete a lovely stage manager. Applause for him. He reminded me of another contribution from the audience. Look at this. It's actually a pretty smart way to draw something on a money note, right? So maybe I will consider this contribution as well. Maybe not, I'm not sure. Maybe other submissions will reach me here in the audience. I'm open for everything. And yeah, let's go to the commentators. Much fun in the next match. And see you later.
Thank you, Melly, and welcome back to Celebrity Deathmatch.
Yes, Mike, I think we have a great matchup today.
Between the legendary Snails and Titus Gaming. Thank you, that fan submission. That was really great. Red Dog and I back here at the caster station as we move into map number 3. And it is 2-2. So it's 2-all. What do you think, Red Dog?
Well, I mean, again, we're gonna, it's been a long day, right? We've been casting a lot of great NS2 matches. I mean, that started off with that kickoff match between Titus and Sana, and now here we are again, Titus and Snails 2-2. Obviously, this now is a best of 7, but we're going on to Summit. It's been Marine wins. I was chatting with Blind earlier, and it's been Marine wins up to this point. So it's really going to come down to who can break an alien game.
And you know what? I think watching the games out there, that Snails has been giving it every ounce of every bit they could. And those alien games could absolutely have gone in their favor. We're moving on to the crown jewel again. It's Summit. This pinwheel map is one of the favorite amongst the competitive teams. You've got 5 tech points. You've got route blocking in every possible direction. And this map is one to not play nice if it's played well.
Yeah, and I think both teams have fantastic strategies on this map. There's so many things you can do on this map, and so many things that I've seen, and it looks like the teams are ready to go. This is going to, moving into now, round 5 of this matchup. Here we go, Titus Gaming, Titus Gaming versus Legendary Snails, 2-2 on this matchup in this Natural Selection 2 World Championship. And we're seeing Titus Gaming starting in flight control, over now in data core, where Legendary Snails started. They're doing a 5 push down in sub-access, splitting off there. Definitely normal to do, moving towards Crossroads. And they're going to go ahead and meet up Joshy here. Poor Joshy in Comp Lab, take him out. We're also seeing that a poor Marine, Gorgeous here in Comp Lab, where these guys just take the pain train and move it into Crossroads. Kind of denying that center spot. We got Sicknick now moving right into the main hive up against King Yo, trying to take a couple shots at his egg.
Yeah, Rantology down here in Ventilation now working on the infestation. But these Skulks come back with a vengeance, and they mean business, taking her down. So the first expansion RT does not go down, but Sicknick's still hanging outside of Data Core.
Yeah, and that's kind of, doing that chip damage, just kind of being annoying, just shooting into the hive is a good tactic to pull people off. Look, Heracles, Ray all have to deal with this. He does get killed by a parasite by Ray as he moves into Crossroads, following King Yo, following Dams now into Computer Lab. Gorgeous now around the corner, and it's going to meet Ray. Ray takes him down. Rantology now, she's coming up. Takes a couple shots.
Rantology doing what she can against two Skulks, one biting the RT, one trying to get the flank on her. Eagle Eye pulls off the RT to help Ray. Down she goes, as both those Skulks will now work really hard to pressure that res. Titus Gaming up to 4 extractors against the 2 harvesters of the Snails. They have not spread infestation beyond Ventilation, so we don't know which direction they're really choosing to make their own.
Gorgeous and Joshy and Rantology all coming around the corner back into Comp Lab. We're seeing red flashes all over the map. Golden here in Reactor Core, building up the power, up to 82%. Gonna get engaged here by most of the Snails. This is not a position you want to be in. And this 4 Crush is now moving north into Atrium.
So Titus is sitting on 4 extractors, trying to build a 5th one right now, but double pressure making their way to Ventilation, which is the only expansion. The whip just finishing. If they choose to run past it, they may be able to get the harvester down, but with the Crag there, looks like they're just going to unload on the whip.
This is fantastic pack play from Legendary Snails. They are just moving like a damage train all over the map, popping RTs as they come by them. They just popped the one in Atrium. They moved, took down Sicknick, taking down the one here in Crevice, now moving up against Golden here in Summit Reception. Nice shot there to Ray by Golden. Sicknick now backing him up.
Rantology and Joshy over in Ventilation eliminated the whip, now going after the Crag, which goes down quickly. Lots of assists here, so spreading infestation or trying to kill it is not the option. They're going to go right for the RT.
We're seeing here Rantology, and they're just going for it. And here comes Ray, Heracles, and Dame's coming down into Ventilation. Where they clean that up.
Yeah, good cleanup. Mine going off, though, and really damaging that Skulk. Heracles pretty low. Dam's chipped as well. They're going to make their way to Computer Lab. Mines are the only thing researched right now, but it does look like an Arms Lab has been placed back at Marine Start, and they did go double IP, so they're spawning in at a pretty quick rate right now.
So we're seeing Rantology and Joshy coming up against these 2 Skulks that are here. Taking them out quite easily, saving that RT, and they're going to move down into sub-access. See now growth of a RT for Legendary Snails in Ventilation. They're going to go ahead and grab that. They have 3 Harvesters up right now versus 4 Extractors for Titus Gaming.
And now we've got the double lurks in Ray and King Yo. Golden really not standing a chance there trying to jump up at that vent. But look at that, Ray taking a significant amount of damage before having to retreat out of Crossroads. And Rantology and Joshy finished their job over in Ventilation.
It's cool. I mean, they're going against... I like how they're really going against Snails' Harvesters right now. Obviously, they're back down to 2. Got Gorgeous here in Reactor Core that just gets cleaned up. 50% on that Harvester, which is going to get saved by Heracles because of his heal spray, and they're going to go ahead and resist that. Rentology and Joshi still down here in Ventilation, trying to clean stuff up. Ray shooting spikes down into Ventilation to try to get these guys out of here.
Well, and Heracles dies as Gorge, almost sacking that life form, which is going to not be a great thing because he didn't fully heal the Harvester here in Reactor Core, and Infestation is redacting. That's totally not the word I wanted. Receding.
Oh, Dam's now coming through the vents into Crossroads, where they're going to meet Gorgeous, but they're going to go a different way down into Pipeline into Ventilation, where they're going to meet Joshi. He's going to be up against 2 Lurks. This is really tough to fight, especially when they're... Oh! And he kills himself. You're not kidding me.
1 lurk in your face is nasty, but 2 is just like, are you kidding me? Get out of my face.
2 is jump the railing.
And Gorge is going into Reactor, trying to finish off that node, now at 8%, but Heracles going Gorge yet again is out healing, and this time I think it'll get healed all the way. Ray and King Yo up in Atrium, doing their job. Medpacks coming in from Versal at a rapid pace to try to save Golden. But I almost think that might be a waste of med packs because those 2 lurks are probably going to win that engagement.
Yeah, that was pretty tough. That's a lot of damage coming at you that it's really hard to mitigate, and you just can't out-heal that. Rentology and Sicknick down here in Sub-Access putting up their 5th extractor. Shotgun research has started. They're on Weapons 1, Armor 1, 6 minutes into this game. Let's take a look at Legendary Snails. Definitely have delayed the fades out on the field, 31 being the highest among that team.
And in Crossroads, a Gorge Tunnel has been dropped to the left side, and this is going to allow them to move right out of Data Core into a fantastic place to move out and pressure this map. As you can see, blinking red extractors right now. But at the same time, Gorgeous and Golden saying to themselves, if they want to take our res, we'll take theirs and move into Reactor Core to eliminate the Harvester.
Yep, the Gorge Tunnel has been found here by Joshi, so that's going to go ahead and call out.
Oh! The base side Data Core tunnel gets taken out, so they cannot retreat from Crossroads. They decide to make a flight control push, forcing the beacon back, but the Harvester at Data Core was desysted and is starting to take damage.
That was a good call by Legendary Snails. Force a beacon right now. You had all those Marines in your base, and then just basically reset them. They're now coming back out in force into Crossroads. Sicknick and Rantology in there, still alive, and that Gorge Tunnel is down. They're now going to start taking out that whip. Titus Gaming, 3 extractors, 1 as a blueprint. Legendary Snails has 1 with 2 growing right now. They may lose this one here in Crossroads.
And, you know, I gotta mention this, back in Data Core, the Harvester has not been resisted. They're about to lose their natural RT.
That's definitely something that could have been avoided if they just assisted right away after that beacon happened, and it looks like it's gonna happen. 10% there. I don't know if they're doing that on purpose or just or not, but it is gone. So Legendary Snails down to 1 Harvester. Sicknick and Rantology here in Crossroads up against these 2 Lurks.
Oh, Ray took some shots. Skulk goes down, the Lurks split and go opposite directions. But Ray ran into yet another Marine now in range of Rantology's shotgun, has to retreat back to the Hive. Ventilation has been cleared by Joshi. He's actually building an extractor there to try to deny it to the aliens.
Yep, and they're going to try to build one in Crossroads as well. There we go. Sicknick and Rantology building it up. Good job on Versal keeping that res flow going. Legendary Snails needs to get out on this map. They need to start winning a little bit more engagement, starts pushing Titus out of, off of their side of the map and really secure. They're having trouble securing in their naturals right now. They're having trouble even securing ventilation, with the Data Core start.
Absolutely. It makes it really difficult too, especially because this has stopped them from putting really any res pressure on the Marines. They're taking down 1, maybe 2 at a time, but they haven't dropped them below 3, and that's really not a good position to be in as aliens. And Titus now sitting on weapons 2 with shotguns, phase tech researching, and the constant aggression over to ventilation, even capping the node, has got to be frustrating towards these Snails.
Yeah, you know, this is just the same stuff, you know, that we're kind of seeing with these two teams playing, you know, when they're going up against the other one as a Marine. It's just super aggressive, cutting them off on the, you know, on the top and the bottom, really hard for making it hard for the aliens to actually get out of their base, establish map control, get together a good offense. But, you know, again, this is going to come down to how you perform in your alien game.
Absolutely. You know, one of the things here is Crossroads is a great position. And when the phase gate comes out, just like we talked about the Gorge Tunnel, you have 4 ways to move out around the map and defend your own stuff, but at the same time, apply great pressure to the opponent's side. Computer Lab going down finally by Eagle Eye, a little bit of res pressure going. They're also capping ventilation again.
That was a beautiful double kill we saw there in Atrium by Gorgeous. Ray almost getting killed there. About a half health there in the center of the map. Joshy now working on ventilation again, taking the sis out of the way. Joshy about to get pounced on by a bunch of legendary Snails, and he does get annihilated while he was there. Lost a shotgun to that. And we got now a phase gate getting put up in Crossroads by Rantology.
I also want to note here that there are absolutely no shells built at all. They have been limited in income so much they've now not been able to drop a single upgrade structure.
That is crazy. I mean, right now, look, it's taking forever. We're already past the 11-minute mark where, you know, if you have a lot, you can basically have 10, 11-minute Onos, and they're hurting for their
just
fades.
looking to get to fades, yeah. I mean, and they're happy to be on the 2 res nodes right now, and these double lurks, they've been doing their job, chipping the damage as much as they can, pulling the Marines to a focal point. Now they've lost the gate here in Crossroads, and with the fade so close, this could be the beginning of a good push momentum for the Snails to really bring it back.
Another phase gate. You know, they lose the one in Crossroads. They put one up in Reactor Core, which is good. I mean, from Reactor Core, they basically block off that natural expansion for legendary Snails, and they also block off the expansion into Atrium, obviously. They have another blueprint down in Crossroads. Power's down to 12% in there. So someone better get a welder on that pronto. And here comes the phase gate. They're going to get that up first, and hopefully they'll repair that power. Just take a couple skulks, really, you know, short time to take that out.
I like the aggressive push to take Reactor Core. I think that Subaxis is not as strong a tech point as Atrium could be for the alien team, and I think Titus knows that, and they're forcing them down that way.
Yeah. We're seeing King Yo
Robo
trying to throw some spikes down into Crossroads here. Robo Factory, as you said, is going down. And this may turn into an Arc Factory here.
This is a problem.
Batteries down.
Yeah, big problem for the Snails because they're putting down the Sentry batteries. We saw how effective they were on Veil, but also because these Arcs can roll right through Glass Hallway and park outside the Hive, and with that phase gate to repressure, could be defended quite well and end this game for Snails.
Yeah, exactly. Snails now, you see Dames as an egg. Working, he's gonna be a fade pretty soon. Eagle Eye at 41, not an egg yet, so not going fade. Maybe he's waiting, but Dams is out on the field as that fade right now in Pipe Junction.
Yeah, can we go through to south?
You know, one thing I've noticed, Red Dog, and maybe you did too when you were watching some of these games, they seem to choose to go one fade at a time. Do you know, I mean, obviously it's theory crafting, but do you think that 2 fades might be more effective for them? I mean, they seem to have definitely hold their own in a lot of these games, but they've lost each of their alien rounds because of life forms getting killed. Maybe it's because they don't have that fade pressure, that extra aggressive attack.
It could be. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, you don't have that extra target, you know, when you hit that room and you hit that group of Marines. They're really, you know, you got 1 fade, you could have 2, but now they're just focusing on 1. It's flying around the room and that's it. You could have another one, plus a lurk, you know, screwing with the targeting. But in this case, they know exactly what to shoot. There we go. Eagle Eye is now going fade. So 2 fades out are going to be out on the field pretty soon. Legendary Snails with their pack play. Look at this. Fade, 2 lurks, and a skulk. Mine's going off like crazy. We're seeing now that the turrets are going off like crazy as well.
All those sentries going off. The mines exploding everywhere. The shotguns rolling. Easily push those guys out of the room. And with a little weld, they'll be back up.
Great defense.
In the meantime, Golden has taken down Ventilation yet again, dropping the Snails to 1 Harvester.
Yeah.
And this has got to be frustrating.
This is so frustrating for an alien comm when you get wedged into your own base and you cannot assist out anywhere. You cannot get any type of map control. It is so extremely frustrating. Oh, there's a lurk down.
Wow, that
in
lurk,
pipe junction.
That lurk totally absorbed the shot that was about to meat shot one of those fades. And then Eagle Eye gets taken to a really big hit and forced to retreat after winning the engagement down there in Ventilation.
That was a great shot there. So we are down a lurk. We got 2 fades, 1 lurk. Heracles down 19 P-Res. We got Gorgeous and Rentology coming in to Pipe Junction. And it looks like after a few alien attacks, they actually lived through that. We're seeing Cycnic and Golden pressuring the main hive.
Yeah, and this is really, really bad for the fades because look at Dams took all that damage. He's got a hive behind the hive, and he gets picked off by Rentology.
What a great kill by Titus!
And now they're going straight for the eggs. They push straight into base, and they're saying, dang it, we're ending this.
All of it's here. You see Titus Gaming moving in. They are not pulling punches right now. 3 eggs on the map. Oh, and there goes Gorgeous and Golden. Josh, he's still in there taking out Dams and an egg. Rios right behind her jumping out as the Skulk gets taken out.
And the Lurk goes down. Lurk down by the Harvester. The Fade, the only one really alive right here as the Skulk is out doing pressure to res nodes around the map. And man, oh man, that has gotta be.
That was huge. That was huge. I mean, Joshy now and Rentology taking the sis out of, out of that corner. Just gonna see what this looks like for Joshy taking down Rios. And nice job here. Oh, they might get the fade down.
And you know they're just firing. He's gotta try to hide away. He's pinched on both sides, goes into the hive. And Kinyo spawns in. They're really in a bad spot right now. There's like no eggs. When they do spawn right on the GG. GG. So that's game number 5, taking Titus up 3-2. They only need 1 more win. But here's the problem, Red Dog.
An alien game is the problem.
Here's the problem. It's an alien game, but not just that. Every single time this happens, Snails comes back 10 times even more aggressive than Titus and ends the game in like 6 minutes.
Yeah.
But this is Summit. You know?
This is Summit.
Titus showed that even they could play more aggressive on Summit. Can they pull off the same thing when it comes to playing as Alien? I mean, I think it's a really difficult thing, especially if Snails brings the same pressure they've been bringing. How do you change it up to be able to defend that?
Yeah, exactly.
And it comes down to winning engagements.
Yeah, I think we've seen that. We've seen the graphs. I know in the last game where you see that disparity in the kill graph, and you can almost just look at it and be like, okay, I know what's going on in the game. When you see that disparity just crawling and getting wider and wider, you know the engagements are getting tough for that team. Mm-hmm. You know that everything is going kind of downhill for that team that's not winning the engagements. You don't win the engagements, you can't expand on the map, you can't defend, the team's going to slowly just start coming to your base. I mean, we saw this here. Legendary Snails trying to do their best, but Titus Gaming coming in, cutting off ventilation, cutting off reactor core, continually sending people into data core to pull more of the Snails off the map. So we are moving in 2, 3, 4, 5, round 6. I had to count that.
Round 85 of this day.
So we're moving into round 6 here, guys. Legendary Snails versus Titus Gaming. This is a best of 7. So just so you know, Titus Gaming needs to win this, and they will win the championship. Legendary Snails obviously not wanting that to happen, so we're probably going to see some really great play out of their Marine game. They're starting down here in sub-access, and we're seeing a Atrium start for Titus, doing a 2-2 split coming down the map.
And it looks like they're going to try to push ventilation with 3 skulks. The counter from Snails is great. Moving through to maintenance and going to pipe junction, but they actually decide to go straight for reactor core. I think the cleanup should happen at reactor core. I don't think they should try to take ventilation.
Yep, right away, Heracles and Eagle Eye run into that drifter, trying to get an early win in terms of eco loss. Ray now building up the RT and ventilation.
Gorge tunnel up in data core to try to get them faster
Very
expansion.
quick Gorge tunnel.
Gorgeous moving up to support the skulks as they push into ventilation. That's 4 skulks.
Drifter
inside.
support.
And they can go straight to base.
They're going to take it to base.
With the Gorge.
They're going to take it to base.
Dam's
There's
running
the
back.
enzyme.
One guy running
They're moving
in.
it. Titus wants it. Titus wants it. Everyone's out of
Oh
position
my
for the
God.
Snails.
There's
They might
not
actually take it.
And the IP goes down.
1%. IP is down. Gorgeous, Brand, and Sick are in there. Can they clean this up?
Even Gorgeous is spitting
Oh my God.
He takes out King Yo with the spit. He's gonna go down, but that's 20 res gone. No one spawning, and now they got what they wanted, a little bit of a breather. But look at this, Eagle Eye, they knew that it was happening. Eagle Eye stayed up north. He gets a bite taken out of him there by Joshi, and they've still denied any res expansion by the aliens. That is great counter. Even though they lose the IP, they can replace it now with 2.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play. I mean, on both teams. I mean, if Titus was able to take down, juke a little bit better and take down those Marines there, they had no way to respawn, and they would have just been out. That would have been over. But Legendary Snails doing an amazing job in defense.
And you know what? That tunnel's still up in data core, not connected. I don't necessarily see Golden going. Oh my God, look at that.
Ray just passed right by it.
Atrium was taken down. They popped the cyst and knocked out Atrium. They're down to 0 harvesters with 14 res in the bank.
Oh, wow. What a great job from the Snails. Ray gets taken out here in data core, and Titus Gaming, 0 harvesters with 6 T-res.
They've dropped reactor core. It seems to be up and built. They've resisted at home, and they've got Crevice going with Golden protecting out here against Heracles. And it looks like they're still in control of data core. Marines on 4 extractors.
So we're seeing a little bit of a push here. Heracles up against Golden in Crevice. Golden trying to make a move, but gets caught. Heracles now is going to work on this harvester. He did kill the infestation Joshi right behind and is going to make a move.
It's been resisted, but it's not going to be enough because Heracles is just going to keep chipping away. And he's going to take out that harvester as Joshi moves in while he's low on bullets and wins the engagement.
Yeah, but the harvester is lost, so the damage is done. Dams and King Yo here in Crossroads. Looks like Rantology is being pushed back as well into Reactor Core. Titus Gaming on 1 harvester with 1 being grown still in their main base. Mines now have been researched along with Armor 1.
Pressure by Dams up in Reactor Core. Joshi and Rantology kind of positioning themselves for the jump in here. And Dams is definitely going to hear Joshi moving around now.
Dams is moving back just a bit.
Heracles is finally going after that Gorge tunnel, which is unopened at Data Core, which is going to remove that infestation and deny the potential harvester being dropped. King Yo against Sicknick and Golden out here as Eagle Eye comes to back up. And even though Yo goes down, Golden and Sicknick get taken out by the Eagle.
So we're seeing now on the other side, Eagle Eye here in Crevice, taking down the RT that was just dropped. That's really bad for Titus right now. They can't afford to lose this res being so low already. Dams and Ray up against almost all of Titus Gaming here.
Wow.
Nice shooting there by Legendary Snails. It looks like they're going to end up cleaning that fight up and continue to storm ahead into Reactor Core. What a great engagement. Eagle Eye on the other side. Shotguns now have started. Weapons 1 as well.
You can see that Snails is heavily favored at the moment based on the fact they've got the 5 extractors going. They're putting great pressure continuing over and over again on these harvesters. But now we've got double lurks out with Sicknick and Golden. Can this tilt it back into Titus's favor as they're only on armor 1, weapon 1? But the shotgun's coming out, that really could be the determining factor.
And the way we've seen the way these guys shoot, and those shotguns could be extremely, extremely damaging. Titus Gaming needs to get out of their base. They need to get some control on this map if they have a prayer of coming back. Legendary Snails sitting on 5 extractors. They're just pumping in the money, spending it on upgrades left and right. And Titus Gaming can run the risk of getting out-teched here.
I like that they're double skulking the res nodes right now, and Crossroads has gone down. They took out Data Core, putting the Snails back on 4 extractors. The lurks are able to start pushing out now. Little less pressure for Versal up in Reactor Core, and I think this is what they want. Ray losing his shotgun right there as the 3 skulks are now going to push in to Computer Lab, and Josh will split off and take out Flight Control.
Eagle Eye now coming in from sub-access up against these 2 skulks that are biting. Is RT. He's going to be able to take them out before they take their RT. No, the extractor does go down. Oh! Oh my God!
Ray coming in trying to get that shot in there. Ends up taking out both Gorgeous and Rheumatology, but they lost Computer Lab. But over in Reactor Core, Heracles yet again taking down the Harvester. That is 5 Harvesters taken down, and I think pretty much just in Reactor Core. That is just ridiculous, and that's got to be frustrating, just like the last round.
Yeah, we're seeing now that Heracles in Reactor Core trying to, he's being harassed by all these aliens left and right. He's still alive. He's doing a great job taking down now Rheumatology, getting some good shots, some meat shots on these lurks, which are just trying to hunt him down. He's backed up by King Yo. They're going to do a quick weld.
Wow, and even over out in Crevice, they just get the Harvester online. They start seeing a light at the end of the tunnel for getting those fades out on the field. We are at 29 P-Res at 7.5 minutes, which in a lot of the games we've seen today is about the time the fades are popping.
Yep.
And these fades are very delayed at the moment.
Got Ray going down to some spikes. Got Dams backing up. And moving here, they're going to meet Eagle Eye and Heracles.
And Golden's got to be careful not to sack that lurk to the shotgun. And you can see he's going to start moving back. Pressure down in Computer Lab. Josh and Golden not wasting any time to try and get the res.
Definitely Gorgeous and Joshy now. Oh my God, Ray and Dams taking all of them out, saving that RT. And a fight still happening here in Crevice where he gets some, Golden gets some backup from Sicknick and Rheumatology, ends up taking down those 2 Marines.
Kingo looking, I think they're thinking that maybe that they could have fades coming out, but I don't think that they're not counting how many Harvesters they've taken down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's just take a look at that resource graph. Resource towers, 4 lost for Legendary Snails, 6 Harvesters lost for Titus Gaming. Resources, just check out that disparity right there. Team kills 39 to 23. Pretty amazing, as you can see where this game is going. Legendary Snails now up to 6 RTs versus just 1 for Titus. They're down in the eco. They're down in kills. It's just not looking good.
I love how Heracles is literally, because of the position they're in, just waiting in Data Core with that shotgun. Route block, stop either the lurk or the skulks from getting through.
Yep.
And it's a great play. These guys are so good at figuring out the right routes to pinch and put the pressure, and they are showing yet again their strength as Marines.
Yep, Ray and Dams now coming in again, pushing up against this Crevice expansion. Titus just cannot get a break right now.
Both lurks coming out to Crevice. Joshy waiting inside that vent there, but they don't even need it. And now the Crag here could be what they needed to support. But the problem is, over in Reactor Core, you got a double shotgun pressure waiting on either side. That lurk walks in, and he's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah. Heracles and Eagle Eye now coming in. Golden trying to do his best to get these guys out of here. They're moving now into the main hive. Here comes those 2 Marines. They can get these guys out of here. Heracles taking down a Drifter. Eagle Eye taking down Rant. Heracles going down to Sicknick.
Versal coming out of the hive and saying, get out. And he's still got Infestation Reactor, which means he's going to be able to drop it, and there's no one on the right side of the map. Pressure by Joshi in cross, but goes down to a mine. And again, with that Crag out here in Crevice, they're just not able to deal enough damage with just one guy.
Dams and King Yo being backed off here in Summit by Golden, who's their lurk. Wow, a couple shots gets him down to 50%. Weapons 2 now has been completed. These guys are just going to move in. We got Heracles and Eagle Eye on the east side of the map. You got Dams just Dams, actually. I thought he had a buddy on the other side of the map. So if they can just kind of bring this in together on the left and the right side, Titus is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I like this play with the LMG and the shotgun out here in Crevice. But again, this Crag is really going to be a nuisance to them. So that's why they're putting pressure over in the reactor core side again. And I feel so bad for the aliens because they have tried so hard to get this extractor up over and over and over again. And it just doesn't seem to happen for more than a few seconds.
Well, now it is down again. Eagle Eye and Heracles moving into reactor core. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dams and Ray on the other side. And yep, here we go. Looks like, not really much, and it was found.
Forces the beacon, gets them out of the Atrium Hive.
Does.
They know they have no harvesters going, which was really bad, and they are, trying to drop. They're at 36 P-Res. They are desperately trying to get those fades out because I think they feel that they can do more damage, and honestly, looking at the tech graph, those fades could help a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Gorgeous. I mean, these fades, when they come out, they'll be up against Weapons 2, Shotgun, Armor 1 Marines. With that Armor 1, if they're able to juke some of those shots, they'll probably be able to get some of those Marines down. Probably when they see that first fade out on the field, Rios is probably going to go ahead and get Armor 2 or Weapons 3. Because he'd probably have a little bit more confidence in his troops to actually nail shots, which would definitely help if he's got weapons.
And down we go, 2 Skulks, 1 Lurk, straight for the obs, and it's 5 out. King Yo coming back through the vent with his shotgun. Where is that Lurk? Chip, 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 because Joshi is trying desperately to line himself up and decides to turn around and go for the arms lab, which I think was a mistake. Because down goes Golden as Lurk.
Oh no, right here. As you guys saw there in the free cam, he tried to get through this vent and got nailed right when he was in it. It didn't look like they had a plan. After they took the observatory out, they kind of just ran around here and didn't really focus on anything. So I don't know what happened there in terms of communication. Signic now backing off into reactor core away from Heracles.
Pressure out in Crevice yet again. Dams and Ray working on that harvester. They need these harvesters. They are at 38 P-Res. They are so close to getting those fades out. And the fact that no armor or weapons has upgraded in a few minutes here, that's a big plus for them should those fades be able to get out.
Yeah. Here comes Signic out in the open in Crevice. He's at half health. Definitely helping out, clearing out these Marines in Summit, and does successfully. Phase Gate here in Crossroads, which is going to help the mobility of the Snails on this map. King Yo and Heracles now moving through into Reactor Core, backing up Eagle Eye. Looks like they're going to put up an RT. Yep, there goes the socketed power.
Or a Phase
Gate.
Phase Gate might be the bigger play here. It really locks down the whole right side of the map, and there it goes. Locks them in with 7 res nodes, really, with what they're holding currently. And, also, we've seen, though, this could sway their pressure. Maybe Titus is able to get up flight control. They are in a position now, seconds away from being able to evolve as Fade, but with this shotgunning pack coming in and pressuring as much as they are, where are they going to evolve?
Yeah, and here they come already. Legendary Snails, King Yo, Heracles, and Eagle Eye in here. And it looks like they're going to trap Signic's down.
That is a tough situation. Again, that Lurk is so vital to Fade play, chipping off that armor so that the Fades can get in and do less swipes. Rantology coming in as Fade with the support of Gorgeous and Joshi. Joshi going down, Gorgeous getting a bite in on Eagle Eye. Rant taking shots very low on energy. Gonna have to retreat, and she's the only one here.
Yeah, and they are taking out, you guys are seeing the view from Eagle Eye, look at that. Great welding being done right now. Rant as that Fade, they're gonna trap.
Oh, she's in trouble, and Versal
And jumps into the hive.
Versal trying to get into the hive there, and he's like, wait, I can't get in. Well, sorry, your fade's a little more important. Fade's gonna get out. Golden goes, whoa! They actually GG it.
GG'd. And there we go, guys.
REDDOG.
We are up to...
We're going to a tiebreak for the final.
We are going to a tiebreaker.
This is literally the final countdown, folks. What did we just witness? We witnessed Snails doing exactly what they've done every round to counter the Titus win. Super aggressive Marine play, constant RT harassment, not even giving them a chance to breathe.
You know, what is very interesting here is, who did we just see win as Marines? We just saw the Snails.
Which means that Titus is going to play as Marines, and they have won each of their Marine rounds. And now we're going on to Biodome, which is a lot like Summit. And based on the way that they played, I am really interested to see how this is going to go. Now, mind you, Snails has also played incredible alien rounds.
Yes.
I think the exception being Summit. But again, with this map being very similar to Summit, with you getting aggression, infiltration, and agri-labs early and working on those RTs and keeping them low while capping the rest of the map, I think that could drastically affect the alien game on Biodome as well.
Yeah. Oh, I completely agree. I mean, Biodome is a interesting map to say the least. I mean, we've had some casts on that have lasted
37 minutes.
Well, I've casted 97 on a Biodome match, and that's going to be HVZ versus Gorge Busters. I know they're in the crowd right now, but I'm giving you guys a shout out. Biodome can be pretty crazy. There's a lot of back and forth. A lot of things can happen in Biodome just because there's so many places to go. I've seen a lot of back and forth, with this map. A lot of base trading happening, and you can just sometimes see it happen where you're just like, okay, it's just following around the map like a clock, base built, and I've seen it. Now, these two teams, which are up, in this type of skill level, we may not see that happen because they know. That clinch when to kind of when the pin's pulled and we got to go. You know, and they know when to do that. So I don't think we're going to see that with these teams. However, it's just going to be it could be some interesting stuff.
At the same time, that could happen because this is game number 7. This is money on the line. This is it. There is no other rounds after this. We could see some crazy holdout for just the right thing to happen. And, with that, we're going to move on, get ready for that, and we're going to throw it back to Hugh and Melly over at the social media desk.
Oh, people, you're killing me.
There's so many good submissions.
This is so insane.
What do we do?
I just made the mistake. Well, we actually picked 2 winners.
Well,
and then we made the mistake of pressing refresh.
We've been looking at the Facebook page, we've been looking at the submissions, and there's just more good ones arriving all the time, and we've only got 2 winners.
I can't decide. I'm so sorry, Mr. Producer, but I can't announce a winner now. Please kill me later.
Show's over. Yeah, I'm making Melly nervous because I keep kicking the cables out of her computer.
And then my mouse stops working, and...
Mr. Producer says, right, Hugh and Melly, you're at the social media desk, and Melly goes, no, not Hugh. He's going to break the computer again.
That's exactly what I said, actually.
Now, we are getting close to the end of a best of 7 here. We're at 3 games apiece, which means we're looking at an ace match, and that means at some point someone's going to have to bring some big novelty checks out here and write a number on them. What's that number going to be? Well, over the course of this show, that number has been ticking up because people have been going to the Steam store, searching NS2 and finding the championship emblems that are on sale there. 50% of the proceeds from those emblems go straight into the prize pool, which means right now you can contribute to the prize pool for your favorite team. You can go and buy the Titus emblem or the legendary Snails emblem, or the Godar and Sornman ones if you support those teams. So head over to the Steam store, search NS2, and let's see how far that prize pool can grow before Charlie comes out and writes the number on it. Melly, I believe we have to pick a winner.
Oh, please don't make me. I can't.
Gonna have to.
Oh no.
Shall we have a look at some of the ones that have been submitted since we last looked?
Yes, wait. I'm still working on
There's
it.
much keyboard fluttering going, lots of control-click to get more and more of these images up on screen, because there have been some very impressive ones, and some that aren't necessarily drawings or paintings, but some out-of-the-box thinking by a couple of submitters. We really do need 6 prizes at the moment, but I think we're almost ready to show you some of these right now. There's panicked effort going into arranging windows in Windows
But people
right
said
now.
I should make them bigger.
So that you guys can
and
see
I'm working
the
on
screen.
it. This is like, yeah. This
All right.
is it. Well.
So
let's go
what have
through
we
some
got?
submissions first. Look at this. The description says that she started after the very first round and she barely finished it in time. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
I couldn't do that.
Look
at that.
That is
just insane.
amazing.
Is it even possible? Aww. Retired Marine sitting on his
He's chilled, he's
rocking
killed
chair.
it, he's thinking, yeah, get off my lawn. Getting down the extractor, again, aliens.
Perfect use of the aliens
Yep.
guy, right? I really like that one.
How very convenient photoshopping there. I like it. Placed just right.
This is really good.
I want to put it out there, ladies and gentlemen. If you've ever had the misfortune of looking at the Skulk model from just the wrong angle, Weird Unknown Worlds, we apologise dearly. However, I will say that this is something I never want to see in
This
life.
is so good. And look at this.
It's an impressive piece of artwork.
Now we have to decide, right?
Have to decide.
Oh wait, we have another one. This is really
Now
good
this.
as well.
Yeah. And the way these whips are arrayed on the ceiling.
You really like the whips, right?
If only we could find a way in the game to have had the whips attached to the ceiling. That would have been very, very cool. And
Look at this one. Oh, producer, thank you very much. I just got the tiny little man in my ear saying, you can announce the winner later if you like. Thank you. I really can't decide. But, well, the reaction of the studio audience
Guys,
seems like the exosuit is really...
It's very popular.
Very popular,
Yeah,
right.
of
Oh,
the-
that's my Twitter feed.
Let's say there were 3. Let's say there's the whip painting. Let's say there's the, what do you call the creation of the Hydra with the knitting?
I have no idea.
Crochet.
Crochet.
And let's say
So sorry.
there's the exosuit with the Lego. Let's say there's those 3. Let us know on Twitter.
Exactly, tweet us.
At NS2,
Perfect. We can
which
use our social
ones
media
should
appearances.
win
Great.
of those 3.
I should probably know that, right?
Yes, you understand Twitter. I don't understand this stuff.
Well, we have those 3 submissions. Just head over to Facebook and like the ones you like, and tweet us your opinion on those via Twitter by using hashtag NS2.
Hashtag
Save that
NS2.
one.
There you
Exactly.
go. Now, Melly, of the French and the Titus, of the French and the North Americans.
Don't make me pick another winner.
I think
please.
we need to get past this barrier with not picking any winner. If you
Oh,
could make a
Jesus.
call, who do you think is going to take this?
Seriously, I can't say. Both teams were performing so strong, and we saw some so great matches. And if I had to pick a winner, I would go by the names, actually. Seriously, it would be the only, how's it called?
I'm
the
not
only thing I would pick the winner. Not
Is based on their names.
requirement, like,
Well,
you know what I mean. Maybe not, but...
Said like a
well,
true caster. And speaking of casters, let's go talk to some
Exactly.
casters.
All right, guys. Well, we are back. Blind. You know, this has been a long night.
Absolutely.
And I have to say that for the final match to come down, I hear the screaming.
Yeah.
I hear the audience.
We're
you
so
guys,
far away. We're still here, you guys cheering. This
amazing.
is great, man.
I can hear everybody screaming. That's so much energy in that room. And guys, with such a a kickoff match that we had, with Titus and Sornman going, going 2-2 and down to an ace match.
Up to
Here
the
we
max.
are. Going to 3-3, Titus and Legendary Snails in the finals.
In the finals, up to the last,
How
really.
many times does
Stretch
that happen?
everything.
Look at everybody
Look
out
at the
there.
crowd
Everybody's
there.
going crazy right now, and I'm loving it. The energy in this room is just crazy. Everyone's cheering on their favorite team. We're hearing the ahs and the whenever like a life form gets pinched. It is just amazing. These teams, really, both of them have slugged it out like tooth and nail, and they have done a great job.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, some would say it's only Marine wins so far, right? 6 Marine wins. I can't imagine the chat going on, but honestly, if you look on the total, it's a whole lot more alien wins. And really, if you go to this high-level play, where you pull it out everything perfectly, it's like a chess you open as white and black has to react properly. And it's really tough to break nuts like this, Snails and Titus. If they play it perfectly, you don't leave that opening. Really, how do you break that? And just playing it out perfectly. So we're up here to the last map. The last thing in this evening, and it could go either way because we're playing a map no one played before today.
Yeah, guys, this is Biodome. It's one of the newer maps in Natural Selection 2. It's got atmosphere. It's a 5 tech point map, a radial map that we all know and love, kind of similar to Summit. Atmosphere, hydroponics, reception, platform on the outside of this map with falls in the center. It's a rather large map.
Yes,
it takes a while to get around anywhere, so gorge tunnels, phase gates, to kind of get your troops around on the field a little bit easier. But again, going into this last round, it's going to be pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
And it looks like we are going to get into this pretty soon, guys. Legendary Snails versus Titus Gaming, the Natural Selection 2 World Championship. I want to hear it out there, guys. I want to hear it from in here. How excited you are. I think I heard that. All right, guys, here we go. In reception, Titus Gaming started final round. Damn's typing first blood. In reception, moving out. We also see up in atmosphere exchange a legendary Snails start.
All right, opening up with a little bit saver. 2-2-1 opening, 2 seeding, 2 canopy, 1 strictly going to hydroponics, seeing if there's a gorge, trying to set up a gorge tunnel, which is not the case. Instead, we have some expansion here going on into filtration at the moment. And the first blood might be drawn here by Sicknick versus Ray inside Bamboo.
So Sicknick takes first blood there, moves from Bamboo. Looks like he's heading towards platform. We got, over here in the top vents, close to Falls, we got Heracles, Eagle Eye, and Dams just kind of sitting in the vents, moving out slowly. Looks like now King Yo is fighting Golden, but they're still in the vents here, right above Bamboo Pass.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. There they are. They're found them.
It's really hard to see.
Is it a base rush coming?
It really is hard to see, but they're being very quiet. Dams is joining them.
But there's one Marine, he will scout. He will see it happening.
Sicknick does see it happening. They lose a skulk. Nope, they're not going to bring it to base.
No, they know. They're scouted. Won't happen. There's one Marine in the base. Rantology made up the whole way, camping some X-Nodes. She knows there's not much to do. It's just picking off 2 assists and then instantly going back. Bah! The skulks made their way into the base.
Oh my god, in reception, Sicknick now dies. King Yo joins him. Oh no! They're going after the IP! King Yo, Dams, Heracles, and Ray! And the commander is down! Where's the commander? Everyone's out of position! Titus may lose this! Snails may actually win! Snails wins it! What just happened? What just happened?
What? It took us so long to get here in the last game. It's a 2-minute base rush.
I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I mean, I did say it because I didn't want to tempt fate, but it did cross my mind. Here's why. I basically was like, okay, well, it's been all Marine wins, right? This entire time. Every team has a strong Marine team. So, what are you gonna do? What's left, right? You're gonna slug it out, maybe lose again, just like you did all the other rounds, or you're gonna chance it like that, and just take it into the base. amazing.
And actually,
job.
I think the same happened to them like to me. After they got scouted and lost the scout, they probably thought, and the dead Marine, he heard the power node getting under attack, so they're probably saying like, okay, they're not base rushing, you're just taking down the power and going back to base. What everyone would do normally, but just going for this unpredictable, well, let's go still for the base. And the Marines were kept moving out, completely out of position, the commander dies, and wow. Wow! That really happened!
I'm still in shock. I mean, as you can see, everyone's GGing each other in real life here. Everyone's a good sport. Obviously talking about what happened there. The Snails must feel incredible. There's Sick Nick moving there. And I'm sorry, there's Sick Nick. That was Joshy, sorry.
Obviously,
Rentology,
there,
Rios.
That's Kingia right next to her in the blue. Yeah, you see the name also printed, and yeah, they're all happy.
What a great job. So, I mean, tonight has been an incredible night for Natural Selection 2. I mean, tell me, from your perspective, all the rounds, give me a little bit of a recap.
Oh, God, that's so much happened here in both semifinals. I mean, they both played really nicely. I think the only team who was really completely at the stage. Like, we told at the start, like Sornman, coin flip, good day, bad day. They had a really good day. Godar didn't have that good of a day, obviously. But after that, Snails and Titus, what a finals with that. Really close, always close. I mean, we've seen so many games where could almost win the alien games, losing the life forms, unfortunately. I think we started with the first game, which was so much back and forth and already showing us this is not going to be an easy one. This is not going to be a stomp. I have no idea who's going to win this, and we made it up to here. 4-3 victory in that best of 7. That's the best case scenario, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not to take anything away from Titus Gaming, they played amazingly well throughout this through the qualifiers, throughout this, against their Sornman round.
Yes.
Think about the first round that they had with Snails with that base race at the end. I mean, that was just
so
amazing. They played so well. So congratulations, Titus Gaming. You guys still get second place here at the Natural Selection 2 World Championship with Legendary Snails taking first place. Amazing job.
Yeah. So we have to see that it's not going to be the next powers here. They lost the last big one, the European Open, and now up to in this event, the World Championship final. So who's going to take it from Snails next on? We will see probably in the future, like the NSL Season 4, which is still the signups running up. And yeah.
I want to say also a thank you to the other teams, obviously. Sornman and Godar, again, two amazing teams that came to this event. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out for them. But they both played amazingly well. Had a good interview there with Hugh, kind of talking about what happened. I saw the guys when I was on a little bit of a break that they were upstairs watching the games, and they I think Mendas was sitting there, and he was just talking with this team, and they were still going over what happened in their round and dissecting it and all that stuff. And I think I heard a little bit of, we got to get ready for Season 4. So I was like, okay, all right. It's just, it was great to see, great to talk to those guys. And those guys had a great time here.
Yes. And also thanks for all the other teams in the qualifiers which didn't make their way here. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people from REDDOG who got dropped out, I think, by Titus in the crowd right now. So there's a whole lot of other teams around, HBZ, REDDOG. The whole community is here, which is really great. And the whole match is up to this point, from the qualifiers to here to the finals. It was a blast. It really was a blast. And really thanks for all the contributors in the whole thing. NVIDIA, Intel, you guys are amazing. Underworlds, of course, as well. And everyone who's sponsored for this, and everyone who's watching it right now. It was the best event, I think, in this season.
And I think we had a lot of help. Obviously, Intel, NVIDIA, giving up $8,000 each to have this event happen, donating to that. Also, the 339 NS2 community members that raised $16,000 on their own for this event. So amazing contribution from the community, and also the volunteers that have really, really helped out in the production of this entire big beast monster.
Like from all the videos you've seen, every piece in there made by the community helping out.
Yeah, it's super effective. You got Rentology, obviously, from Titus,
Yes.
helping out as well. Nexus putting together some sheets for us. So just thanks everyone out there, for that. In terms of what has happened tonight, Legendary Snails is going to move on. If you guys are just joining us, Legendary Snails has won the Natural Selection 2 World Championship, and we are going to go ahead and throw it to Hugh and figure out what's going on in that audience.
Red Dog, what's going on in that audience is a lot of noise. At the end of that ace match, this crowd erupted. I don't think anyone was expecting what we saw. Charlie, we knew a Skulk Rush was possible, but were you expecting it?
I wasn't, but there were many people in my row who said, they got a Skulk Rush because they've lost every game. Every game that went over 20 minutes, they lost.
Now, Charlie, as the creator of the Natural Selection 2 franchise, you're sitting in the back row.
It's not a franchise.
Isn't that terrible?
I know what you mean.
I just got all corporate, and I'm going to get fired. It's icky. It's icky. In the back row with the lead gameplay program, one of the lead gameplay programmers.
Andy.
Were you and with community members calling out the plays? Were you proud of how the game was tonight?
Yeah, this has been an amazing event. Every year we do this, and every year I think, I just don't know if we can afford to do this again. And every year it gets better and bigger, and the crowd gets more excited, and the play gets better. So I can't wait to do this again next year.
Wow, you heard a big call from player.
I hope so.
So
who knows?
We are going to bring Titus Gaming out here in a moment, but before we do, it is worth mentioning why this tournament was able to happen, because Charlie alluded to something important, and that is that Unknown Worlds can't just bankroll big tournaments. We're a very small developer, and this isn't some giant esport game. So it is the combination of community contributions, 337 donations, sometimes above $100 with our sponsors NVIDIA and Intel, and with the contributions of Unknown Worlds ourselves.
And all of our unpaid volunteers.
And all of our unpaid volunteers who have done web design, graphics design, video creation,
sportscasting,
casting. It's just the whole, logistics, organization of moving 50 people around the planet to this event. Huge number of people.
And Hugh, who's put in a lot of hours for this event.
I don't know, it's two. And now with that, let's bring out Titus Gaming, because there's someone standing back there with a check, and I believe Titus Gaming might want to see it. So Titus Gaming, please join us.
Titus, 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 Titus.
Titus, what a way to end. Seven, the question must be asked. You're in the ace match, it's a best of 7, and you get skull crushed. How do you feel?
Tired.
Tired?
Very tired.
Very tired. Keep in mind, everyone, keep in mind that Titus Gaming has traveled from North America just yesterday. And like everyone that's traveled that far, we're a bit tired, and that makes it hard to play a fast-paced shooter. Charlie, what would your words be to Titus after that match?
I can't believe how good you guys got and how fast. I think in the past month, you guys have gone from good to friggin' amazing. So it shows that your passion and drive and dedication and talent are in full force. It's very inspiring to watch.
Now, Dylan Wasabi One Savage has something for Titus Gaming, and he's going to put it in his pocket, because right now it's effectively a blank check from Unknown Worlds. But I think what we should have now is Charlie with a big black marker come and write the prize, because
any number I want?
Any number, Mr. CEO.
Wait, who's paying for this?
During this event, the prize pool has grown. Go ahead, Charlie.
The prize pool was, I don't remember what it was originally, but I do know that now, because of our community and sale of our community badges and all of our donations, it's now
$2,500 for Titus Gaming. And that is because during this event, people continue to buy the badges on the Steam store, continue to support these teams. And Titus Gaming walks away with $2,500.
You gotta
who
share.
walks off with it? You gotta share. All right, Titus, thank you for your play. It's been an incredibly entertaining night, and I can't wait to see you guys play again. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Well played, guys.
On stage? Up on stage. Now. Yeah.
This way.
And now we are going to bring in the French, because they did win, so I suppose we should do them the service of allowing them into the
I thought
studio.
we were only going to let an American team win.
Ah, yeah.
You know,
we had some.
finally, we almost had an American team win.
Almost a North American team. Remember, there is a Canadian on the stage, so careful.
They count.
Careful.
They count.
North American team. But legendary Snails, please join us in the studio.
Well played. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Hey, good job. Well done.
Legendary Snails. You're looking at 3-all. You know that the Marines have just been winning every game during the event. What were you thinking before the Skull Crush?
It's just pure tactics.
It's just pure tactics.
It's kind of a lame answer.
How did the tactic come out? You guys went out for a break. Were you conniving back there? Were you thinking we're going to do a Skull Crush?
What?
Last one? We made it on the spot. Yeah.
Made it on the spot, in the moment, on the fly.
Just before the game starts. Just before the game
10
starts.
seconds before the game, and I call let's do a French cheese.
Oh, a French cheese.
Let's make the Americans taste some French cheese.
And is it a particular type of French cheese that we're talking here?
Camembert, I would say.
Charlie, what did you think of the final play?
Well, it's funny because, I hadn't called it, but there were some people that I was hanging out with in the audience who said they got a Skull Crush because every long game they had lost against Marines. So maybe it was a psychological thing, maybe it was a game balance thing. I don't know, but... It's possible. It's possible.
Supposedly,
no,
Flair...
No, I don't mean the game is unbalanced. The game is perfect. It's 50-50 always. Thanks.
There you
That
have
came
it.
out wrong.
Flair, he mentioned about supposedly he had something to do with balance at some point in his life. I'm not sure. Dylan, Wasabi One Savage, please bring forth the second blank check, which will not remain blank. I'm sorry, guys.
Also from our community.
Exactly. This is the same
for $5.
$5.
Oh wait, there's a couple more zeros in there.
Yeah. So
$5,000.
And this prize, like the other one, funded by NVIDIA, Intel, Unknown Worlds, and the Natural Selection 2 community. You out there that bought the badges.
Wow, that was impressive.
Now,
it's like they practiced that.
It is. It's as if they knew they might win, which you would never have guessed from watching the interview with Rios earlier, would you? He just didn't look very confident on camera. And with that, everyone that has watched in the live audience today, everyone that has watched on Twitch.tv elsewhere on this planet, everyone that has helped create this event, from the volunteers like Dylan Casting and Blind Casting and Red Dog Casting, to the paid professionals behind the camera in this studio and up in the control room upstairs, to everyone at Unknown Worlds that stood behind this event to make it happen, and everyone else that has contributed in some way to make this happen. Thank you from everyone at Unknown Worlds. This has been a very, very special night for competitive gaming from an indie game. I hope you've enjoyed the event, and we hope to see you next time. This has been the Natural Selection 2 World Championship.